viewers. We're gonna hop right into it because VOD viewers, if you're not able to join the live stream, hence being a VOD viewer, that's no problem. But you can leave a comment in the YouTube videos. Twitch people, I don't know how many Twitch VOD viewers there are, but hop over to YouTube, leave a comment, and we can start with your replays before like too many people show up. For example, today we're gonna take a look at this Venomancer in Guardian. Right off the bat, who left the comment in the last VOD, and they were saying, where do I got like so many different windows open. I launched a stream and immediately went to the replay. They were saying they dropped from Legend to Guardian, no worries. Though I will say, if you drop that far in terms of MMR and it wasn't due to a big break, like you've been playing consistently but then suddenly dropped, maybe not suddenly, but like, you know, you've been in decline. Actually, if it's sudden, it may not be about Dota. I don't know. Are you stressed lately? Like not sleeping well? Because usually it's like people don't just suddenly start playing worse without taking a break or something like that. If it's been a slow decline, then that is where maybe you've just been taking the game less seriously without really realizing it. And so you've been kind of like declining while other people are like mildly improving. Not sure what the case is for you. But if it has been a very sudden like losing streak, oftentimes that is it's not as related to Dota. It's because like we are tired or something, and then we, as a result, play worse without fully realizing it. But just playing a little bit worse is enough to like go on a losing streak in a game like Dota. So just them throwing that out there for consideration. But anyways, you had a safe lane co-op. This game kind of works out because you also have a TA mid, so like it actually looks like a normal draft. Felt early game was okay. Team fights were questionable. So let's just jump ahead to some team fights.
Let's go.
Jungo Bobber, let's go. How you doing? Let me get the timer out. Oh, I gotta change it. I was using it for cooking. All right. Translucent blue jellyfish. Hello. I am having a good Monday. Thank you. Hope you are too. Esteban, how's it going? I'm doing well. Start of the week, guys. Let's do it. I am in kind of chill mode. It got a little cold last night here in Texas. Got below freezing. By the end of the week, it'll be like 80s in the day again. So just the funny Texas weather. We're going to jump ahead to some team fights because you mentioned that's where maybe you felt like you weren't getting good ultimates, weren't sure about your item build, which I do. I took a quick look at this. I want to mention real quick. So you have like all normal Venomancer items, but I would consider the order and like which ones you pick this game. So one, if you do go for Spirit Vessel, I would just go for it first. You got like the urn, then you went for Arcane Boots, and then you're like, okay, back to Spirit Vessel. You would typically skip this because this amount of money would be the like diadem, and then the Spirit Vessel would finish here. And if you're going for Spirit Vessel, it's important to finish it as quickly as possible before people pick up Dispels. For example, let's say the Juggernaut carry, and a lot of carries go like farming item into Manta. So here's the Battle Fury, here's the Manta, which means you only have like 6-7 minutes of Spirit Vessel time before this Manta removes it from at least the Juggernaut. So usually you rush it first so you have a bigger window. Since very few heroes ever rush a Dispel as their very first item, Yules for some mids, but that's pretty rare right now. So that's one consideration. Then, I don't think this is actually a very good Spirit Vessel game because Tide will remove it naturally, Juggernaut will remove it with Q. None of these guys are particularly tanky. The heal on, Witch Doctor's something, but it's not that big of a deal that it needs a Spirit Vessel. So I'd actually probably just skip the Spirit Vessel, keep it as an urn. And then if you want mech for like the negative armor counter from Gush and the Aura, I'm okay with that. I also think there's a really good 4-staff game because like you get away from Cask and ult. Maybe you see Requiem coming, especially if he like lifts someone up. Like if this guy went Yules, it doesn't look like he did. But if you see him jump in and start channeling his ultimate, you can you can 4-staff a teammate as they drop from the Yules or just like they're stunned and you're saving them. And they'll take a way less damage because they're not in the center of the Requiem. Get them out of Macropyre slow, stuff like that. Jug ult, you like get towards creeps. Ravage, you could maybe dodge Ravage. Utility like the Ghost Scepter to like end, or not end Omni Slash, but not take damage from Omni Slash. They're like utility items like that I think have more value than one, the Spirit Vessel. I'm okay with the mech, but if you did go for the 4-staff instead, like I'd be okay with that. You mentioned you didn't see she also built pipe, so no big deal. It happens. But for example, that pipe could be a 4-staff instead, or a Ghost Scepter, something like that. Okay. So let's just speed along, look for a team fight that you mentioned. So what happened? It looked like we took top tower. You TP'd mid, and you came for this rune. Okay. I would hold this rune, because TA ended up TPing mid. Put your Plague Ward down on the high ground, and see like how urgent it is that it might get stolen. Now this guy has a blink, so I mean there's a chance he just blinks on top of the rune and steals it. So if you have to grab it, that's okay with me. But TA was TPing in, and she's your mid hero who would benefit off this a lot more. And you have a way to kind of like check stuff pretty safely. You should be placing more Plague Wards, by the way. You want to use them for vision as you move around. So like, let's imagine you put this one. What is this going to do? It's going to be killed by Shadow Fiend in about 2 hits. And so of the 40-second duration, we're getting a very small fraction value of it. And then if I look at your map, yeah, you guys have some wards down. But if we are playing this aggressive, this is a common farming area. So what if there's heroes here and they're coming in to get us? And I don't really know. And now I'm kind of far up without much help. So instead of placing this one here, or for example, when you were coming here for the rune, you should place one here. As you come this way through the trees, place another one here. And this way you're like scouting the path ahead before your hero reveals itself. And you think of it as like a mini ward in terms of like observer wards are like 6 minutes. This is 40 seconds. But like it'll keep you safe for 40 seconds. So this is just good Venomancer play in general, but also addressing your question that like, oh, I had trouble finding good ultimates in team fights. Now I know we haven't found a team fight yet because I keep stopping to talk about other things. But the better your Plague Ward scouting habit is, the easier it will be as a team fight breaks out. You see the right heroes, you see the fight developing, so now you know where to drop the ultimate. So it could be connected. I don't know for sure yet. Okay, he actually got scared away and didn't kill this award in the end. Yeah, this kind of stuff is good. I'll like drop another one over here. So like right now, if you ever get low on mana, you don't have to do it. You got to save enough to have all your abilities. But especially when Arcane Boots are up, or you have full mana, or you have like Wand Charges and Lotus to use as necessary, definitely place them ahead. So for example, we ended up point blank walking into this Tidehunter. Whereas, I realized there was a pause here, so maybe got like thrown off a little bit on the timing. But okay, so if we have this Plague Ward, dropping it over here to scout people coming from this way. And if you could do a little further, because if you place it here, like the tree line blocks it, right? So if you could put it here, that'd be perfect. You see people coming this way and this way, fantastic. If you know you're going top, then you kind of want to place it on this side of the tree at least, or like more in the open, because I want to see, this pathway. Potentially, you can try to block enemy jungle camps as well. So say, for example, you want to be an asshole. 1909, so it's a little early, but let's say you were here at like 1920, wait for like 21, drop the Plague Ward for vision, and then it will be useful for vision, but because it's in the camp, it'll also block it. So like even if you don't find anything here, TA farms this stuff, you guys back out, the Plague Ward blocks the camp at the minute spawn, they come in, they're like, oh, it's blocked, they look for it, there's nothing there because you put a Plague Ward. Little ways you can get value out of this. I think you wanted to put a Plague Ward on the cliff, so you're like coming over. But this is only 5 seconds, right? So you could have placed one here, waddle on over, place another one, kind of repeat. And as a result, you end up getting like real close to these guys. At this point, I would probably ult the Shadow Fiend and throw the Q. It'll slow him enough that you guys might be able to do something, but I also feel pretty scared of this. So like, the thing is, like, you guys are walking as if you're confident to fight. So if you're confident to fight, we're fighting. But I don't feel that confident to fight because there's no Dawnbreaker ult. And then Warlock's like over here and a bunch of heroes are missing. So I actually think we're a little too aggressive here. You end up choosing the Tidehunter, but he will dispel some of this stuff in a moment here. Yeah, you see it activate and it removes a lot. Now we can't remove the Noxious Plague, but the other slows like Venomous Gale get removed. And the Spirit Vessel, you guys actually do kill him, but I would be a little careful of that, especially like what if the other heroes had been closer. Okay, Queen of Pain's farming that, so she's good to go. So these kind of plague wards, like, okay, we ended up with this stuff before we leave. Another one at the entrance. You know, like, pick your entrances, whichever one you want to do. You don't have to cover them all, but we're just looking to keep placing vision. Like, we're approaching max mana. I have Arcane Boots available. So, like, as you're waddling through here, leave a Plague Ward right here. It'll see people going through. You do have an Observer here, so technically you don't need one, but you could put one, like, at the edge here to scout, like, some of the lane, especially if you're planning to, like, kill the creep wave as it goes through. You could leave one on the ward to see, or sorry, the rune to see if it spawns at 20 minutes on this bottom side, and if it doesn't, you'll know it's on the top side. This is like jungling, so that's kind of okay, but not really good vision, right? Like one of these plague wards does the job of 3 of these plague wards. So in terms of vision, this isn't really helping us a lot, which as a support Venomancer, you are more focused about setting up vision with your plague wards rather than like jungling, especially at 20 minutes. Like you kind of have what you need, you know, you're like Arcane, Mech, Spirit Vessel, the team is like pushed up. Now you actually want to be with the team, setting up plague wards around here, preparing for a team fight that might break out rather than jungling right now. So that's kind of like a separate issue from the wards for vision. So yeah, this fight's breaking out and we're still clearing stuff over here. So in terms of plague wards, these are gonna die really quickly. You see that one is now gone. So this thing could have lasted for 40 seconds. And when you're playing Venomancer, you want this idea that 1 plague ward is not useful. 2 plague wards, not that useful. 3 plague wards is starting to be useful, and then as you go from 3 to 8, it becomes increasingly useful. So Veno is a very good... He's a stationary hero because he wants to be set up with wards, but he's mobile in the fact that, you know, you place new wards. It's not like an observer. This is stuck here for 6 minutes. We've got to be here for 6 minutes. So you want to push up as a team to an area you want to push, like this tier 2, or like, okay, we're defending the safe lane. Either way, you got to go, you got to set up plague wards, but you need to set up the plague wards, right? We've mobily moved to an area, and now we must be stationary, place a bunch. If you put your first plague wards under the tower, they're going to die like this, and we're never setting up our useful one. So here's our first observer, our first plague ward. So like they walk up, Jakiro's not even like, he's not that scared of it. He could have killed it potentially, right? But he's going to back off a little bit. So 1 is not a big deal. 3 to 4 to 5 here, now they don't want to walk through here. So try to place them outside. Like, look at this. This thing's doing 5 damage to the tower, right? It's nothing. It's doing nothing to the tower. So building them up outside the tower of like, don't fight this area, or spreading them out for vision to know as people are coming through the area, that's a much better use of your plague wards. Technically, the 10-minute timer ran out, but I have yet to find an actual team fight for you because I've been talking about other stuff. So I want to at least do that. So if your first plague ward hadn't been under the tower and you put it out here, and this was your second plague ward, now we have 2 plague wards to push in the creeps faster, and the creeps will do more damage to towers than your plague wards. I will also mention that you keep moving off on your own. Dawnbreaker should be the hero left on her own because she has the global ult. You want to be setting up with these guys. You and Warlock especially just want to like set up a bunch of stuff in front of a tower that you guys are pushing and then do stuff. So this fight doesn't make sense right here because... So we take this tower, but it's not that critical to take this tower. We get ravaged, right? They're not that scared of a few plague wards because we didn't set up a bunch here. You guys even actually knew they were in the area anyways because of this observer, so I think you guys just stuck around too long anyways. But because Dawnbreaker's here, these guys cannot join the fight because they're not global. You are technically a teamfight hero, so if the teamfight broke out around you, you'd be okay with that. But still, we're like lacking the rest of the team. And then we didn't have that many wards set up. So this ultimate actually won't end up doing that much. But it's less about your ult target and more about like the fight we chose to take, which is in the wrong... It's with the wrong people. The part of the map I don't care about as much. It's actually, because you guys have observers here, it's not bad. But we have the wrong heroes involved. So you yourself... maybe you guys want to push bottom, and these guys are like not listening. Well, it's out of your control. You can only move yourself. So you got to come to these two wherever they want to go. Okay, let's find another team fight. look for another. So once again, we're with the Dawnbreaker. Wrong hero. Dawnbreaker should be on her own, and you guys should be doing other stuff. You know, now you guys might run into this and say like, well, Zach, I want to do stuff with other heroes, but Dawnbreaker keeps joining us, and the other heroes keep going somewhere else. I get that. Just leave the Dawnbreaker, right? She does this kind of stuff. Leave her alone. Follow like, oh, TA doesn't want to play with the team. Keep going to her wherever she goes. You know, Queen of Pain keeps like TPing away to go top. It's like, okay, we're all TPing top now, and we're gonna follow the Queen of Pain. Right? Like, you have to make it happen if they don't want it to happen. Okay, this is kind of like a mini team fight, but let's go back a few seconds and once again break down your Plague Ward usage. Ignoring the Dawnbreaker and whatever. Let's just pretend we're moving up as a team. So as we come up, this is your Plague Ward range. So are there heroes at the edge of here? Let's pretend you didn't have the Watcher. First of all, we should put a Plague Ward on this high ground. Okay, we do have the Watcher. So we can come up and place the next Plague Ward at the edge of the Watcher vision around here to see like all this area. Or I can't see like this pathway as we come through. You guys can see part of it because of this observer, but you could put a Plague Ward in this area as you guys move this way to see people coming from here. I'm gonna do this from free vision, actually. We're gonna go through this twice. So then as you come through here, Plague Ward on the cliff. If you plan to observer sentry the cliff, then you could put it on the low ground. But realistically, you should probably like sentry low ground, Plague Ward the cliff, and then not use an observer on the cliff. But there should definitely be a Plague Ward on this cliff right now as you pass by, and this is available to you. And it would help you now see the Witch Doctor and zone control him. As he starts coming this way, you are controlling this entire area. Not like a massive amount of control, but like you're slowing people, and it's gonna add up. Now, Plague Ward behind this tree line. I can't see behind this tree line. I can't see people coming this way. So Plague Ward for vision here to see this stuff. If you're chasing a key kill and it was safe to do so, you could put the Plague Ward ahead to try to apply the slow. That is something you can do. This is actually a pretty deep fight that we shouldn't really be chasing, so I wouldn't be using it that way. I'd be using it to... So my comms would be like, stop chasing this Jakiro, please, it's bad. And the Dawnbreaker can't see that it's bad. So actually putting vision down to see like 4 teammates coming this way, that might teach the Dawnbreaker like, oh shit, this is a bad fight, you know, and run away. Slowing down the Jakiro is just gonna bait her to like keep going further. We get surprised by this Witch Doctor. You saw him coming, but you didn't know he was casting because we haven't put down the Plague Ward to see this kind of stuff. Now we can have more Plague Wards, right? So again, anywhere in this area is useful. You put one here for the fight, but it won't see past this tree line. It won't see heroes coming in from this way, which is actually where Juggernaut and Tidehunter are coming from right now. If you had one here, you'd already be seeing the Juggernaut and slowing him down with the Plague Wards, which will buy you a little bit more time to finish the kill and then be ready to focus on the Juggernaut because he's not like sprinting in here full speed. So like Plague Wards, anything in this area would have scouted the Tidehunter and the Jug coming a little bit sooner, already be slowing them down. Still though, this is why this was a bad fight, because it's like right in front of their base. It's with the Dawnbreaker again, so like TA, Warlock weren't really in that fight. Let's just zoom ahead again. All right. You have an Invis rune, so it's kind of okay to take a peek like this. Still a little scary because sentries in this area are common. So let's go back. These are all kind of like mini team fights rather than the full big team fights, but we'll break them down anyways. So if TA has her blink, so if you find someone, it's like kind of okay. So technically, she probably should have joined you here with the Jakiro. Instead, she like gets caught in this stuff. You want to try to quickly join her as soon as you can, realizing we can't really just like completely ignore Jakiro, but like our auras and our teamfight utility isn't for doing solo kill stuff, it's for enabling teammates. So we got to try to get over here. So you're ulting the Jakiro, but like... he's already used Ice Path on you, in a way, it does keep him out of this fight, so that's kind of true, but he's also a support. SF has now blinked on top of you. I'm more interested in keeping him out of the fight. So let's say you saw him blink, which you should have had vision of him, I think, before you ult the Jakiro, or you're just holding it. You now choose the Shadow Fiend because he's more important. Now, if Jakiro gets closer to the fight, you could ult him then because he's getting close to spread it. But in terms of just being a support, like, your regular slows are enough to keep him out of the fight, and you don't need to throw the full ultimate on him. Right now, this is like, I'm playing solo kill Venomancer, which you might actually get it. You might solo kill this Jakiro, but Venomancer support is utility support for vision, for slows, and then whatever utility items your team needs. It's not about doing a shit ton of damage in team fights. Like, you'll do it naturally, whether you are trying to or not. Okay, let's, wasn't quite the full team fight I was kind of hoping to see, but I think that's okay. Let's start grabbing some from you guys. Wait, hold that thought, actually. I forgot. Safaku's got one in here. Thank you, Safaku. Let's do yours. Let me download that. What's a free coaching day? Yeah, it's pretty much this like replay reviews. It's very similar. Like, if we actually did coaching, which I usually do offline, it would be very similar. There's like dialogue because it's actually in a Discord call, but it's not like the advice would change. This is essentially the same. We will just pick games from people from you guys, just give advice. When you're looking to leave lane around 5 minutes, does this just apply to position 4 or also 5? Both supports, you don't strictly have to leave at 5 minutes. Just start thinking about it. Like, for example, if I got a double kill at 2 minutes, I wouldn't think to, like, okay, I'm out of this lane, you know? Because the laning is still going on. I could maybe go do something like water rune, stack, whatever, but I will come back to my safe lane. When I say let's think about leaving the lane at 5 minutes, it doesn't mean we have to immediately leave. It's like, when I do get an opportunity, I will now try to do my permanent migration out of this lane. So I get a kill, I'm now heading top, and I don't plan to come back if I can help it. I'll come back like as needed, TP and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna like default come back, let's keep playing this lane, hopefully. Just to clarify that, not that you strictly like meant it that way, but just to make it clear. But yeah, it should apply to position 5 more than anything. 5 is looking to leave their safe lane and go somewhere else to draw attention away from the carry. Position 4 is actually in the right area by default, right? You actually want to take the safe lane tower first if possible. So you're already in the right area, but you might take a visit to other lanes. So you might go to like the mid lane for the power rune, gank there. You might go for the wisdom shrine, come back, right? So you'll leave your lane to do whatever, but then you'll probably come back to your lane as your default place to be to like make action happen there. The 5 is looking to be the one to get out. Can I gift 500 bits for a guaranteed replay review? You can, though I think someone did the conversion estimation for us. I think it's actually only like 350 bits. So you don't have to do you can save the extra 150. Hey Lax, what's up? I 4-shot Radagon. Radagon is the final boss, right? Like, the names are starting to slip from me already. On New Game Plus, nice. Elden Beast 1-shot me. That was me when I first did it. Okay, yeah, that's the right one. Okay. Trying to get all the endings, int plus dex plus faith. We still need to go back and do the DLC at some point. I want to. I just don't know when we're gonna get there. First pick Moira to carry and last pick Rubik mid. Do you think it's okay? In this game, yeah, I wasn't here. Let me do the timestamp. We can start thinking about your game. I was just catching up on chat for a minute there. You've been loving the Zeus lately. Even coming in with all the Zeus replays. Okay, so for yours, you said I play a lot of the games drunk. Nice. Having fun with the Dota. This one's sober, so I played awful. Can you look at lane? I was surprised the Warlock messed me up. All right, let's take a look at that. And then you said your Muerta carry first picked, and then the Rubik picked last. I mean, Muerta actually can be a support, so it may not surprise people if she's actually, like, her being first pick is not the end of the world, because it's like, oh, maybe it's Muerta support. So I don't really mind that. In fact, personally, I'm always happy anytime a core player picks first, because supports never get to do it. It's so rare. So even if it's not a good idea, I kind of don't mind. Unless it's like some super hard countered core, like, I don't know, Huskar, you know, who can then just end up with terrible matchups, Meepos. I actually think it's pretty baller to first pick your core, because it's like, you're confident in it. You can play it no matter what is the idea. Whether they can or not, you know, we'll see. But I think Muerta first pick can be okay. And it puts more pressure on the supports to pick melee stuff. So I don't know who of you picked, like, with her. But, for example, okay, if we have a ranged carry, you probably want a melee pairing or someone to enable the Muerta. So I would actually say, like, neither of you do that. And to a degree, you don't have to, like, because you're not strictly laning with her. And then, again, in pubs, you know, kind of play the stuff you're more comfortable with rather than, like, what you strictly think is a good thing, but you maybe aren't good with.
Help me, help you, help me.
Okay, got it. Helix, we'll do yours next. But for you, okay, it looks like you picked first, so you're not at fault here at all. Muerta picked after you, and then I would say Witch Doctor should really consider, like, someone with an attack speed boost, a melee hero who initiates, because that'll help Muerta in the lane or in the game. You know, someone like Ogre Magi could be a really good pairing. You like body in the front, do some slows, boost her up. Witch Doctor could work. It's just not really the best with her. Rubik last pick, I don't mind. It's more of like, is it gonna be a good Rubik player? Which looks by the time he picked, they had Terrorblade, Axe, Warlock, Willow. Nothing there actually screams pick Rubik to me. Magnus is actually the best one to pick Rubik against, and he didn't even know. So I would not have gone with the Rubik mid pick this game, personally, and I actually think someone, an early tempo roamer would have been the way to go to slow down a Terrorblade and an Axe. So Rubik not really the pick. The hero itself, I don't mind as a mid. It's just like, is it actually a good game for it? Okay, so for you, you mentioned the Warlock messed you up. So Warlock likes slower lanes, War of Attrition. You and Slardar are much more like 100 to 0 fight type heroes. So you don't want to casually poke the Warlock too much. You want to focus more on the Terrorblade, who has low health, so like your damage is more threatening there anyways. But if you like occasionally throw out harassing lightning bolts, it's not going to really pay off for you. You can do it when you're like full mana, but like Warlock will press W and it'll be a lot more mana efficient. Even though Zeus is one of the best mana for damage heroes, Warlock is arguably the best mana to healing hero. So all of your lightning bolts are more than countered by 1 W from his Shadow Word. So if you have a very slow laning stage, he'll beat you. What you need is like a little bit of poke, hit level 2, and then like commit everything to kill him, Warlock or Terrorblade, in 5 seconds, where there will only have been like part of the heal at that point, 75 heal. If you do it over the course of like 3 minutes, then like tons of heals can come out and it'll just like out efficiency you. Okay, so we block a little. Ooh, Terrorblade actually held it out. Good on him. So you trade a little bit with the Warlock. I would try to focus the Terrorblade more than anything. So like here, if you had done this on your way in, like as you loop back around, you can, there's a spot here, by the way. Don't mess it up like I did the other day. It's very finicky. It's like right around here. It looks like you can't place it, but like really slowly move your mouse down. There's a spot that you can place that will block the camp from this outside. And if you ever do this body block trick and then walk around like this, it's a really good spot to pick. Because even if they notice you did it, they'll probably check like anywhere in here and then be confused. And they'll be like, oh, maybe he unblocked his own camp or something, you know? And they have to actually walk over here to see this spot. So it's finicky, but it does exist. It's like somewhere there. I recommend doing that ahead of time so that after this trade, you can now just like walk to the left, and then you could have been like poking this Terrorblade while the heal was down. Instead, we're still kind of like in the jungle. Yeah, we want that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's go back here one more time. All right, so this is why we're interested in this guy. Honestly, I'd probably like Blood Grenade him too, because he was kind of far up. But I am kind of waiting for the level 1 or the level 2 power spike more than anything. So we beat this guy up, and then you immediately hit the Warlock. It's not too bad because we're right here, but now look how low this guy is, right? He is still my primary interest, especially with the Blood Grenade and a Lightning Bolt available to me. So this is 140 damage, and then this one is 125, right? Unless I am blanking on the math. No, yeah, 125. So that's pretty much enough to kill him with an auto attack or two. So I really want to keep my attention on Terrorblade, and I don't want to be like, see how you're moving to the right here and then moving this way a little bit? You want to be moving in, right? Like Terrorblade currently feels safe to go for this melee creep and this deny, but like why should he feel safe when he is so close to dying, right? So we actually want to be over here, and we're saying like, if you walk within my attack range, I will attack, Lightning Bolt, Blood Grenade attack, and you're going to die, or you're going to get really close to dying. So he can't do it. We did a really good trade, but now we aren't making use of the trade by moving away from him, which is going to, I was mentioning, this is what's going to allow Warlock to out-efficiency you guys over time, because right now you have enough mana for Lightning Bolt and Blood Grenade, and it threatened the kill. Give him 30 seconds, and he's going to be back to full health, and we're not going to have enough mana to like go through all of it again, because we've already used some, and mana regen is going to be a lot slower than health regen. It's going to be more expensive to buy mana consumables as well compared to buying health consumables. Or Warlock can at least match you in buying mana and then converting it to health more efficiently than you can do damage. So you really have to go for like all-in trades and really push it when you have the advantage in this type of matchup versus these like slow healers. So that last like 5-10 seconds, yeah, we definitely just like gave space to, thank God he misclicked. We're really just giving space to this Terrorblade and this Warlock instead of pushing it. I'm not gonna, I think you can see it, right? Now that I'm like showing you. He outranges you, and we just keep engaging him, so he just keeps poking you. This guy's melee, he can't do it, so we gotta come over here. That creep must feel well looked after. I bet. That heals enough to, like, full heal him from 0. Okay, so I'd say you can kill him right here. Warlock is over here. Let's do some math. This guy's got 500 health. So he's actually approaching you, right? And you just did, it's hard to see, 19 damage plus, I think, like 30 something, right? Because your passive plus your auto attack are like 2 separate instances. So if you attack this guy, like literally attack, Lightning Bolt, Blood Grenade, and Slardar runs up, you can use the entire slow from Blood Grenade, Heavenly Jump in front of this guy to body block. Slardar will close the distance in the slow time. You'll have Lightning Bolt another time and maybe a third time before Terrorblade gets back. So even as Warlock comes in to heal you guys, this is a slow heal. It is 15 heal per second. Over time, it is very efficient. In a short time frame, it doesn't do a lot. He will probably pop meta to try to live if he has it. I don't know. He has a weird skill build, so maybe he doesn't have it. But even if he had meta and like a more traditional build, he still has to stand in auto attack for a while. So Personally, I think you guys have the burst to kill him here, especially if Slardar wasn't standing back here, but standing up here. That would save you 1 second on gap closing here. He's playing too safe, actually. He's like behind here instead of over here. So this is positioning in a way that doesn't allow Slardar to threaten melee heroes with like this stuff. You're letting them, like Terrorblade could walk up to here and you both go for last hits and denies when Slardar should be here, so Terrorblade has to be here and then Terrorblade can't get here. But I think you guys could have like killed him right there. Like you do 50 damage per auto attack roughly. This guy is like close enough. Like any of these moments, like Terrorblade was like in killable range right here for the last 10 seconds. And Warlock's all the way back here. Like he never would have even made it in time to help out. Level 3, we definitely have to go for something. You'll have level 2 Lightning Bolt, which is 220 damage. So if you have enough time for 2 Lightning Bolts, you will do half his health yourself. So then all your other abilities and auto attacks and your lane partner just have to do the other half. So from full health, if you have enough mana and enough time to get 2 to 3 Lightning Bolts, this guy should die. He should never be able to get close enough. And I think you can do it earlier, but definitely level 3, I'm saying we should go for it. But notice there's been a lot of slow trades. Like this guy keeps coming back to full health because we don't push the limit. We let Warlock press W, and then we keep trading with Warlock. But this is the guy that if you actually harass a little bit, you can finish the job and kill him. So I just want to highlight, you guys traded damage. You guys did a little damage to Warlock, did a little damage to Terrorblade. Let me show you how much damage you guys just did. So Terrorblade is full health, Warlock is kind of full health, but a little missing, right? I get that. So you did a chunk of his health, right? He was missing a little bit, and then between your auto attack and your lightning bolt, you did about 200 damage to Warlock. Then he came over, bashed, threw some spells. You guys like auto attacked a little bit. So far, you guys have done about 500 plus damage between 2 heroes, but if you focused 500 damage on 1 hero, Terrorblade is almost dead, Warlock is almost dead, right? So you have to like pick one guy and focus the damage in when you are a burst kill lineup, but you guys are like scattering between 2, which is why they can turn and trade, because they both have enough health to feel comfortable doing it. But if one guy is about to die, he's just going to run the entire time because he knows he will die if he sticks around too long. You can chill when meta is up. Like, if you don't kill him in time, you can chill for a little bit. But when that ability is down, we are once again back in kill potential. So you hit level 3 right here. You guys could actually push it. So if you know you're about to hit level 3 and they think you're level 2, you should actually be getting in position to fight. Because now we're ready to fight, but we're not close. So you want to bait level 2, like, oh, you don't have to be scared of me. Hit level 3 already close, and then immediately go for it. Even here is kind of close. Before I theoretically talk about it, let's see what he actually does, right? So you back to the right here, that's too far. I'm going to really nitpick here. Okay. This is lightning bolt range. Which is 700, and then the slow range on this is 700. So it's about the same distance we need to be close to. Slardar Crush is this large. So what I need is for Terrorblade to be really close to Slardar. Because I'm a ranged hero, I don't have to be as close. The difference is like how close Slardar is when we start the fight. So I want Slardar to be naturally close. This comes to him positioning aggressively. It doesn't have to be literally in the circle because you can apply slow. So if Terrorblade gets to about here, you guys can do it. But for that to work, you also need to be in range when Terrorblade is about there. So we are way too far back. And then Warlock, this is a W range. This is his attack range. Reflection does reach a little further because it's a circle, but it's not like that big of a deal. So you are like way outside of range for no real reason, and you could be, even a defensive posture would be like right here, which is much closer than where you're standing. And that means when Terrorblade does this, I would say like kill him right now. Because from here, Slardar starts running at Terrorblade, you Lightning Bolt, and Lightning Bolt can reach a little further. It's dangerous with the creeps, but for example, if it was only heroes, you could Lightning Bolt here and it would hit the Terrorblade. With creeps, it's a little hard, so you might need to be a little closer. But you get Lightning Bolt, and if you can Lightning Bolt, you can then close the distance to get the Heavenly Jump, and once he's Heavenly Jumped, you can then play the Blood Grenade, and those are enough slows to make sure Slardar runs in, bashes him, crushes him, and then he'll probably build up another bash. You'll have another Lightning Bolt at that point. You guys keep kiting forward. Between Lightning Bolt, which is 220 damage as you hit level 3, Heavenly Jump, which does not do a lot of damage, but does apply the innate, Blood Grenade, right? You, in your first round of spells, will do half his health, and then Slardar with Bash and Crush into armor will not be as much, but that's okay because you'll have another Lightning Bolt, right? This is actually just control and some damage for you to get enough time to Lightning Bolt again. Terrorblade should die. In any of these movements, he keeps getting close enough. This was close enough to kill him if you're closer. This is now safe distance. This is now close enough to kill him again if you're like a little further up. This is close enough to kill him. This is killable. Ah, he's killed, right? So we actually had several opportunities earlier at like level 1, level 2, and then we finally did get it here at level 3, but there is a big time difference, right? Not only in this of like 15 seconds where we first had a chance versus where we eventually got him, but also then several minutes compared to earlier when we could have killed him and started the snowball going forward. How are the last hits and stuff going? Because you said you felt... I think we've kind of addressed why the Warlock is making you feel bad. From here, as long as you have enough mana, you can kill these guys. This 6-minute rotation is really good. I think since you started coming to these replays, I think your rotations for the power runes have gotten a lot better. So now maybe you can fine tune like when you have aggressive potential in the lane, especially with someone like Slardar. I think there's some missed aggression going on for some of these kill potentials. Where'd we go? We're stacking for the wisdom. At this point, and part of the reason, like, the timing matters. So we killed him at 5 minutes, but it's not like that big of a lead. In fact, due to last hits, like, Terrorblade's actually still doing pretty well. So if we killed him earlier at like 2 minutes when we hit level 2, you'd start building the lead. So you have another chance. You can keep playing the lane because 2 minutes, there's nothing much to do. So you can possibly kill him again 2 or 3 times up to till minute 5, let's say. And then you notice you start doing these runes and stackings, which are good, but it naturally leaves Slardar alone, and Slardar doesn't have a lead yet. But if you had a lead from earlier, it is easier to leave him alone. I realize, oops, we never changed the title stuff. Oh well. But that's why the sooner you can identify and bully and get a lead, then this period where you are doing good stuff, but your offlaner is suffering a little bit because we didn't get him ahead far enough, this can then also continue to go better. I get another kill, but because they have had time to get healthier and we're not as ahead as we should be, that was a bit harder than it needed to be. And we ultimately traded, so not the best. And I think that's all we need to focus on for here. Heart Run, thank you for the sub. Tired of these ads, hell yeah. Sorry. One day, super billionaire streamer here, we'll just have the ads off, but the ads add enough that they do keep the stream going, or like help to. But yeah, you can subscribe, you have Amazon Prime, you can do it for free, remove the ads. Okay, let's move on from this one, because I think we've identified the aggressive potential that could be improved to help fix the lane. Okay, let me see what you guys were saying. As a Darkseer player, I'm a wall enjoyer. Nice. Do you think the fence facet on Disruptor is viable? I think for the fence facet to be viable, all they have to do is give it 3 charges by default, not a super late talent. I think with that, right now, Disruptor's Ags is one of the strongest in the game. And the fence facet just, it makes it so hard to play with your own ultimate that the benefit of having it like 2 charges in the laning stage just aren't quite worth it. I personally think you up, come over here. I think to make this facet a viable choice, where the heck is he? When you take Kinetic Fence, it should up the base recharge time and give max 3 charges. This way, Kinetic Field on its own, 20 seconds, let's say at level 1. 20 seconds, 2.6 duration. At level 6, boom, you can use it together. Even if you've used Kinetic Field before, there's a 20-second wait period, and then you can trap someone in your Static Storm down to 14 seconds at like max level. 14 seconds, and you can trap someone in Static Storm. So that is the benefit of Kinetic Field, is that it perfectly is the circle and that it works with your ultimate easily. Kinetic Fence, you get the charges and it's a line. So it's harder to trap people, but you get it more often so you can like block people continuously, but it sucks with your ultimate because it's really difficult to trap people in there. And so you lose the regular Static Storm value, and then the Aghanim Static Storm value is like exceptionally painful to build an Ags, and then they just walk out of it, you know? So I think the Kinetic Fence having 3 charges will allow you to build a triangle to trap people in the Static Storm, but it's also difficult, right? It's not easy to do like Kinetic Fence. It's actually quite skilled to like quickly draw the triangle, trap them in the Static Storm, and it will cost you up to 60 seconds, let's say, to do that. Compared to Kinetic Fence, which is like 20 seconds to 14 seconds, if you up the charge time on Kinetic Fence to balance it out, it costs you like a minute of waiting and saving Kinetic Fence charges to be able to trap people in Static Storm. So it kind of gives some like pros and cons to it, which I think would allow it to become viable. But right now, because it just like griefs your own ultimate so hard to not have the circle, that's why I don't think anyone does it. Personally, I don't even think the Thunderstrike slow is that amazing. I know it's useful. I don't think striking people in Kinetic Field is all that great, because you almost always, like, whoever is in Static Storm is almost always, or sorry, Kinetic Field is usually the one you're applying Thunderstrike to. So it's never like, oh, I Kinetic Fielded one opponent and then Thunderstruck another outside of it, so now I'm hitting both. It does happen, but it's quite rare. It's usually always focused anyway, so I don't think this facet's actually even that amazing. It's a circular Kinetic Field is its true strength. You could argue like, oh, why not take Transference? Because Transference sucks even more than Thunderstorm sucks. That's my hot take on Disruptor, who's like actually a pretty good hero. I actually think the facets suck. I think he's only good because the Ags and Kinetic Field are pretty good. And I think these are like okay enough to like get him through the lane, but I don't think any of them actually feel that amazing. Even though I want them to be. I think these are cool ideas. I just think they're not good enough. Oh, your friends watched the Techies and Dawn review. They enjoyed it. Okay, great. I'm glad. Techies love the wiggle dance. You actually have to do that. When you play Techies, you're actually required to like wiggle that way when you blast off. I'm relatively new to Dota. Can you review my game? So yes, but first I got to do another one because we have oh wait, I actually don't see your oh, here it is, Helix. So we do these randomly. You guys just post the match ID, questions, stuff like that in the chat, and I'll pick from people. But I will do it guaranteed for $5 or for a certain amount of bits, which then builds up a queue if people do it. So Helix here has one. We're going to do his, and then no one else is queued up right now. So then we will go back to the random stuff. We do this every Monday and Wednesday for like 5 to 7 hours. So if we ever aren't able to get to your games, if you're able to join other streams, you will probably eventually get your game reviewed. I don't know if, besides like new people showing up, I don't know if anyone consistently who shows up to Monday and Wednesday streams has never gotten a game reviewed. I think we do eventually get to repeat viewers over time. If you show up for like the first time, it's kind of like random if we happen to pick it or not, but I like to think we try to get to a lot of people. Okay, let's do this one, which you were trying your OD support. I randomed as I was trying to last pick, but it was lucky because, as you know, I have a support OD. Oh, so it wasn't even intentional OD. Okay. I want to know what I can do better in lane and mid game. Late game, carry and off lane, we're annoyed with each other, so we lost. Just what you can see, do better in the beginnings. Okay. Let's do it. Hey, Lisa, what's up? Have we... No, I actually think, yeah, we didn't do one of yours yet. If you have one, we can, though. I remember once you came in and you, like, gifted a bunch of subs, I think, and I think we said we could do one, but you didn't have one. We can still... I could still... That offer's still standing if you want. Yeah, you're work. Yeah, I gotcha. That does make it a little harder to do. Okay, get these. Oh wait, we're actually OD5. Wacky. Luna off lane though, it'll be fine, it's Herald. Okay, so oh, let me change this. Herald. And then it's actually OD5. Okay, so Astral will always do damage, right? Like, no matter when you use it, it will do damage. Astral is weird in that it's not like a typical stun when you can, like, damage people, though what I'm about to say also applies to stuns. Astral just takes people out of the fight. So you came in here and then just instantly used it on Luna. So she's going to take the damage. But are we making use of the fact that she is now out of the lane for 1.75 seconds? Let's see. No, right? Nothing really happened. But actually, if you used it now, you would take her out of the chance to go for this deny / last hit, you know? So if you actually time your Astrals a little better, you can get more value out of it. Because we are support OD, you're actually not going to take very many, like, it's not like you're going to build up a bunch of mana to do more damage, you know? Also, you get some healing when you use Astral because of this facet, but you're actually full health. So you actually should come in, hit the Luna a couple times, trade with her, let these creeps get low, and if she looks like she's going to go for it, then you Astral her to heal up a little bit and then deny in front of her face. And that would get you more value out of Astral. It's like the same thing OD mid does, but, you know, we're doing it as a support. And then otherwise, you just, like, right-click here. You actually have pretty solid stats, right? This is kind of what, like, OD was a support for a little bit, because your base stats are actually really good. So you don't have to use Astral to trade. Now, notice you're continuing to wait here, but there's actually stuff to do in the lane. You can, like, hit these creeps while you're waiting. Don't trust this troll, you know? High level, troll should manage this. In Herald, is troll gonna manage this? I have no idea, you know? So I'd rather be here instead of, like, looking around mindlessly. Just deny some creeps. Again, here, we're astraling her, but you yourself can't do damage when you astral her. So just poke a couple times here, and it's fine. Like, what does this really do? You know, it lets you get in front of her, I guess, so she now walked back. And if you want to do that, you can. I would actually be really scared of doing that, because I'm still wondering, like, where is the other support? I guess it's a tri-lane down here, so maybe it's fine. Usually I would be very scared of the other support having been late to lane for whatever reason, and they're coming back now, and I wouldn't want to be here. But I suppose if this tri-lane is still going on, it's okay. But I would just run at her. Because even if you didn't astral her here, so you just attack and she keeps running this way, that's fine. You know, she's like completely out of last hits and denies, and you're doing your job. You're like an Undying who is like camping here, doing your little dance, you know, and the offlaner is like just watching you sadly, waiting for the next creep wave to help push you away, and they can't approach. Like, you can do the same as OD. You don't actually need to like burn through your mana using these astrals. What's that observer doing there? Herald observer. Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, oh, I guess we could have used this camp more, huh? Look at this guy. You've left him. He has done nothing in the lane for 2 minutes, and the lane is pushing. Do you trust him? No, we don't trust him. We don't trust him. We sit in the lane, and we help deny things. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. We've pushed a full wave up to the Luna offlane solo. Okay, let's, I guess we jump ahead now. Let me remind myself what your other question was. Lane-wise, I think you're good, because it was kind of a weird one. And we've already fine-tuned, like, when you can use Astral a little bit better. See here, hit these guys, hit these guys. Which will be relevant in a, you know, like an actual 2v2 lane. This one's a little funny with the, you know, the Luna being left on her own. Okay, some mid-game questions, okay. I guess it probably is better to go 0-2-1 instead of 1-1-1. I'm just kind of like thinking that through. Yeah, that's probably fine. So Dragonite could have ran up a little more, but also I think you can also like check and see he doesn't have this stuff, and then I think you can wait here for him to have this stuff, because he's actually kind of close to having enough for Dragon Tail. So I think you just like wait here, then you walk up, and then you do this. This is actually too early. Also, this guy didn't even react yet, and then you astraled him. You know, he hasn't even begun to process that you're here. So you can actually hold this a little longer until the hero starts to run away, and then astral him, and then Dragonite can come in at that time. But otherwise, I think you just wait here, and then when he has enough, then you come in. Or like this guy goes for a rune, and then he's in a much worse spot. Thinking he can go for a rune, you'll have a lot more time to run him down and get a kill, rather than like at the edge of his tower. Which is why you then have to like, you know, you tank the tower a little bit here trying to get him, but you don't really need to do that. Lost like half your health, maybe like a third, for no real reason. If you're gonna wait for this, you should at least stand up here, if not like up here. Right, this is, right, he's just gonna back away, so this doesn't really work. But if you had come from this angle, that would have been better. Alright, element of surprise, and again, thinking about how are we using the duration of Astral to benefit us. So, we haven't even attacked, we haven't done much, we're just Astraling off the bat. So, when you attack, right, there's the, like, the time in between before you can attack again. So you might as well attack before casting the spell so that when the spell is done, you can then attack again. He's already gone, so he's not really like, we're not really buying him more time. I don't think you even need to Astral here. I think you can just like attack if you need to like get involved in the fight right away. I also think we're like splitting focus. I feel like you probably just could have killed the Luna. Oh no, Invoker got him. If you keep chasing here, you're gonna have one more Arcane Orb into the Astral Imprisonment. I think you could actually kill Necro there. I think you're backing off a little too soon. I think if you focus the Luna, you get her, or if you keep going on the Necro, you would get him. Potentially, you could also just try to steal this, but I realize, okay, maybe Luna backed off. I'll never beat her there, so I should just secure my own. That's fair. You're actually stronger than them. So if you had gone, and I actually think this is probably something you should think about doing. I actually don't know how Astral works, but I would imagine they, like, you could stand in here and Astral someone and literally capture it from underneath them. Because I think Astral shouldn't contest, like, when they're in there, you know? So if you do play more OD support, I think you should intentionally be looking for steals. Even if it doesn't work once they're in the thing, like, you could Astral them from outside and then get it. So here, Legion's already on top of Luna, so you don't really need to Astral. This is actually just giving time for enemy heroes to rotate, right? We should actually just, like, go straight into attacking the Luna and try to kill her. And then as people show up, or either as Luna then tries to run away and she's getting out of range, you Astral her so that everyone can, like, get close again. Or as people TP in, you Astral them to keep them out of the fight while you finish the job. Like here, you would use Astral to gap close so that Legion can get close for the duel if she had it. Or like if you were just like a melee hero attacking someone. Like this Astral from afar would make sense because she's not there. Though versus Juggernaut, who is 6, and then eventually Luna, who is 6, instead of ever using Astral to initiate, you should save it for a save. Because you will need it in times like this. You should have tanked it over here. You could have like brought it over to her and then did it. Oh my god, that was close. But yeah, you should use it that way. I don't think you should be blocking this camp at this point. That's actually your own camp too. Usually past like 5-ish minutes, you don't have to really think about blocking camps that much anymore. I think you just walk past an observer. That misclick is like whatever to me. I don't care. The timing of when you guys go would be better weighted a little though. One, I think you missed this because you were looking over here. But two, so we go in now. Oh, maybe this was intent. I don't know. Maybe you wanted to keep this creep alive. I don't know. I think it was probably a misclick. But if you capture Invoker now and you guys go for this, you have 1 creep to dive. So you have to fortify. If you wait a few seconds, this creep wave will walk in. Invoker will actually walk further up a little bit because it's going to meet around here. And then it'll be easier to do and you'll have more creeps to tank. But as you can see, it's also a little tough to get the Invoker who can keep interrupting. So I would actually want to just stay... probably just stay bottom and take this tower. Although I guess I don't mind trying on the Invoker. I don't think you actually need to TP home, though. I think you probably could have just stayed on the map and stacked or something. Also, some of it is we keep taking tower damage. If you reduce the amount of times you tank tower damage, then you won't have to go home as much. Scared of Sunstrike? I guess that's fair. I don't think Sunstrike will... It's like right at the edge of being able to kill you. I think if you just sit in Fog of War for a few seconds, you'll be out of Sunstrike. Plus you could like Magic Stick as well. because we can't go. We should take the tower at least. You can just keep attacking it there. This observer is okay, especially because this tower is up. However, if we plan a little bit ahead, so I'm actually, this tower should be the next to fall. We should commit to getting it, and then we are going to want to look for duels with Legion Commander, and we're going to be pushing in the lane and looking for duels. So the creep should actually give you the same vision this observer gives you, and then what we're going to need to see is like who's in the jungle and who is our dual target on either side. So I think this observer is going to be useful for the next minute or two and then drop in usefulness. Whereas if you preemptively ward in this deep ward area, you're going to have to take this tower without the benefit of the ward, but then your next 4 minutes will be already set up by the deep ward you placed. Like if we do like here or here, maybe you sneak through here, ward here, like it'll help you after this tower. All the outer towers can be taken without any wards. It is safer to do so with them, but it is doable, especially when a tower is already low. A lot of times I'll see observers like in this range, people who put observers here to like finish the job, it's like, I get it, but it's also a 30-second job. You know, like you can probably push and take this and then be done, and then this observer won't be useful anymore. Yours is further back, so it is more useful, but I think it's similar where I would actually prefer it further. Here you should stay in this tree line, because if you actually astral him from Fog of War, there's a chance you will duel before he can... Well, if he spins, it's whatever. Before he can Omni Slash is the big thing. It's kind of dangerous. But... yeah, so like this is where you just push up, and as a support, you like sit behind your Legion a lot of times. Legion hits this with the creep wave. Maybe this one doesn't take it, you get it the next wave, you know? Like, you just keep pushing without vision, and it's doable. And you just keep in mind, like, who is showing in other lanes, and are they TPing here? But you can do it based on, like, who is showing in other lanes without needing to actually see the teleports. Especially because even with one, like, right here, a lot of teleports will be in here or in here, which the observer won't actually see. Okay. Wait, I looked away for a moment and what happened? Oh, I see you astraled her too early. Okay, you want to astral her after the tornado for a couple reasons. One, as you see, the Juggernaut is like... The Juggernaut ult is the bigger thing than the tornado, but also the tornado itself is not the damage. The damage is post-tornado. The tornado is just a setup. So if you astral to dodge the tornado, he's just going to go, oh, I'll set up off of astral. And then he'll Meteor Sunstrike out of the astral timing rather than the tornado. So you need to wait for the tornado to connect. And then after he commits the big spells, then you astral her to dodge those. Though, again, I might still wait for Omni Slash. It kind of depends how much damage he takes from the actual stuff. I mean, yeah, you can try to save her with that one. That's fine. She is probably going to die. But, oh, I thought Zeus was going to hit this right away and then get it denied in front of him. That was good. He waited. Okay, guys, if you haven't been here before, type your match IDs. You can, if you sent them earlier, you can do it again anyways. Type the match ID. Let me know who you're playing and any specific questions you have. We're kind of doing it a little faster than we used to keep things going, to get to more people. So if you have a specific question, it's easier to address your question, make sure like we're helping in a useful way, and keep things focused. Anything on itemization about 20 minutes in? Yeah, we can jump ahead and look. Without even looking at what you built, I'm going to tell you your number one thing is astral value, especially in this game because it's so good versus Eclipse, Omni Slash, Necro Ult, and then like a bunch of Invoker spells. Even Quap Ult is actually pretty useful. So you are playing as a save more than an initiator this game because you also have Legion and Dragonite who can initiate, but they can't save. So you are an astral save this game. You're just sitting behind people and buffing them. So I saw you building the drums earlier, so that's fine with me. If you went like Solar Crest, that could also be fine, right? You like, while we are just sitting waiting for Astral, we still want to be useful, so we Solar like whoever's going ahead. Something like that could be good. If they are stopping you from getting the Astral, something like Blink or Aether Lens or Force Staff could also be really good. Because there's so many things we want to Astral for, I literally listed something for every single hero, right? And I can't use it for every single hero. So if you could buy an item to address some and then save Astral for the others. So for example, Glimmer versus Necro Ult, and then I can save Astral for the other stuff. Or I buy Ghost Scepter for the Omni Slash, then I can save Astral for the other things. Force Staff to get out of Luna Ult and Invoker spells, and then I can save Astral for Necro Ult or Omni Slash. So something along that mindset is what I would look for your items. And you ended up going first the Force Staff, so I like the Force Staff, and then you go Atos. I don't like the Atos as much, nor this like Spirit Vessel, for two reasons. One, it's kind of late. Like you see by the time your Atos is done, this is like a Herald Guardian game, so the itemization might be a little funny, and it does look like that is the case. This guy went like Battle Fury Butterfly, but you can imagine like a Manta would have finished in this window here, and that would have invalidated your Atos. He also has Spin to invalidate the Atos. You could use Atos on Quap, and then she would blink dodge it. So there's two heroes where the Atos just inherently isn't that useful, and they should have finished items to help address it. These guys it's more useful against, but they also have less escapes, and it's actually less necessary to Atos them, especially when you have like Dragon Tail and Duel. So I actually don't think you need the Atos. What in the hell is a Battle Fury on this Legion? I would rather see you get like... Do you still get double Astral, actually, from the... No one's playing OD lately. I kind of forget what his... Oh, Astral Shard's not bad. Does he have double Astral anywhere anymore? Looks like that's gone. Okay, I was gonna say that would be the way to go if you did have it. Hex could also be good. Like if you actually need initiation, just go straight for Hex, which you probably need a blink before that. So like blink, shard, and then save for Hex. You ended up going like the right click build, but I mean you could do that, but I mean it looks like, you know, they all built for pure damage. So probably more utility rather than more damage, such as the Hex. Would be preferable. Drums is for the shard because the buff goes through. That's kind of cool. I didn't know about that. 2 saves needed. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the game as well. This just happens to have a lot of abilities that you can address with items. Though, I will throw out... Actually, I'll leave this as a little pop quiz for you guys to think about. There is an item to address all these different like things you can do, but some are more relevant than others this game. I'll let you think about which ones you can ignore for a bit versus others. Like which abilities are the most important to address with items while I refill my water. Then we'll finish that answer and then we'll pick the next one. Okay. So, to finish wrapping up that question, in my opinion, the Necro ult, even though his build is bad, the Necro ult is the hardest one for you to... Or not for you. For you, they're all easy enough to react to, because you'll see stuff coming and then you'll press your buttons. What's up? No, just... Okay. The question is, like, what can your teammates address? And then you help them address the things they can't address. Zeus has leap. These guys should build BKBs. Will they or not? Who knows? So once, like, Luna ult starts, for example, your team should have answers inherently, like the BKBs or to leap away. There are creeps potentially in the fights. So in my opinion, Luna Eclipse, although dangerous and something we can address through items, of these ultimates we need to avoid, like, hers is the easiest to deal with, even if we don't have any items for. Invoker spells can be kind of similar, because, like, if you dodge them, even without items, he just misses, you know, and we're in Herald, so you can kind of bet on that to some degree. But, like, once they start connecting, it is hard. Though, again, once the tornado hits and then they land, they could all pop BKBs and ignore the rest. Necro ult, if they are already BKB'd, they're good to go. But, like, if you get chain stunned by the team that has no stuns, or you're just not expecting it, once you're grabbed by the Necro ult, like, you're done. And that needs to be addressed by the supports. So addressing Necro ult first, I think, is huge. And then Jug ult, depending on the heroes, is addressed or not. Your team does not address it. You know, like, once they're ulted, they kind of have to deal with it. You sometimes have heroes who can deal with that, like Puck, for example. So depending on the game, Jug ult is one that can be, like, pushed off or not. For you, I would prioritize, like, I gotta make sure I can deal with Necro ult for my team, and then I'll deal with, like, the other ults. Is it ever worth it to go refresher in the late game? Yeah, I'm sure it's worth it. As support OD, I don't know if it's as necessary. Because usually core OD does it to, like, wreck people with, like, Astral, 2 people, Hex, drop the double ult, all that shit, you know?
8,551,837, which Dr. Pos
Thank
5,
you.
Crusader, lost a game. I think we should have won.
Javi or Javi? I'm not sure.
Poorly and often was
Sorry for the mispronunciation. Thank you so much for the bits. We will do your game, but I want to pick one from the... Can I pick one of the free ones first? Because we were already putting the chaos ones first, and then we'll do yours after that. No rush. Okay, cool. Thank you. Let me run through. To finish your question though, Helix, I do think you could do the double refresher. I think that's probably fine. Though potentially getting the Hex so that you could kill them before they use those abilities, and then you need to double save, might be preferable. Let me scroll up for a second real quick. Okay, I think this is actually a good question that a lot of people struggle with. So let's start with this one. And I saw some other people ask some random questions. I did not see Invoker. Your question about in the recent tournament, BZM built a Falcon Blade on Invoker instead of, like, the usual double null, stuff like that. I did not see that game, so I'm not fully sure. Especially, like, what the rest of his build looked like. But potentially, one difference is that it's a single slot instead of multiples. So that can be a big difference. That he already had some other items in mind, especially ones that filled the slots quickly. So, for example, if he went, like, I'm trying to think, like drums as well. You got like your Falcon Blade. Maybe you bought drums, but you have your wand or stick. You got like your boots. Like your slots are filling really quickly, and then if you had double nulls, you would buy it and then have to sell it. So if you was buying a lot of early cheap items, that may have been part of the reason. Like you consolidate into a Falcon Blade instead of like 2 nulls. If you was doing a more right-click build, Falcon Blade I think fits a little better than 2 nulls. If you need more health up front and for cheap, that can be another reason. So I'd have to like look at the game a little more to know why he did that. But those are a couple like off the top of my head potential ideas. Okay, for this one, I see you said you were ancient. What hero were you here, Heartrun? I have the anonymous mode on, so I don't know I don't see the stuff. You're the Venge, okay. You said you were 4 and then ancient, okay. All right, let's do this one. Oh, someone else asked if my fiance does a lot of the cooking. Actually, I do a lot of the cooking because I have the very flex job and I like cooking more. I tend to do more of the cooking, but she helps out. He built standard Midas Ags. It might just have to do with the heroes he was playing versus then and wanting to keep the Falcon Blade longer than he could have kept double nulls. I'm not sure on that one. I'd have to look more into that, Kindred. Sorry, I don't have a super fast answer for you on that. BZM, I feel like he really likes the Invoker. So I'm sure he has a very I'm sure he's got an idea for it, and it's like somehow better. I just don't know because I'm not nearly at the same Invoker level. I'd have to double check. Okay. So this one you asked. That they had, what do you do in a lane where the enemy team has a very high kill threat and we have very little? Should I move more on the map? And what are some things that I can do to get a lead that maybe I didn't do this game? This team you play on is less serious than the others you've played with, but we are solid. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to put it here. So let's see how this like first blood goes. Not that it strictly affects the answer anyways. But if you don't have a lot of kill threat and they do, you pretty much don't want to play the lane. You want to avoid the lane and do other things. So you could creep drag, for example. Oops, we're on the wrong hero. You could creep drag, for example, or you could just look to do a lot of stacking. Those are some potential answers. It looks like you should be laning with the axe. Looks like this is a really wacky level 1 fight. Oh my god, it's a bloodbath. Okay, so things are a little crazy, but looks like nature's actually ended up with a lot of it. So for our top lane, it's not too different. It's still, you got a chunk of money, but I mean, between you and Axe and then Shadow Fiend and Lich, a lot of you are still close in net worth. Though one difference is that you and Axe are coming in with lower regen. So you guys are actually a little bit on the back foot in this top lane for the early portions, despite your team being 3-1. Okay, so Shadow Fiend and Lich do have a lot of kill potential, and a lot of it is spell combo based. So if you can bait out a couple spells and then they don't have the mana, that's one way you can address this. But also Axe is really good at creep cutting. And if you've seen the still the most recent video, even though it's like a month old at this point. Oh wait, no, that's not true. I made another video since then. Look at me. Wow, 2 videos in a month. The Axe guide talked about like what he needs to start creep cutting. And so against a really tough kill lane, that is something you can look towards. If you didn't have Axe and you had a different hero, it's still kind of similar. Like, you're still looking to creep drag, avoid playing the lane, and then, oh, well, we're going to miss a lot of creeps and they're going to get a lead. That's true, but as part of moving, you can, like, try to do double stacks in the off lane. For example, I like that you're going boots quickly, because if you know you can't play the lane, you need to move around a lot, and that's where you get boots and windlace and stuff like that faster. And that way you can, like, stack and drag creeps and things like that. Because, yeah, they hit kind of hard. If I could recommend, if you're going to put this, at least stick it behind a tree. Back here, back here, back here. This weird spot over here. Yeah, make him look for it. This is, like, in the open, so when Lich comes over to unblock, he's going to see it pretty quickly. So behind a tree will make him work a little bit harder for it. This Equilibrium... okay, is pushing a little bit because Shadow Fiend is hitting some stuff. So right now, you don't have to do that much, especially thinking like, okay, kill threat versus no kill threat. Not that you have no kill threat, but, you know, like, we're behind, we're playing scared. So you blocked this camp, that's good. You could potentially wait for the next creep wave to drag, but since it's pushing, we don't have to do that much. But you could walk up occasionally and auto attack. So that stun on the Lich, I'm not sure if you really need to. You could just save the mana, or if you're going to stun anyone, stun the Shadow Fiend, make him miss a last hit, you know, go for deny, stuff like that. You see, even with a little of what they're doing, you're throwing in some auto attacks, he's helping you a little bit pushing this lane. So you don't actually need to do any pulls and creep drags because they're pushing the lane for you. You guys are just chilling, and then make sure they can't hard pull if this is available. And now, right, Axe does this kind of stuff, and then you're fine. The lane is still here, and we just repeat. So here, you don't need to do this, right? If they have kill threat and we are low, yes, we want to get denies, but it's not really critical. The lane is pushing and they can't fix it. So you don't actually have to do much right here, which I think you feel pressured to like walk up and then like try to secure this, but then we will get killed. So if you don't do anything, you can actually look at these creeps and see if they had denied this. But then it's going to keep going in, and then you're going to get this whole wave. Now, you might die, and then they might kill Axe or pressure him away, because now it's 2v1, and your stun isn't here to dissuade them. So now, rather than just that range creep, you may end up losing even more creeps. When we are the weaker lane, you have to give up stuff, right? It's good to fight over for as much as you can, especially in even games. But when we are losing, we have the worst matchup. We lost a trade. They got first blood. Like, whatever the cause is. We aren't looking to both go, like, 4K at 10 minutes. Like, if they are 4K and we're 3K, but we have a really bad matchup, that's pretty good for us, you know? And that means we're expecting to lose 1,000 gold throughout the course of the laning stage. So if you ever are in a matchup that you think is really bad, you have to expect to lose some creeps, and you can't try to go for all of it. Like, it's actually too greedy to go for everything, and you'll end up being punished really hard for it, because that's what should happen. They should punish you for that kind of stuff. And that's where you just have to give it up. And for example, all right, this lane is pushing in. I don't have to do that much, so I'm like chilling here, and we both go for the deny on this creep. And then 140, I walk over here, and I double stack. I am losing creeps in the lane, but I'm adding 200 gold to my team here, and they probably can't stop me doing that. If I'm a melee hero, I'm only stacking one, but I stack a hard camp, and the hard camp will make up the difference for the creeps you miss in the lane. Okay, we get this unblock. Okay, so kind of repeat. So this has met in equilibrium. We must start the battle again to get the lane to pull back and then to like hold and farm here. So we can try to do equilibrium tricks if it's safe to do so, but if we're saying these guys have a lot of kill potential, Axe is half health, right? We are scared to go up. Camps are blocked. So we just absorb XP for 15 seconds, creep aggro what we can, use spells how we can, like do whatever we can without actually risking our life. And then whoever feels safest to do so, Venge with boots is fine. Come over here, catch the 247 wave, and drag it around. Whoever doesn't go continues to absorb XP in the lane. Even if every single creep is denied, if only one person is in the lane, it's like they're getting full XP, because you would usually split the waves anyways, right? So it's not that big of a deal. They could get the Lotus at 3 minutes. Someone could stack as well. So like Axe, you could leave to go double stack, because you can actually double stack. Axe can't really. Actually, Axe can with Battle Hunger, but not every offlaner can. You also have boots, so it's faster for you. And he wants the creep wave, so he could do it himself. So Axe could come over here, just absorb what creep XP he can, which this is XP range. So you can actually stand like over here, getting ready to go grab the creep wave and still get XP. Axe comes this way, catches the wave. You come double stack. Oh no, Zach, we just gave up a full creep wave. This full creep wave is worth like 150 gold, and then whatever XP like you want to add up, like 200 plus. Well, when we double stack this camp, we're gonna make up the gold and the XP. Axe is gonna get the next creep wave, and currently, against a strong lane, this one creep wave, we lose, right? Let's say they get 4 last hits and we get 1. Because we are so scared of dying. That's not a very good exchange, right? They're going to keep beating us at a 4-to-1 rate. Once you start creep dragging and you bring this wave back here, and they bring, you know, the next wave back here, you get 4 and deny 4. He gets 4 and denies 4. Now it's a 50-50 split, and everyone has less, but that is relatively good for you. Plus, you can double stack the triangle, which is the best double stack in the game, to make up for what you're missing. There is nothing Lich can stack here that will match that. The best you can do is attempt like Ancients and the Boglets, but the Boglets are not worth the same as a hard camp, and this is harder for their team to use because, one, it is easier for your team to invade and steal this than it is for them to steal this, and then 2, your mid can also farm this, whereas this is like strictly the carry, and it depends if the carry can actually do it or not, and that like Axe wouldn't steal it on like some creep cut. So that's kind of like the mindset you need to have once you're in like a really bad lane. Continuing to play the lane at equilibrium will, over time, like every single creep wave goes 4-to-1 in their favor. That's going to build up into a problem. But giving up one full creep wave in exchange for future equilibrium through creep dragging, stacking, whatever, it's like you give up a little up front to gain in the long term. So we kind of have to see beyond that. So let's see what we do with that now in mind, if it fits that bill. So because we try to play the lane, it looks like Axe is going to get killed, and because we're here, we're not going to make in time for the creep drag. Fortunately, as part of killing Axe, they accidentally killed the creep wave, so it did push out. So This is where you say like sometimes dying in the lane is okay, especially back in the like tri-lane days, because through killing you, they often mess up creep equilibrium. So to some extent, this is okay, but compare it to the picture I painted, which is like one guy creep drags, one guy stacks, right? We don't give a kill to them, and we still come out with some stuff for ourselves. It's kind of preferable. This works out because they push a lane, but actually they won't always push a lane when they kill you. Or camps may be available and they can stack or like pull stuff in, stuff like that. So although a kill does kind of work, it also is, or like them killing you to push in the lane kind of works. It is also a little iffy. Okay, we have good equilibrium, so for us, all we do is worry about this and then stack when it is time to do so. If Axe clears the wave too soon, we end up pulling... Okay, let's go back. This is 2.5 creeps here. 1, Axe can pull it back up to here. 2, you can actually tank it because Axe can't help but spin. Also, because this lane is bad, we should go a 0-1-2 build, actually. But anyways, Axe decides to kill the creep wave here. Rather than drag it in circles like this, depending how long we need to wait for the creep wave, right? But this creep wave could be 2.5 creeps fighting here versus our full creep wave. Instead, because Axe is up here spinning, we now have 1 creep, right? Like if we kind of like total this, especially as like things are about to be denied in front of us. And it's up here instead of back here. So the previous creeps were enough to maintain equilibrium here for a while. Instead, we pushed up into a more dangerous area, took damage, and now the equilibrium is up here. It is still pushing a little bit in our way, but it's very different from having laned here. It pushes up a little bit to here and then pushes back. This is like all in a very safe area, plus you get the tower regen the whole time. So here is like some creep equilibrium stuff, tricks that you guys could have done to be in a better spot. It looks like you are coming over now for the rune. I don't mind this. Like once you get a lot of stacks going here, putting an observer to protect it is fine. You don't actually have the stacks yet, so I actually don't know if you need this observer. You can potentially, especially if you guys commit to the creep dragging stuff, you can use it in the lane itself because we're leaving Axe alone so much, partly through creep dragging and stuff. But you can give it to him somewhere up here, and it probably helps more than like this is needed right now. Jump ahead a little bit. Oh, we sharing Spotify songs? Okay, these stacks are good. Axe is now trying to creep cut. This is where you can kind of imagine that an observer somewhere up here would help a little bit more than here, as Axe does this kind of stuff, and then like, uh-oh, Shadow Fiend, you know, like, I gotta change paths. But if you actually saw Shadow Fiend, because you put a lane, you saw him come this way, it's back here, might catch a glimpse of him somewhere, you can see where, like, it'll help with this dangerous stuff. Also, sticks are very good in close lanes where you can all stand and fight, and then a little bit of burst health makes a difference. In really bad matchups, sticks are a little less useful because we actually never plan to stand and fight because our matchup is bad, and the stick won't make the difference. Especially as we do like creep stacking, creep dragging, like we don't pick up any stick charges. So Axe in this game could have skipped Magic Stick. In the same way, you can potentially skip it and go for like the move speed, because the move speed will help you do this stuff more than like the Magic Stick is for like playing the lane and like punching each other in the face, and like we get value from that with the Magic Stick. But I'm not standing there punching each other in the face because I'm scared to be punched in the face, and I'm like doing other stuff. This is a really good stick lane, don't get me wrong. I get why you want it, Shadow Fiend and Lich, but if you are in the mindset like I can't fight these guys, then this is like, I'm a fight these guys item. Let's go over here. I don't think this is out of the realm for Ancient. I don't know if the whole team is Ancient or not. You're saying you're washed. I don't know if it's been a while since you did Ranked or whatever, but I don't think this strikes me out of the realm of Ancient mistakes versus other mistakes. The last hits are like about appropriate for Ancient. There was just a rotation play mid. Venge has stacked, is at the 7-minute rune, like pretty on time. Like the early lane and itemization and stuff, like we critique, but I don't think it's that out of the realm for Ancient. And laning can be someone's weakest part, like itemization, map movements, whatever. Like everyone has like strengths and weaknesses, and although some part of someone's game might be like, that's Archon level, their decision-making later can be like divine level, and it bounces them out to like somewhere. I want to see how much money we got here. A lot. It's going up. Some of the last hits got moved around. Nature's got some, but... Okay, I think that probably addresses the question. I think we can move on to our next one. You broke your wrist 2 weeks before this game. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope your wrist is better. It's hard to move the mouse with a broken wrist. Next victim. The next victim is... I asked and then I didn't look for the answer. Hopefully, Javi, butchering the name here. Okay, let's set it up. Which doctor? By any chance will we have time to review the Mars one? We'll probably have time because this is like approaching hour 2 of what will probably go on for like 4 more hours. It is a little bit random who I pick, but I will try to get to yours. I don't think we have too many people right now, so I think we have a good chance of grabbing yours coming up. Yeah. I don't know. It is a little bit of random system. I want to work the raffle back in. I don't know. The multi-streaming has thrown that off. But I liked having a raffle. Potentially, we could start up like a sign-up. The issue is we have so many people. I think whoever can show up at the start of stream, the sign-ups would then like get filled out for the rest of the stream. And then like anyone who makes it later couldn't have a chance. So that's why I've always preferred like picking / raffling at the time it happens. But now we don't have a system for it ever since multi-streaming started. Okay, anyways, that's part of why we've been trying to like set a timer for this stuff so that we can make it to more anyways. So let's lock in here to the Witch Doctor game. Fix this timestamp. Okay. And then your question was, lost a game I think we should have won. I think I often approach fights poorly and often was aimless. Okay. And then you wanted to add a little bit more context here. Laning phase was okay for my level, but then I was a headless chicken after. Okay, so let's skip the lane, jump to post lane. You felt like you were running around and would like a better idea of what I should be pushing my team to do. Okay, perfect. That's a great place to start. And I think especially for Crusader, you are just one of 10 headless chickens in the game. So we will give you a path to work for so you can be the singular brain leading the other headless chickens, and you'll be good to go. I think that happens a lot, well, in all pub games, but Crusader, I think, it can happen a lot because like Herald to Guardian is very much like people still figuring out the game, getting used to it, starting to improve basics. I feel Crusader is where it starts to become more of a somewhat of a resemblance of Dota, but it's still very easy to get sidetracked by everything and not have a clear game plan, which you only need one person to have a game plan, and then you can share that through communication. It looks like you guys absolutely dumpstered them. And is this a turbo game? It's not. It's right. This is so much money, actually. You guys crushed him in the lane, and then it looks like you said, didn't really use that to your advantage, so it just kind of like went up and down for a bit. So let's see what we can do to help you out there. Let's just jump ahead to like that 10-minute mark. I wouldn't expect you to have this much of a lead at this point, but any game that you are doing well, first, we want to look to leave the Juggernaut. Let's actually go back a little bit. Let's see when you started to build this lead. So lately on replay streams, I've been saying around the 5-minute mark, start thinking about it. So we'll zoom past this because I know your question is post lane. But to give you a rough game plan, try to win your lane, whatever lane you're in, and then I am very interested in taking the enemy safe lane tower. If you ever just need a default, like I don't know what to do, look at your minimap, this tower is up, okay, let's go get that tower. That is a very safe default for pretty much any game. As the hard support, that's across the map. A little closer with Twin Gate now, but I do have to leave this guy. So putting an observer down to protect him while I'm gone, and then waiting for a good time to walk out of the lane so that I can TP back as necessary. So either getting a kill or, okay, I'm already halfway because I came for the power rune and then he looks fine, so then I keep going. Or, okay, I stole their wisdom shrine, I need to TP out of here. You know, maybe there's a good time to head here because my carry is okay to jungle, whatever, right? Either because you do something in the lane or because there's another objective that already starts getting you to go the distance to the other side. Either one will work to leave the lane. Looks like we have kind of a defensive. This is pretty far back. I would recommend an observer a little further forward. But at least there is one up here. Usually getting a bunch of damage in the offlaner would work, but it looks like he also took damage. Oh, you actually salved him. That was very nice of you. It's not really worth it nowadays because it's half health, but if you've been sitting on it for a while, you can do something like that. I would usually recommend you just hold it for yourself and probably try to go for this Wisdom Shrine sooner. It might still be here. It is, but it is a little late, right? It shouldn't have really been there. Oh, we got killed. But that was worth it. You stole the shrine, you dragged him back here, and then your Juggernaut is alone on his own. So this is actually, I didn't mention this one, but dying ourselves can also be a reason not to return to the safe lane. If you respawn and instant TP top, only do this if he needs you right now. You know, like I need to see a form that you fill out that says like, the reason I TP top is because I had to do this in the next like 10 seconds. And if we don't have something like that, then we should actually just walk away. And then, oh, they're getting him. Now we TP back. And if they don't, then you just keep walking. And now I'm here. I'm playing in this part of the map. Okay, here's the respawn. We might be AFK MO. Oh, we're back. And we are walking top. But let's see what he's doing, right? He's level 6. It shouldn't be easy to kill him. He has healing ward, full mana, right? All he's going to do is like jungle up. And he's by his tower. It shouldn't be easy to be killed. He should be able to do his own pulls and stuff. Will he? I don't know. But on paper, he should. So this is one sense where we want to go somewhere and make things happen. And leaving him 2v1, you know, is kind of like, oh, it feels weird. But because I'm down here and Slark is going, help, help, I'm being killed, help. Crystal Maiden will possibly TP over. Sometimes the offlaner even goes, and now you're making space for Juggernaut. We're leaving him alone to farm efficiently and causing chaos somewhere else, slowing down the Slark and the Ancient Apparition. And so that's us starting to do things. So it does look like you head top. This happens a lot, so I'm not going to sweat it too much. But that is one such opportunity where you could go bottom. Here's another. Okay, they dove the Juggernaut. You guys actually got the return kill instead. So for 21 seconds, will Crystal Maiden kill the Juggernaut? He's actually pretty low, maybe. But usually it's okay, right? Like usually the support can't kill a carry on their own. So in terms of walking out of the lane, 20 seconds to walk over here, there's no threat to Jug at that time. We finish doing what we need for the power rune, and then we reevaluate. Okay, Dragon Knight came back in, and they're immediately chasing the Juggernaut. I better TP back. You know, oh, they're not really doing anything. You know, Juggernaut's still by the lane, and he's like doing his own pull. Okay, I'm not really needed. Maybe I sit mid. Maybe I'm going to keep going and stack along the way and like keep walking. This tower is now taken, so next game plan, you can go through the tier 1s, but you don't actually have to. That's like the old default plan that a lot of people still go to. And if your team does it, you can kind of follow along because it's better to do things as a team than to like do separate things all suboptimally. Right now, actually, let's pretend the mid tower is still up. We siege bottom, we take this tower. A really good play is to just hold this chunk of the map because you can actually see at the start when everyone has all their towers, the map is kind of split by the river. So we all get the lanes, and then we like split the jungles 50-50. So no one is building a lead. Once you take a tower that they haven't, and you start playing like this area, now all these camps that were under contention, they're kind of ours now. These are ours. This one's ours. This one's a little more risk, but we could take it, right? These are ours. In 1 minute, that won't matter. In 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, that will build a gold lead. I mean, you guys already have a good gold lead, but it will continue to build the gold lead. So you don't have to feel forced to run tower to tower. Set up wards. Pick one top or bottom of this jungle. Try to avoid super common areas. So like this cliff is good. It can also be checked. I'll leave it up to you if you want to use it or not. But try not to place them super obviously. Like make sure they have a good chance of staying alive. And then you just like keep pushing things in and farm. Because at this point of the game, where is Slark going to go? If he's standing here, right, he can farm this stuff and then what? He has to jungle. He can't even pull to get help from the creeps. He has to jungle because these camps can't pull. Does he want to go mid? It's like, oh, well, the mid laners are still mid. Does he go top? It's like, oh, well, the off laner's still top, right? That's what puts them in a weird spot. And that's why if we are the first to do this, it works out. It gets messy when they're like, oh, they took our tower, we took their tower, oh, our tower's down, theirs is still like, that happens, part of Dota, but if we can win our lanes and then do this first, we are in a much better spot. So right now, you could have twin gated top and been here, like with them now. Looks like you're actually gonna get a kill, and we push off the Queen of Pain. That's plenty for me. So now again, Dragon Knight is the core. Will he solo kill the Juggernaut carry? This one's kind of close, so if you stick around for a little bit, I think that's okay. But other times, it's still going to be okay, and then you can just walk out of here. Walk mid, walk through the twin gate. Still up to you. I don't particularly care where. The point is, like, let's get out of this lane. Let's go play with the rest of the team. And you're just, like, trying to do something away from the carry and farming up. Because now look what's happening. The longer we stay with our carry, the more likely something like this is going to happen. They keep coming for our carry and Snapfire. Your team's going to be like, okay, let's go top. And now, instead of Juggernaut pushing the lane, jungling this stuff, pushing lane, jungling this stuff, and just repeating on his own, getting everything himself, now he's getting involved in like a 3-on-3 fight. And if Juggernaut kills all of them, great. If Juggernaut gets killed, if he gets one kill but takes a bunch of damage, if he gets like 2 assists, gets killed, or like gets low, right? It's getting really messy. And it might work out fantastically. It might be really bad. And so the most consistent thing is for him to be alone jungling as opposed to being involved in a lot of heavy fighting. And a lot of pub players are very reactive. Like you yourself said, like feel like a headless chicken. Oh, something's happening over there. Let's head over there, right? So that's why whoever makes the first proactive move often starts to control the pace of the game, because you leave your lane first and then they react and they go, oh, we got to go down here and we got to help Slark out. But if we stick up here, someone might eventually come up here like the Queen of Pain, and then our team goes, oh, we got to help him out. Let's all TP up here. And certainly we are all up here. Wow, everyone is coming up here. This is where Jug, you guys are kind of winning, but he's not that high level because there's always stuff happening here. And Slark, for like as rough of a game as he's been having, he's actually only 1 level behind the Jug because he did get some time alone, although he's now up here as well. Party, party. See, and while this stuff happens, does Jug feel like, oh, I can get these last hits and stuff? Nah, he feels like he's got a posture. Because if I get stunned, I might get ulted, and this guy might stun me, and like whatever. I mean, okay, there's 1 stun in this lane, but you know what I mean. It depends on the matchups. Right, now he doesn't feel like, oh, I can get farm, and oh, now I've died, you know? So now this is backfired. This is actually where Slark should actually be down here, and Ancient Apparition should be in this fight. And this is where Slark is being left alone, getting solo farm, even versus an Axe a little suboptimally, compared to a Jug who is like missing creeps, having to posture for a fight. This is where you actually end up catching up in a lot of cases. I often feel it's harder to play from ahead, but we should push the advantage. Exactly. And the thing is, you just don't feel like, okay, we won the lanes, so I've got to take towers. I've got to, you know, gank. I've got to do a bunch. Pushing the lead can be as simple as taking things from their half of the map. So just imagine the line drawn on the river, right? 50-50. I am ahead, and I have the choice to farm. Don't choose your own jungle. Choose their jungle. Instead of farming this triangle, farm here as much as possible. There are still times to fall back because you're scared and whatever, right? But as a support, for example, what we can do, okay, we've taken this tower. I don't want Axe to farm this stuff and then Slark to be farming this stuff. I want Axe to feel comfortable farming this stuff. And then where is Slark going to go? There's no camps back here, right? He can't go further back. So Slark has to now pass us somehow to come to our jungle, which we could all TP back to and kill him, you know? So he's always going to be scared to do that. And he might get killed trying to get past us to this jungle. So even if we are up here and we're not taking towers, we're not killing people, we would like to, but if we can't, you know, that is still playing from ahead, is that I am taking your stuff from you and you're not getting it. That's going to help you build a lead. You already have a decent lead, but like, you know, it can keep growing from the 6K that we saw kind of like flatline for most of your game to 10K to 15K. And now, because I'm so rich, now it's much easier to take tier 2s. It's easier to dive because we sit and farm for a little bit, right? Axe went Vanguard first. So if we feel like, oh, I'm ahead, we got to smoke, we got to make plays, let's go Axe. I got to just like walk up to the Slark and call him because he doesn't have the blink. So we just hold this part of the map. Axe farms efficiently, Slark doesn't, Axe gets to the blink. Okay, now it's much easier to make plays. Now we can smoke up. Now we can blink call and we can easily get a kill, right? So there are different timings, not just towers, but our own heroes, items, and abilities that they get from farming. And if we are farming their half of the map, that's good enough. We don't have to go beyond that, depending on the game. But like that's a very good safe spot to be if you're ever unsure. So for example, any chance you get to come down here, how do I make them feel safe farming this area? They got to see things coming up. So an observer here helps you see some of this area, right? Observer here, anywhere in front of here, though these are a little bit more likely to die, but if you place them without being spotted, maybe because it's nighttime, something. Getting back here is a little deeper, and this is more like we're also looking for aggressive plays. If you're just farming, you can do things like further back here. If you actually have like Blink Axe, Duel, stuff like that, mobile, like the Queen of Pain's on your team, you can do stuff further back to look for kills. But otherwise, just like things in front of the tower so that you feel comfortable doing this and like 4 heroes don't show up and kill you. Or on this side, right? Something in the river can help protect tower rotations from this way while still giving you a little info here. Oh, what if they come from mid? I'm scared of that. Okay, so an observer here or on here could help. Again, this one can help you play a bit more aggressive, but if they ever suspect it's there, it's like pretty safe for them to get from either tier 2 pretty early on. So if you place this one really early, like even before this tower dies, most people don't expect it. Now that this tower's down, and especially that this tower's down, This is a little bit more contested, and I would probably avoid it. I would do things like here, or check this, know it's empty, and then like place it back here at night, because at daytime it'll actually see you doing this unless you do it from like way behind the trees. But at night you have a lot of freedom to do it. Extra challenge versus Slark, I know, because he has like the vision, but most heroes don't, so you can get away with this stuff. And that'll give you the comfort to play this area. And if this tower isn't taken, at some point you guys can just like dive this way, because pushing from the front is actually really hard due to the terrain. But if you guys are just farming here and you're out of sight, they never know if you're like waiting for the next wave, if you're looking for Slark, if you're about to dive mid. So it puts a lot of mental pressure on the enemy. Hey Kalali, what's up? I am here to keep company through the night shift. Thanks for tuning in. Hey Floki, I'm doing well. How about you? Okay, I think let me jump ahead a little bit. Actually, okay, so from here, I'm gonna just like fast forward and let's just look at the mini map. Let's take the ideas I just talked about. Let's see how often you guys are on your own half of the map versus their half of the map, and how we do that. Like, do we go as a group? Are we going on our own? Right? Just take a look at this for a moment. I'm not saying we always have to be there. Looks like we have 4 heroes together. We're maybe chasing a Queen of Pain kill. Got it. So, like, this is pretty good. This is like us making a play and now playing on their half of the map. And then this is where, as a support, you should feel like some safety placing a deep ward around here. You guys actually have a lot of concentration, like, fairly close together, and we're not seeing the other stuff. So this is like a push, like, oh, we're winning, we gotta do stuff. And notice you guys are like feeling required to just push the lane. So we've actually been clumped in this area the whole time, rather than generally controlling all of this and farming up everything. And I really need to add the top bar to this little like zoomed in minimap mode we have going on here. But it's leading to you guys trading kills rather than like you finding favorable pickoffs. Maybe I can add it in while this keeps playing. Oh, the like overview. Yeah, I guess we could do the overview thing. I don't have it to toggle. Mine is opaque as well. I guess I could change the settings for Dota replays when we want to like hammer this point home. I kind of like forcing you guys to only look at the mini-map though, because I think it's actually quite underrated. But being able to see what actually happens on screen is also useful, so. Marcy 4 or 5. I think it's very good if you know what you're doing. You gotta learn how to push the limits a little bit. And it tends to be pretty good because a lot of people underestimate repositioning in the lane, so you should be able to get kills in a lot of pubs. But you got to know, like, if you go in incorrectly, you're dead. So you got to learn how to push the limits a little bit. The farming speed is really rough. That's the hardest part, is after a good lane, balancing farming and playmaking. And then after that, I think once you get like a first major item like BKB or Basher smoothly, it's kind of like good again. But prior to that, it can be really tricky. $27-minute Aegis at Crusader? Let's go. Pretty good. I'll try to partner with the offlane quicker and take over the map. Yeah, that'd be a great place to begin. And even though I'm telling you, like, this is the best place to start and then kind of like occupy this area, at the end of the day, as long as you are pushing some kind of tower and holding some part of the enemy's half of the map, so like even if you guys ultimately push top and then hold like this area, I don't really care that much for a pub game. Like just do something with your team is better than like all headless chickens on our own half of the map, you know? So if they want to go mid, like, okay, you know, sure, why not? But if you can push them to this bottom half, I think it's better. Okay, let's back out of this one real quick. Your teammates are enjoying the segment of that match we just reviewed. Nice, happy to help. I have it at 61%, or no, sorry, not 61%. That's what Lax has it. I have it at in opacity because in theory, I was going to use that overlay map more, and I still wanted to see what was happening in the background, but see the mini map. I didn't want to like completely block a hero like jumping in, you know, but then I never built the habit to do it. Shrimp Gripper, what's up? That I watched the Dubu guide. I watched part of it. I haven't finished it. I saw you pop up. I thought that was funny. I was going to tell you. It's funny that you're here first asking about it. I saw you pop up into the guide. Nice. I need to finish watching it. I need to absorb Dubu's Chen knowledge to improve our own gameplay. I steal Dubu heroes. We all steal Dubu heroes. Okay, let's still here? Oh, it is still here. Okay. Let's do this one. Can I download it? I can download. Okay. This was the Mars player, Svetlaps, asking about this one. I guess Mars is a pretty popular offlaner. In hindsight, I feel like we've actually done I have cut several videos in the past from various Mars questions. For some reason, it has often led to like something useful. But I want to go to this one because it'll be a relatively high ranked game, and I think offlane tends to be actually quite lacking in direction. I don't know if that'll be the case for this one, but I think it's where it can help a lot if we possibly take a look. What's a best support hero where it comes to all? I can also make myself potent enough to carry and win as a 200 MMR. Shadow Shaman's not a bad one, like Shrimp Gripper suggests. You're not really like carrying in terms of like, I'm gonna like kill everybody. It's more like you'll push up to objectives and then drop the ultimate to take it on your own when no one else is doing it. That's a pub classic. And it is still good for solo kills as well. Better than in the past. So it does kind of cover a lot of what you need in pub games. I think Shadow Shaman's not bad. If you want to be a little greedier, someone mentioned the Marcy earlier. Someone like Dark Willow. Wind Ranger's not in the greatest plays, but it does work. The supports who like, they're kind of high skill scaling heroes where you outplay a couple people in the laning stage, get some kills, and then you have the possibility to keep getting kills on your own. Like for Dark Willow, Bedlam, Focus Fire on the Wind Ranger, Marcy, her ultimate, right? You're just like literally solo killing cores, and it's a greedy way to play, but at 200 MMR, you kind of need that flexibility because like your core Juggernaut doesn't actually know what he's doing, and he's like building these wacky items, so you need the ability to like scale up. And then when he actually does know what he's doing, you still play like, okay, I'll play like Marcy support, you know, like actual utility on these heroes. But when you do have a good game and you want to step up, you can do it. I'm a big fan of those heroes for climbing. Can I plug the Nature's Prophet support? Yeah, he's another one. Though you do need to know what you're doing, I think. If you don't, you'll just be a little confused, perhaps, but... Never tried Marcy. Yeah, give it a go. See if you like it. I think ultimately that's what it is for a lot of things, right? You just gotta like try a couple of heroes, find which ones connect to you and you enjoy, and then go with that. Okay, let's do this Mars one. And the question was, main concern is, when is it good to go 2 bracers versus 1 straight into Soul Ring? How do you maximize net worth as an offlaner? Although we won the game, I feel like I lacked a lot of good decisions in the early game and fell back on net worth. Okay. For double bracer versus single, I am not like the best Mars player, but my interpretation of it is that it's really about how much you need to do in the lane, because double bracer is like the most upfront stats you could get, and then the Soul Ring is even more. The issue is it's going to fill all your slots. So like 1 bracer, 2 bracer, Soul Ring, 1, boots, we've got 1 slot left, and that's probably going to be the blink, and then we're going to have to sell something off. So the question is, like, does the second bracer make the difference? And one hero I would point to is Juggernaut. Like, when you can just stand and fight the Juggernaut, that really changes the lane. And so the double bracer goes a long way in that particular matchup. I think in other matchups, it can also help. This is where I'm not the Mars player, so I'm not as sure exactly when you need it. I think if you defaulted to double bracer, Soul Ring, and then like you eventually had to sell one, I don't think it's that bad to have to sell one. So if you just want to go double bracer for a while and then just sell it, I think that's okay. But essentially, like, once you're winning the lane, you don't need the bracer, you know? Like, if you can tell at the start, like, I feel pretty good about this lane, I'm already in a good spot, what do I need a little bit extra stats for? Then don't, you know, like, skip it, go for the other stuff. I think you finish both bracers when it's still a very close lane, when you really have to fight things out and, like, earn your way there. Let's see if we can tell in this particular game.
I feed you to my fiends.
If your whole team is here, give up on this. Because you're an Immortal and Divine, so, like, if you're up here, you're saying, like, they're not doing anything, which is pretty disrespectful of this, like, bracket, you know, to think, like, they're not going to do anything, they're not going to be here, they're not going to be here, they're going to be somewhere, they're going to be on one of the sides. So this is what will happen a lot, is that either they're not here and your team will get into a big fight here and we're going to get a rune, or we get killed and that's not worth a rune. So if your team is somewhere else, one, you should be with them if you can, but if you're not going to be with them, then you shouldn't take, like, any risk and just be in your lane right off the bat. I think I saw you block 1 creep forward, which I like. But we were a little late because we died, so it wasn't perfect, but I think that's okay. Let's see. PL might not be bad for the double bracer, because as he creates illusions, like, I think when you have a more powerful God's Rebuke, it could help a lot. Or, like, they poke you a lot and you just, like, regen a bunch with your double bracer. I could see that being good. Where are we backing up to? So, I'm going to nitpick you more because you're Immortal. So these minor things matter. All right, you guys just kicked Warlock's ass. And although we generally don't want to tank creeps, we are 2 very bulky heroes. melee heroes, and we have some of our creeps here. So you can de-aggro and start playing right away. Right here. So if Warlock walks up, you know, we can hit him again. If PL's here, we can hit him. This creep's about to enter deny range. This one's about to enter, or not about to enter, but like he could be hitting it. So with that in mind, and this is our attack range, it's a little longer than usual, right? We could be starting to get ready to hit this now, and I'm over here. Clockwork's over here. Like, why are we so far back, right? We should be like here right now, continuing to fight things. Instead, you kind of like give PL a free last hit here, except he messes it up, but he would have had it. You don't need to actually do this aggro. You guys might be thinking like, oh, I'm going to back out and creep aggro it out. There's actually no need to do that because you guys have won the lane with this fight. PL can't do anything on his own, and this fight miraculously still worked out for you creep equilibrium-wise. Like, there's 3 creeps to 2. So, no matter what you do in this lane, it will likely push, especially if you are here to hit creeps, even if you ignore these 2 heroes, right? This is enough to get your lane to come back, so you don't need to do any creep aggro. You just need to, like, hit creeps. Not, like, hit their creeps and fix it for them. Like, you know, this enters deny range right there, and so you hit to kill it faster. Or you just, like, wait for the deny, whatever. That's okay, too. But, like, this lane is coming back. There's no need to do creep aggro. We do creep aggro if I'm scared, but I'm not scared because Warlock almost died, so there's nothing to be scared of when we're, like, full health melee heroes. Even with our abilities on cooldown, like, what's he gonna do? He's a PL. He's not gonna mess with you. So, kind of nitpicky on the positioning there, but that is, like, that's what you start doing as you get to Immortal and you want to go higher. Is like, you should nitpick this stuff. So, you guys are still a lot stronger than them right now. I know we're all level 1, but Warlock can only heal himself right now, and PL is still just a level 1 PL. So, even though your damage is pretty similar, like, you're in a really good spot. The lane is pushing, and so in worse matchups, I would say, like, okay, don't do that much. Chill, let it come out. But I think you guys are actually quite strong, and as your abilities come up, you can look to take another really good fight, like what you just did to the Warlock. But to do that, we need to be close. So I don't think you guys need to be this far back. Clockwork can, like, try to weave through the trees, but you want to be, like, kind of close. And as they all start dying, now we back off. So, like, now this part's fine. Okay, and then Clockwork will mess this. We hold the lane here. I won't worry too much about missed last hits. But we are missing a couple. And that kind of does matter. I'm not sure PL should have felt comfortable walking up like that and just pulling the creeps back. Okay, so here, Warlock is here, Clock is here. You two are both level 1 as he hits level 2, but you're still stronger. So if you start positioning here, he has to come through you to get the creeps. So, like, right now, the way we positioned, he felt comfortable to walk up, creep aggro, and then even if Clockwork cuts across, he can, like, go this way. But if you stand where he is right now, he has to stand here, so he's not in range to creep aggro, but he also has to, like, walk through you to do that, so you can start fighting right away, especially as you're about to hit level 1. You can, like, hit the creep, God's Rebuke it to hit a surprise level 2, and then instantly, like, spear him back to tank a tower shot or 2. And in that time, Clockwork will run in to then, like, Clockwork cog him. But instead, this guy, like, got a last hit in front of you when he should be scared of Clockwork collapsing and you, like, hitting him with the slow and connecting. So this is very, like, we are scared posturing, but I think you're actually stronger. And all these little things were adding up. Like, sometimes we'll miss up last hits, sometimes we'll give, like, posture. I gave him a free CS here, I gave him a free CS here. You know, like, any one instance doesn't matter, but it's the habit of doing it that starts to add up to where, like, PL has the same amount of last hits, even though we almost killed his Warlock level 1, and he's been essentially laning 1v2 this entire time. He has the same amount of last hits as us. So it's like, that's not the end of the world, right? We're not going to lose the game, but it also is not going to help us win the game if that's the case. Which, I will mention, going back to your original question, Bracers versus Soul Ring, double Bracer is to allow you to posture more aggressively and either punch people in the face and get kills or make them back off, and then your high damage, like, control equilibrium and keep it here. But it requires you to play more aggressively the way I'm talking about. You can't go double bracer and then, like, not do that, because we'll end up, like, it'll defeat the purpose. We're buying the early stat item to win early, and you're gonna have to play that way. All right, here we're good again for a little bit. Clockwork just has to stop pulls. Yeah, I'm not gonna mention the actual missed last hits. I think you know, like, we'll work on that. But we did just lose a range creep for nothing there, which I don't think you actually need to do. This range creep is not in deny range at all. If you hit one, you could just back out, and it would be okay if you felt you need to do that. But if you're gonna trim anything, trim off like a melee creep, I would say. Because you can pull the melee creep further back and it's easier. Or if you're worried about this creep coming to your range creep, like hit this creep and then as it gets low, back off so that it doesn't draw aggro, but also like it's too low to actually get this thing down. And then you have like a whole creep wave here. This one is coming up. The next one's coming up. If you're worried about them diving you, then we want to trim off creeps. So in that sense, it's like kind of okay to trim the range creep, but you could also trim off melee creeps, and it's also, like, that's also fine. This came out was kind of off mechanically. Yeah, I'm not gonna... I know you know it's important, and it does happen. It will, of course, matter. Like, it matters in this game, you know? But, you know, sometimes we're off, so I'm not gonna sweat it too hard. Yeah, we're kind of being forced to use more spells there because your God's Rebuke trims some stuff off. Mechanical last hits aside, Warlock has done some pulling. So I do understand the lane moving up and down. My rough impression of seeing what has happened in the lane, though, is that I think you should be able to balance this a little bit better. And it all comes from small decisions of when you hit, like, certain creeps, denying your own stuff, stuff like that. I feel this is one of Mars's strengths, is, like, you have pretty good damage and animation, so you can usually control the lane, and there will be some pulling, but... you use, like, the burst spells to either kill them, build the lead, and then control this with this double bracer, or kill them when they come fight it. But this is, like, where you want to, like, build up the lead. So, for example, I feel like you just hit that creep one extra time than necessary. Which is like all your creeps hitting once. So it's like a loss of half a second in holding equilibrium here. But you may have missed a last hit for it, actually, so... Or, like, two would have gotten low at the same time, so I kind of get why you did it. See, like, this stuff. See, like... Okay, PL hitting this once, that's good. But then you hit it. So then this is starting to, like, kill it faster than necessary, which will, over the course of doing little things like that, will keep the lane coming back instead of you controlling it here. Like, these are our creeps that PL keeps successfully pulling away 2v1, and neither you nor Clockwork are ever hitting the creeps or hitting him for doing this. And then here, you want to stand, like... See how he is close enough to do creep aggro? We want to stand, like, on this banner creep right now because of this range creep, so we can deny it. If this range creep wasn't a concern, you would want to stand up here. If you're scared of dying, then you don't do that. But as Mars, you're usually not scared of dying. Maybe because Clockwork is low, it's actually kind of okay. But it's also a Warlock who has, like, no mana left. So I feel like you can stand more aggressively, and although versus PL it won't really work, versus a lot of other carries, you would threaten the, like, spear backwards. But, like, from here, we can never threaten the spear backwards. And it allows him to do this kind of, like, creep aggro he keeps trying to do without taking more punches to the face. You can just leave this catapult and then come play up here, actually. Okay, well, actually, if Clockwork's leaving, then what you're doing is fine, too. The catapult is actually, like, free equilibrium if you don't hit it. Here, it's already kind of low, but the creeps won't go past the catapult, and they take forever to kill the catapult. If you're scared of them pushing and taking your tower, you can kill it, and if you want to make sure you get the gold, you can kill it. But if you can actually leave the catapult, it tends to help push your lane forward because it tanks to keep the equilibrium here, and it contributes a very minuscule amount of damage, but it is damage. So for example, if you just, like, run in circles here, this lane will stay here for a really long time, even if they are doing a pull, which hopefully someone would go stop. But, like, your creeps will kill these 3 creeps, and then they'll be stuck fighting it would be at half health right now. The half health catapult will tank them for a long time, such that even if they didn't do a pull, and this is meeting right now, then their creeps are somewhere here. Your creeps will kill everything, stay here, and then their creep wave will join. They'll leave the catapult. They'll start fighting. Your creeps, let's say your creeps kill their creeps again somehow. Instead of moving forward, they'll also come back to the catapult and continue to sit here. So anytime you do want to just hold a lane here, you can just, like, leave the catapult up. Unless you think it'll be denied in front of you. But it would only enter deny range because you hit it. And so here we had, like, 3 creeps and a catapult versus 4 creeps, and we pushed forward 2 creeps. But I actually think that's something you can hold here. Now, if you want to get involved because it looks like your Death Prophet's coming over, that's okay. I don't know your team comms, so if that was part of the plan, I'm okay with that. I do think it's one of Mars's strengths to threaten the spear back over here, though. So the longer we can hold it, it's actually good on any offlaner anyways. The longer you can hold it here, typically the better, because it frees up Clockwork to do, like, other stuff. He hasn't always come here to stop this, so, like, but conceptually, as the offlaner, I think it's good. How many creeps is this? So here, right? We just hit this creep. 79 damage. There's, like, all these guys hitting once. I know I'm, like, hammering the point home, but I do think it matters a lot for this rank. This creep is full health, essentially. Like, if it's not being focused, it does the same damage as full health. And then we hit him again. We've done, like, half a creep's worth of damage. So it'll push the lane faster. But if you hadn't hit them at all, you could be hitting your creep right now without missing it. Then you get the last hit. This is actually something you can balance. But if you do damage like you are doing, it will quickly snowball and push out. And now we're pushing forward 3 creeps. Even though we met, like, 3.5 versus 4, that shouldn't push 3 creeps forward if we control it a little better. And now we're going to be required to, like, move up and keep getting equilibrium back. Party over there. Here you do want to push. Because PL's distracted, now we do want to shove it under the tower. But now it turns out there's other supports here. Now I'm kind of scared, right? And now I wish I was still just sitting here. Oh! there's a Legion here with a blink. Well, that's surprising. That would have gotten me for sure. First item, blink Legion, 9 minutes. Unexpected. Get him! All right, free tower. We are gonna move on soon. But while people submit their games, we'll just see what you do from here. You should just farm up your blink. You skipped the soul ring this time. I don't mind that much. Though usually it's easier to skip if your teammates have arcane boots, which these guys are not arcane boot builders. Like maybe Silencer is, but they should with a Medusa on their team. Oh, no, never mind. We got it here. Okay, that's fine. So now we do want to get to the Blink Dagger. It's going to be hard to get kills with Arena this game. Because of that. Oh, well, bait with the Death Prophet, maybe? Never mind. I don't think you need to feel forced to do this. Maybe there were some team comms going on, but you guys don't have Global or Exorcism, so I don't think you... This is just like a farming period. You just like walk back top, jungle along the way. This is possibly coming out if Skywrath pushes out. So you like jungle along the way, catch the creep wave, move up. I know you have Arena, but to actually get Arena kills versus a PL, you also need Global. If you run into someone else, that's fine. Like if supports want to like come with you and you maybe get a kill up here, it's okay. But Exorcism is a lot and we have like 30 seconds. So like right now we should just wait as a team and you should tell them to leave. I think unless she hits the silence, even with 3 of you, it's actually really hard to kill Phantom Lancer. And to do it quickly before the enemy team can respond at all in front of their own tier 2 tower like this. Right, this is actually just like, it ends up being a pretty forced play. So this is a farming period. As Mars, you kind of need the blink to force plays unless they don't have a lot of mobility. Then you can just kind of like walk up and do stuff, but it's always a little harder. So the easiest way to force plays without the blink, or hold on, step back before that. So if the play can't be easily done with like a blink, you want the odds of success to be high. So like we want Exorcism, we want Global, things like that. And that means when they're not up, we just farm, and then we walk up to a tower with all our stuff, and that way, even if we can't get the blink, Exorcism can take a tower, or we like hit the tower and we control it, or we control this area and we farm it to get towards the Blink Dagger. And they don't want to walk in, because if they walk in, they're walking into Arena, and then all the global abilities. You guys are kind of forcing fights in an empty area. Like the last 2 major fights, 3, I guess. 1... and then here, and then here. They dove a little bit. But it's like kind of a strange area because there's actually no farm here, you know? Like all the extra farm is in here. So you just like push up through here and then you come this way. Or push up through here and then come this way. Medusa actually should not be top. She should stay bottom. We are now going to be in a very strange formation because Medusa came up here early. If you guys want to take this tower, you could do it quickly, but you would need Exorcism. So Medusa should actually have just stayed down here and take it passively, or you guys come down here with abilities and do it. Now it's going to be weird, and it's going to lead to stuff like this. It says Crusader. Oh no, I keep forgetting to change it. Well, it's kind of late to change now. This was offlane Immortal, and it'll say it in the timestamp on the YouTube VODs. My mental health is suffering. Okay, well, we'll get to the next one and forget to change the rank again there. I realize I've been on the wrong thing there for a little bit. But anyways, if you want one of your games reviewed, type the match ID. It needs to be from the last week so I can download it. Unless it's a ticketed game, then it can be older. Let me know who you're playing, any specific questions, stuff like that. We Go Hard, what's up? I watched half of it. I haven't finished watching the video. I'm gonna try his lane approach. I hadn't thought about using Quelling Blade with Chen specifically, because I didn't realize how highly Dubu rated Chen's right click really high. You know, Chen has a lot of attack range, and he hits well. I don't think I had processed, like, I don't think of Chen as like a super auto attacker. So I think that was useful to hear from Dubu. I don't know if I'll commit to the Quelling Blade right away because it's like a lot, but I've also done it before, so maybe it's not that much. I might try that and then use the creeps more passively in the lane. I've been trying to use the creeps a lot more, but I think that's something I took away from Dubu's video. He's just like, I hate creeps, you know, like use them to do camp stuff and then just right click. Like Chen's a right clicker, not a creep hero. So I might try that. I think it'll be a little easier. Yeah, it's like his animation plus Divine Favor make it quite good. Which I kind of knew. I think I just didn't rate it that highly. It's not your... Okay, actually, I was about to say it's not your fault, but this one is your fault. So part of the reason you're going to have trouble playing aggressively and then making plays later is because your team has a lot of defensive wards. They're like all along the river. So I was about to say that's not your fault. And then you placed one on this side of the river. So this one is your fault because you were trying to play some of your own wards, but this is going to overlap with what's already in the mid lane, and it's also not going to let you do anything new. So you should keep holding this observer until you push out later and then place it somewhere in the jungle. Even if you don't use a sentry, which I would say if you're going to start placing your own observers, buy one sentry to go with it as well. You'll get more mileage out of it, even if you have to spend a little money. This is also not going to help you really make many plays. Now, you might be thinking like, oh, well, we keep fighting here, so I want to see it. We only keep fighting here because we all keep walking here. There's actually no great reason to fight over here. You guys can take the fight somewhere else. Okay, so here we don't have Blink, but this is kind of what I was mentioning earlier. Like, okay, let's just walk up to a tower. And we have our abilities, so it's okay. While you're attacking, kite this way. Because if we're about to use Arena, it's to, like, catch more people or block them out of the fight. If you're scared, kite down. I think you guys could look for more because we have Exorcism and we have Global. She's using Duel on a support. I don't even care if she kills him. You know, I think you guys can look for more, so I'd be, like, kiting upwards. And then, boom, we catch 3 heroes here. They could have Global a little longer, but... Amazing! And this is because we had all our abilities, which is very different from some of those earlier fights we lost. That's why, like, when we have our abilities, we make plays. If you have Blink, you don't need other people because you can, like, get the solo pick off easily. But if you don't and you just have to walk up to people, you want the other abilities available so that you can actually, like, win the proper fight, which will happen because we're just walking at people. They have a lot of time to react as opposed to the Blink initiations. Like now, this is your farming period. Your team shouldn't be up here anymore. They should have warded and then gotten out. So what you're doing is fine. You guys just like jungle. I would try to swap at some point. Like you guys play top and Medusa holds bottom, but kind of dependent on where Medusa goes. can we be honest? I didn't watch any of the Blast games because they're not in a great time zone for me. I didn't really watch any of them. I've just been doing other stuff in my free time instead of catching up on games. If I have to cast, I make more time to watch pro matches because it's literally my job. But I don't have any casting lined up, so if I'm not super up to date with the pro meta, it doesn't affect me as much. I have missed a lot of them lately. All right. Let's look at this one. I did hear, yeah, I saw the subreddit go crazy with the game 4 versus 5, 4 and 5, Tundra versus Falcons. That was conceptually very cool. I would have loved that if I had been watching it. Okay, we'll put you at Crusader because looks like everyone else is. And then okay, your question. This was a 40-minute bloodbath, 110 kills. That's pretty crazy. You're playing Grimstroke, and you'd love to hear what you could do better from laning to mid game. Okay, so we'll jump. Let's see how you did in the lanes in the graph. Okay, so it looks like Ursa is doing well. The others are kind of close. It's the carries where there's a big difference. Ursa's doing well. Jug is struggling a little bit. Who are your pairings? You have a good combo with Spirit Breaker. So it's less about the Soulbind being good. Soulbind is really good for control. You don't have that many single target spells to reflect or like to get double value from. But your Inkswell value with Blast Off and Charge, and even the Queen of Pain jumping in, is all pretty good. So here I'm looking to make space for Jug. Work with the heroes that we mentioned and Inkswell, find kills and pickoffs, but avoid like full team fights because they are coming out of the lane ahead. I don't know how clear that is when we jump there, if you know you're ahead or not. Let's see. Not sure why this fight broke out, but let's just go from here and see what's up. The boys are so powerful. Okay, we did get the Wraith King in the end, at least. Here's where we want to go away from the Juggernaut. So try to let him be on his own and make plays somewhere else. You are coming top. You place an observer in the back. I'm up for that, actually. And then you're going to walk down this side. Looks like we're collapsing on mid. We got to start cutting in. This is a bit preemptive. You are in the right place. There, I would just Inkswell yourself. So let's go back. All right. I actually thought he was charging Ursa. I didn't realize he was charging Crystal Maiden. So now that I realize he's charging Crystal Maiden, you should cut right sooner. You should be like over here. And that way you can now, like if we were over here, we can Stroke of Fate through. It works out really well because like the creeps are here. Even without, like we would still Stroke of Fate her. And then save Silence and TP for, or not TP, Inkswell to cancel teleports or to cancel channels in the ult. I think with just like Inkswell, Scream. I don't even know why she's using level 1 dagger on this Crystal Maiden. Like, your Stroke of Fate plus their abilities would just kill Crystal Maiden, and then 3 of you can look at the Ursa, and you'd be closer, so it's harder for this to happen. Anyways, we still like made something happen away from the Juggernaut, so it's generally good. And then, what is Juggernaut doing? Overestimating his damage. All right. Well, can't do much about that. You were still doing the right idea. Top. Guys. Huh. How come my ultimate and spin couldn't do 1200 damage versus a full health Wraith King with an ability that absorbs Omni Slash? How could this happen? Juggernaut, what are you doing over here? I've lost faith in Juggernaut. I am only saying this not to flame, but as support players, I think it's important to identify the people on your team that are playing well relative to your bracket. And if I were in your game, I'd be much more interested in enabling Spirit Breaker and Queen of Pain right now than the Juggernaut. Like, my priorities are shifting as I see some of this happen. Because this guy doesn't understand his heroes' abilities nor his like role's job. Like, why is he in the mid lane right now? So again, I'm not trying to flame the player because people make mistakes and it's okay, but I still want to win. And that means I have to support the most capable player. And it's not the Juggernaut. Though, as I'm looking at this, I am again reevaluating and deciding who am I gonna play with? What's going on over here? Oh god. Oh god. Okay, you're focused. You are a focused, objective gamer. Let's get the mid tower. It doesn't really change. I am still gonna try to let Juggernaut do his own thing, and I want to play with Spirit Breaker. Looks like you had a smoke in the backpack. If you can go ahead and buy like some observers and sentries if they're available, 1, 2 of these, that works out. You can backpack this salve, and if you want to buy like 2 bracers to like have some chunky health for, you know, there's been a lot of fighting, so like why not? You know, bump yourself up a little bit if this fighting is going to continue. You'll even eventually eat this Fairy Fire, have another slot available for whatever item you work towards. Anytime there's a lot of fighting, and there's like blood grenades available, and I'm not like super rich and my items are all filled, I like to buy the double bracer. If what's his name is TPing bottom, you should go there as well. Okay, we'll take it, I guess. But 3 of us killed a Crystal Maiden, which is kind of funny, you know. And there was a bigger kill bottom that went for a trade, but I'd rather we kill Storm and not lose anyone than we get a free Crystal Maiden kill and then like trade mids, you know? So this goes back to like, who am I gonna play with? The Juggernaut, who is like pushing mid to... Here's the thing. You guys might think like, well, if I don't play with the Juggernaut now, he's gonna have too bad of a game and we're gonna lose. So if I need to help him out now to have a chance. There could be some merit to that. At the same time, if Juggernaut is playing over-aggressive and in the wrong parts of the map at 10 minutes, do you think that's going to change after you have recovered his game and he's super farmed at 30 minutes? He's still going to make the same kind of mistakes. He's still going to go way too far, and everything you have put into him is like, it's still going to be like back here, not getting an Omni kill on Wraith King and still being surprised when Wraith King respawns and kills him. You know, but Queen of Pain and Spirit Breaker have been making like more active plays in better spots besides just like one weird one. So I'd rather enable them. So that's where, like, when this possible of, like, do I play with the Jug mid or TP bot with these guys? I'd rather go with these guys. Hey, Taco Digo, a little flame once in a while. I understand if people do it. I won't. I will, we gotta keep this place positive. I do understand, frustrations come out in Dota. I'm not gonna blame anyone for getting a little angry here and there. I will mute in my own games, though. I might report as well. Overall, this play is fine. Unfortunately, these guys just can't join in. And if you actually can check their TPs and realize, like, oh, I don't want to go, then that's fine. Ah! You want to know the funniest shit? Okay, actually, if it was just Wraith King chasing you and you see that happen, I promise you he's channeling this. Channel this a second time and he'll pop through and then you'll pop back out and then you'll run away. And you can play chicken. You have more mana to work with than this guy does. Like, you can keep going. You don't have to. You can also just escape this way. This is also very reasonable. You can potentially do that, though. See, look at these guys. Look what they're doing. It's way better. So let's try to get to them. I think your actual build is pretty good for the game, by the way. The silence is strong, so 3 points, and then, like, max this. I didn't see the exact order you did, but... yeah. Okay, so then from here, I want to keep playing with these guys. I want to leave Juggernaut alone, who is really insistent on continuing to join fights, despite not finishing a farming item and then farming with it, even though there's like a whole open lane down here. I want to play with these guys, and because Queen of Pain is very mobile and can surprise people, and Spirit Breaker has the charge and invis, and he can blast off from trees, you really want deep wards this game. You don't want to be super obvious like on cliffs. You just need to catch glimpses of people, and Queen of Pain can easily jump over and surprise people. Like if you know, let's say you do a cliff ward and someone is farming here, you have so many heroes that make it very easy to just like surprise them through the tree line. Easy ink swell on any of them, and then let them go in. You throw in the silence after while they're stunned. Super straightforward, but you got to see them to do it. So bring a lot of sentries, bring the observers, and then as you find kills like this, that gives you the comfort to move in and place the deeper wards. And as Techies sets up stuff like this, then you want to play this area. So here is a more reason to like hold this general area, because as they fight, they might get pulled into the mines. I would prefer top and like take this tower and hold this area, but we will, you know, play to the game we are in. I don't know where Spear Breaker's charging with no health. Dude, Stroke of Fate's gonna do so much damage once it's leveled up versus these skeletons. Easy peasy. Even though we end up getting killed, 3 for 3 is still kind of okay. Ursa did get a kill, which is too bad, but Juggernaut is getting space to farm, and he's actually using it. Alas. But you get the idea. You're doing the right thing. The carry in this case may not use it, but you'll have other carries who do it. So your friend made this comment where if you're stuck, you had the enemy team scared in the base, so you don't need to buy out all the sentries in the store because there's not a lot we need to sentry as the enemy team is mainly stuck in the base. Is that correct thinking in the game context? It is kind of true. if you are losing, you are more like, okay, if everyone plays blind and one team is up 20k, who is more likely to have a problem when you blindly stumble into each other, right? It's the team that is behind, because the team that's 20k will go, oh no. Well, anyways, let's just kill them, guys, right? They don't really care. So your friend is kind of right, where it is, you have less need to buy sentries because the enemy's kind of stuck in their base, so they can't get out as far. At the same time, the killing blow in Dota right now is rarely like one finish kill. It's like siege them in the base for a while. So actually keeping their vision dark is still pretty good. And if you buy sentries to continue to keep checking these areas, check like high priority areas, that can still be okay. What I would actually say is buy a gem. More upfront cost, but you will make sure they have no vision on the map. They keep playing in the dark, and you're unlikely to lose the gem because you're so far ahead and you've got them trapped in the base. You don't have to do it every game. It depends on you, like how quick you think you're going to end the base or end the game. But I do think your friend is like on the right track, but don't not buy sentries. You know, like still buy enough to cover key areas. But it's the enemy team that should be buying more than you. Okay, it worked out. Unfortunate Yule's timing there. I think your actual spell casting is pretty solid, though. I've seen you do some good Stroke of Fates. I've seen you use the Inkswell on the creeps. The actual spell casting is solid. We just need to focus our efforts on the right heroes and the right parts of the map a little bit more. It's like kind of happening, but you just want to like keep bumping it up to like always be near the right heroes and in the right parts of the map. Spirit Breaker, don't do it. So for example here, you don't actually want to come back here. Okay, so let's look at the map. If you are super scared, I kind of understand running away. They did just kind of like win a fight here. But look at where the map is. All right, you are kind of thinking like, I'm going to go back here and deal with this. And there's merit to that. It's much harder for you, for your team to get out on the map than it is to get back to your own half of the base, because that's what the defensive teleports are for. Techies is about to respawn in the base and wants to get out. So he can TB to the lanes and push us out. TB here, push out. Someone like Spirit Breaker or any global hero can also come back because they have an easier time coming back out. You don't. So you're scared right now, and if you think you're urgently about to die, you can TB home, and that's okay. At the same time, you've got some mines here that you can run through, and maybe you're too scared to farm this stuff, but you can keep going and farm this stuff that no one else on your team can get to. You can come over here and Stroke of Fate without being seen, and then like continue to run away. You can pop through here, deep ward top, like all sorts of stuff, because you're already out on the map, and you only want to go home if you think you're about to die. So that's where I'm unclear. If you thought you were about to die, it's okay, though I think if you keep running down, you're fine. But if you're thinking like, I need to come defend this tower, that's where I want to tell you to like, we don't actually need to, because this guy's closer if he cancels this charge, and then also Techies is about to be up, and he will come and deal with this. And then here's another one. Like, I know, well, actually with this Juggernaut, I'm not so sure, because Juggernaut's been doing some wacky stuff. But typically, a core respawning will also be very interested in teleporting straight to a tower, farming, pushing it out. So, for example, when you were mid, we got to think about, like, where's the chunk of map that our teammates will farm? Our typical carry who is not, like, so gung-ho about fighting, right? A lot of times, we try to play top, and then they hold the bottom area. That's what my default would be. But things happen, that's okay. So right now, TP top, push out mid, or push out top, jungle the triangle. Like, this is a little chunk defensively, and then like more aggressively up here that a core could go to, and cores are about to respawn. Who are the people I want to play with? I want to play with Techies. I want to play with Spirit Breaker. I want to play like Queen of Pain. She's dead. So the other two, right? So from your choice right now, you could go home because we're kind of missing a chunk of mana. Arcane Boost, not going to cover it. I'd be okay with going home and then walking back out, and it'll line up with Queen of Pain respawning to some degree. If I want to play with this guy, I also got to start heading over there. So I could like Arcane, Call of Clarity, get teleports, buy observers, stuff like that. Glimmers, check. She is working on one because she has a cloak, and pipe on support. Like this kind of support's super rare. So this lets me know to buy a dust ahead of time. Who knows when that Glimmer's going to finish? Turns out this guy's also working on it, but you wouldn't have known. So Glimmer could be good. Ghost Scepter versus 3 right-clicking cores is also okay. Either of those items for you. Glimmer was not for you, but you could build one actually as well. Looks like that is your go-to. But the point is, like, this is the guy I want to play with. So rather than head top, I can predict, because he's up, this is his chunk. I'm not needed up here at all. I don't need to deal with this. You could stack if you had time. If it was a little earlier, you could come stack. But otherwise, like, this is the guy I want to be with. I want to go this way. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be near the farming guy. And the farming guy should identify this is his place. And I should identify that he's going to identify that. And so now I'm here, and now you realize you're like, wait, I can't be here. I got to leave. And so this ends up all just being wasted time versus we see it ahead of time. We walk to the right, and you could already be here with the Spirit Breaker. Like for the same amount of looping we did. We could be here with the Spirit Breaker going for this 20. I mean, you wouldn't be here. You'd probably be like here. And then I'd see Wraith King, and I'd go, oh shit, you know, and probably hide in a tree. But, oh, you have to blink actually. So you can like, you're probably still okay. All right, we are down here with the Queen of Pain. The bottom chunk is with the right hero, so this is kind of okay. It's a little funny where we actually all are. All right, ends up being a little weird. Random piece of advice. It's bugged now, but you are currently smoked. If you are smoked, you are usually looking for a fight. If you have a blink, you almost always want to blink into the fight for something, right? So if you have a smoke and you blink to move like this, you may find the fight you are looking for because you're still smoked, and then you can't do what you need to do because you use the blink. So usually you should still just like walk everywhere if you have smoked. But it does kind of depend on the situation, and I understand why you kind of blink there to get towards the Spirit Breaker a little faster. Hi, Reiko. I hope that's how it's pronounced. Let me know if I'm butchering that. Thank you for, I'm glad you like the guides and the tips. Welcome, welcome. See, this is why I want to play with techies. Oh my god, look at that damage. Juggernaut, do we have a Battle Fury yet? We do, amazing. All right, your team is kind of going in one at a time. So are they. So it's, this is where we can blame the Juggernaut and be like, man, Juggernaut's bad. But I am seeing some very similar mistakes from their team. And they're in the lead, so it's almost worse. So, you know, don't sweat it. Focus on ourselves. I guess my advice wouldn't really change. And I think we are approaching, like, the end point then is like, you just keep going towards your active heroes, which is the Spirit Breaker and the Queen of Pain, especially in these bloodbath type of games. Like, oh, are they gonna fight? Yeah, they're gonna get involved in a fight. I don't know, right? Like, wherever they go, fights seem to break out. And I don't want to fight near this Juggernaut. Spirit Breaker came here, so I guess it's okay, because, like, we're with the Spirit Breaker more than anything, but yeah, we're gonna do stuff like this, right? Where we're gonna end up farming things that Juggernaut could farm. The skeletons are not the end of the world, but, you know, you get the idea, where I want him to be alone farming because he clearly needs time to catch up. And the two of us, maybe we can kill some people, but I'd really like the others' damage involved. All right. so let us think. I think your spell usage has generally been fine in terms of just casting the abilities. I think there's been a couple soul binds that have been off a little bit. One was this first one I remember earlier. Kind of Panic used it. I don't mind that much in Panic. This one, these are not the people you need the soul bind for. It's reaching the point where technically if you just like kill off supports real quickly because of soul bind, it kind of works. But what your soul bind is really for in these fights, because we do not have heroes who target, double Spirit Breaker ult is like the best thing you've got. The rest are really not that great. Double Dagger is eventually okay, especially as the Ags comes online. The true value of Soulbind this game is to control Ursa and to control Storm Spirit. Wraith King comes third. These guys are unimportant. They will die without double value abilities, and they will not escape because they're supports versus high mobile teammates. So you don't need to ult them. You need to save it for when I see Ursa, when I see Storm, I will use it then. This one actually did work out because now it's like controlling the Ursa a little bit. But I think you got excited like seeing them together and it's like, I'm going to get the soul bind, so we throw it, but you got to remember who is my real target for it. And sometimes it is okay to just like, oh, we're just killing people really quickly and we'll win the fight after that. Then that's okay to just like chuck out the soul bind on supports. But when it has a key purpose to control someone like Ursa and Storm, you got to like save it for that.
Very cool of you.
I love catching the free coaching streams. Heck yeah, let's go. Who has to focus carry in every game? I mean, who is target supports? I'm not sure I fully understand that question. What do you mean? Like whose job it is to try to like mess with the carry? Petition for a permanent spot on TI. I would love that. But I don't even know who to send that petition. I mean, I guess it's PGL, but I don't know that kind of petition. I don't know if I can control it like that. Okay, guys, let's, if you guys want to start submitting new match IDs from the last week so we can download them, let me know who you're playing, any specific questions. We've been kind of going a little longer today, but I think there's been less people, so it works out. It's fine with me. But anyways, yeah. We can start collecting the next ones. Hey, Posagini, what's up? How you doing, man? I'm about to step out to go get some more water, maybe a snack, but how you doing? I am fine, came to learn. I don't know if there'll be any IO reviews here, though. I don't know if you're gonna have anything for your own games. This is one minor tip here. Actually, it's kind of major. This is minor for your rank. It's major for higher ranks. What you're doing here is actually it's like hurting you. All right, Creep's coming up. Techies is here. Queen of Pain is here. Spirit Breaker's here. In terms of farm priority, these two are the ones who should take it. In terms of, oh, I'm close to an item, sure. You actually have enough money for Glimmer. Techies, he shouldn't really do it either. But like, we never need to reveal every hero at once, and we shouldn't. Especially when our heroes are very important in like finding kills. Simply staying out of sight is actually quite valuable. So one, we're using some mana, starting to burn through our mana, and you're a spell spammer in team fights, so you actually need a lot of mana. You're using mana to clear a creep wave that you don't need to clear. Spirit Breaker's working on it, so is Techies, so is Queen of Pain. So your team reveals all 4 heroes. You two cast spells from Fog of War, so if they're not looking, they may not know you guys are there. But if they're looking, I know all 4 heroes are here. You're all wasting mana. You're all splitting the same farm. And now if I'm the enemy team and I was like, should we kill this Juggernaut? But I don't know where the other... Oh my god, they're all here. Yeah, let's just go kill Juggernaut. If I'm the support who's like, can I push out further? I really want to like move in deep ward, but I haven't seen it. Oh, they're all here. Like, yeah, okay, let's just go in, you know? Like, who cares? You don't want to reveal like where your team is at, especially if someone else is doing it. Like, if no one else is doing it, you can do it. If a single person is doing it and you're not close to an item, just let them do it. Just like stay out of sight and save your mana, save your position on the map. Okay, I'll be right back. Again, submit the games. I'll let this one keep playing while I'm getting more water, and then we'll keep going. Earlier I didn't think we had as many people, but now everyone's here. Let me read through this, try to figure out where we go. I think it's a trend over time where Valve increases how many heroes can flex into support core role. I don't know if it's strictly something they're trying to do, and more that Facets has given more flexibility and Dota has opened up the map. And I think teams are getting more creative as well. I feel that the longer a game exists and the more it sits on the same patch, the more you're able to move into like creative ideas and make use of it. Especially at the highest level where like a slight advantage one way or the other in a very hyper-specific situation can benefit you. Maybe not even that hyper-specific, sometimes just like a little specific. I think it's fun to have the flexibility, though again, I don't know if it's actually intentional. Can you click on techies? Here you go. Yeah, you can submit turbo replays. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's do this one. These are rare. These are rare. Okay, since a lot more people are showing up, we're gonna try to stick to our 10-minute timer a little bit stricter again. I was kind of being real loosey-goosey for a bit there, but now we have a lot of people to try to get to, so I'll go a little faster. A Broodmother request. We don't have a lot of Broodmother freaks out there like me, so let's take a look at this one. I can't remember the last time we looked at a Broodmother game. I don't know what lane you are. Let's hop in and find out real quick. Okay, Broodmother. First of the Lone Druid, lol. Cheese lane. This is unranked, right? Let's see. This guy. Your Guardian. Okay, we'll go off of that. Okay. Oh wait, I gotta fix my timestamp. Hee hee. Okay. So Broodmother, your question was, felt like I was having an okay game, and then suddenly the game got really hard, started losing really badly. Curious about itemization, mid-game decision making. Okay. Looking at your team, I would kind of expect that, because that's kind of how Lone Druid goes. Lone Druid hits like a critical mass and then kind of does a lot, which kind of looks like, okay, yeah, farming, and then they started winning a bunch of fights and shot up. However, it's actually later than I thought. So 20 minutes should have given you enough time to potentially take over the game as well. So that's what we can look for you. For Broodmother, you just want to do the best you can in lane, hit level 6 as quickly as you can, line that up with your soul ring timing, and then start farming a bunch with the ultimate. I like Broodmother a lot. I don't know the exact build right now because I haven't been playing core roles for a little bit, and Broodmother's been out of the meta a little bit. I think your build looks okay to me, because you do want more webs as you get close to 6. I wonder if there's any value in incapacitating bite in the lane versus a Lone Druid, but I am not so sure on that, because it's a rare matchup. I don't really see it, so I'm not so sure. A Brood spammer might know. I'm not too surprised if you're struggling for last hits versus the Lone Druid, though. Don't be afraid to use you really don't need to use much spin web mana, because it's like, yeah, these two, and then like you can start placing these ahead of time. So notice you hit 6, we're gonna be able to go to camps, and now you need to place all your webs. So you actually want to do it a little earlier, as you are like level 4, level 5, and you have the ability to place more webs, like up to 7. You want to place them ahead of time so that as soon as you hit 6, you can be mostly full on mana and be spamming this out. Now we're going to have to place multiple webs. So for every 2 webs, essentially, could have been 1 spawn spiderling. Or, you know, I guess a more direct comparison, 5 webs you can place, which would equal 2 spawn spiderlings. So you'd rather do it ahead of time when you don't need a bunch of mana in the lane, and then have it all saved up for your level 6 timing. Kind of a small tip. Yeah, Lone Druid is a little bit of a uncommon matchup, so I'm not surprised if you're not trying to deal with it. try to shove out the lane and then jungle. Like, once you hit 6, we're just looking to speed ourselves up. So this next wave coming in, just rush it. Ignore Lone Druid. Kill the creeps as fast as you can. Send the creeps straight to the ranged, potentially, or you can save your ult for that. Just, like, kill creeps. You avoid the bear. Don't let him kill you. But, so you're backing out here. He should push this as quickly as he can to force you to come back. But I want as much free time as I can. You are going here first. You're going to finish this, and then you're going to be put in a weird spot, which is, I want to go to this camp. Oh, shit, the lane. I got to come back. Finish this. Okay, now I run this way. Now I got to go through the camp I just farmed and come here. So it's going to result in more, like, empty back and forth. So if you can deal with the wave first and then go this way, then you can do this camp, and then run back in one go to get the next wave. Then go over here, farm this, maybe Ancients, depending how farm you are. You know, start putting webs in their jungle is actually also really nice. Instead of coming to your own jungle, you kind of do this if you're losing as the mid brood. You'd like to be winning your lane and then going this way. Especially because now you're probably saying, okay, well, Zach, I'm scared to go versus Lone Druid, or I'm versus a mid hero who can clear my spiderlings. So now we can play in this area of the map with webs to come back. You can cut the wave and kill it before a lot of heroes can get back, and then you just come jungle and then, like, leave. Come back, get the next mid wave, repeat. And then you don't have to deal with, like, playing versus heroes here. You can do this from the off lane as well. So, like, see, we came back. Okay, let's deal with the next one. You're still kind of here, so it looks like it's happening. We're a little slow. We're a little scared. Just send the spiders in. Like, what can this bear do? He doesn't have a Maelstrom. He doesn't have Radiance. Just send the spiders in to kill the creeps. He can't match you. It's kind of close, actually. The bear's pretty good at killing creeps, too. But the goal is to kill these creeps as quickly as you can and then jungle. And then rather than come here, you can alternatively play some webs this way and then come to this stuff, which will allow you to creep cut, but it'll also allow you the chance to rotate bottom and do stuff here. Technically, if you do top, you could do the same thing, and if you think it's worth it, that's fine. But it's usually better to, like, work with your offlane to take this tower rather than draw attention here. So that's why I would recommend this bottom part first. Buy clarities when you hit level 6, because even with Soul Ring, it's not going to be enough to mana spam. Yeah, and you see, like, all these times we're, like, running back and forth. This is the downtime we want to try to cut out as the brood. Okay, so Lone Druid left. The next creep wave, look at your own creep wave, mirror that. So the next creep wave is here. So you can put your web down, go cut the next creep wave, send the spiders back to the tower, and then you can be jungling over here with the main hero, building up a new spider army. Or if you're really scared, you can just leave at this point. But the goal, once you hit 6, deal with the creeps as fast as possible, and then jungle. If you can get kills, you can do that. And in fact, there were actually times you could probably just send the spiders at the main hero, and there's probably not a lot he could have done. Earlier when I was saying, like, just kill the creeps, I actually probably could have said, just kill Lone Druid. You can't kill the bear, but you can get to the main hero, force his ult, and then back off. And then when they leave, you can take the tower like this. But you want to be dealing with creeps as quickly as you can, and then use mana. So, like, I think you're getting scared here, but I don't think you should even be leaving. I think you should still just farm these creeps. Also, it'll cost you mana to use Insatiable Hunger, but even if you get low, you can just go Insatiable Hunger, heal up, full health in one go. So, like, the bear, super hard to kill. You can hit him in the lane, but, like, now, just bypass. Look, this guy is 3 times less health than the spirit bear. Just send the spiders to the Lone Druid hero and ignore the bear. Or, if it's too hard, just kill the creeps. Like, depending on the matchups, that you can't kill the enemy mids, just kill the creeps and go back to farming. There's very few heroes that can match the farming speed of Broodmother. So even if they can kill you, like in this, but if you can farm, like, let's say you can farm 700 gold and they can farm 500 gold per minute. You know, like, why even bother trying to kill them? You can just farm for 5 minutes and end up with 1,000 more gold than them. And the goal is to hit some critical mass item timing that, you know, you get your orchid, whatever, and then you, like, get some kills. So it's not just, like, AFK farming, but, like, you're actually just killing heroes. For example, I think you should have just killed that Pudge, and then you can go for this Faceless as well. Keep chasing him out. If you know you're gonna get an Orchid, so level 6, you need mana regen more than anything to keep using spawn spiderlings. Power treads will help you if you do some tread toggling. If you have empty slots, feel free. Let's say you know you want to buy an Orchid. Feel free to buy like the casual Sage's Mask. If you think it's a good raindrops game for whatever reason, like casual raindrops. Buy clarities throughout, because even with Soul Ring, even with power treads, even with a neutral item that gives you mana, you will burn through it all with spawn spiderlings. But it's okay to like spend money on more mana, because more mana is more farming speed. Because more spiders is more farming speed. And then you're going to use it anyways. You're going to use the Sage's Mask into an item. Pudge actually is a little bit harder to kill because of his Flesh Heap. So you see how we ran all the way from here, all the way back here, but it's actually much shorter to run right here and then here. And you actually already have the web set up. So Brood can play very aggressively because you're so fast on the webs and you can go through trees and up and down cliffs on the webs. It's actually really hard to kill you unless they have some kind of gap closing ability. Hook could be that ability, except you have all the spiders, so it's actually really tough. Chrono is like one thing they could maybe do. Time walk into Chrono, so like maybe we're worried about him. And then Invis Nyx could be one way they get close to you. As long as you have like Observer set up and some sentries and you like watch your minimap and you like, these are the heroes that can get me. As soon as they missing, I start to be a little bit more careful. It's a great way to play safe. I saw you zoom in and out for a second there. I recommend, where are they? Here. Go ahead and unbind them. There's actually no tactical reason to ever need to zoom in and out. I sometimes have this bound to stuff like this because you'll never accidentally press it, and if you want to use it, you can. I actually do bind this for casting. I changed this to like D and F. But most people will never actually need to zoom in. There's like no value of like zooming in closer. Zooming the most out is always the best conceptually. So you don't really need it. You can just unbind it and then never accidentally zoom in and out. Yeah. These kind of moments, I know we didn't quite address your initial question. Need to zoom in to see the Immortal skins you paid off? Okay, fair. We didn't actually address your original question, but I do think these early game tips, especially about like shove and jungle faster, are very important to a Broodmother, because your thing is to like explode at level 6, and we're kind of missing that window. And once this hero falls behind, it's much harder to, not that it's hard to catch up because you're so fast at farming, but you want to be taking over the game. So I think that's the main thing you should focus on. Like if you like playing Brood, you want to be hit 6 and then figure out efficient farming patterns, such as cutting the waves, doing this stuff. And then with that, recognizing which heroes you can easily kill with spiders, which pretty much every support is killable. And a lot of core heroes are killable. Like you just run the spiders at them and there's not a lot they can do, especially if you get Ripper's Lash as your neutral. That's the first message? That's hilarious. I do not. I am quite boring. I have nothing against it really, but I don't really drink much. I don't smoke. I don't really do much. I play video games. That's my interest. Yeah, see, the bear is easy to deal with. I said famous last words. The main hero is pretty The hard thing about killing the main hero is that the bear gets in the way. Broodmother actually can send the spiderlings straight to the main hero, and the bear doesn't actually have wave clear to deal with it. The lane up to 6 is really hard because you don't have the spiderlings. After that, you're like good to go. Yeah, just like run them. Run them down, and then we farm here. You can even cut the bottom creeps if you want, like as they spawn. This is the nice thing about being here, right? You can deal with multiple lanes. You can cut this, run top, and then catch this wave here. And now you're farming 2 lanes and the jungle. And as they try to get out, you're killing heroes as they spawn like this. And then once they're scared of you, then you take the tier 2s like this. So this part's pretty good. Getting some casual clarities will also speed you up. You do want to try to like tread swap. I was about to say as a universal hero, but I forgot they changed it back. And I was gonna say as a default, you could be on intelligence if you forget to tread swap because the spell casting is more important than your own right click. Sick micro though. As part of buying your own observers, also try to buy your own sentries. And try to play on the enemy's half of the map as much as possible rather than ever feel... Only come back when you're scared, which they are missing a lot, so I get why you're scared. But now we're farming on the low ground with all the heroes missing, so I don't know if you're actually that scared, right? This is actually a really dangerous place to be. Send the spiders in. Again, the main hero at this point barely matters for your farming speed. As long as you have like 8 spiders, they'll farm faster than you. I don't know if that number is actually true, the exact amount, but you get the idea. Like, you don't need to be here, just send the spiders in. Any moment you're scared. And you can do multiple things, right? You can send the spiders here and then continue to jungle this. Later when you're up here, you can send the spiders into the lane, revealing yourself, and keep the main hero in the jungle. I know the micro is a little harder, but it will go a long way to keep you alive. Dota update? Let's see it. What is it? Let's find out. Oh boy, oh boy. Looks like a big one. Patch balance event. Is this it? It's still early enough. At least we'll be able to do something if it is a big patch. I could probably read through everything before midnight. Wow. If it's a game mode, I don't know. I guess we can play the game mode. It's hats. I'm at 82%. I'm gonna go to the website. Dota X Monster Hunter. Is this real? What in the heck? What in the heck? We Monster Hunter now? I don't strictly mind crossovers, but this is extremely unexpected. New sets, new pets, new in-game hunt. All right. Dota has really slowed down on the update in the last 10%. So let me pop up this the website. Okay, I didn't finish reading. If this is strictly like just a bunch of item sets with Monster Hunter, it's going to be really disappointing. If there's an actual game mode with like Monster Hunter themed stuff, totally down for that. I think that's fine and is kind of interesting as a collab, which Dota hasn't done in quite a while, I feel. I'm kind of wondering what inspired them to do it. Like, did Monster Hunter approach or like they just wanted to do it. I don't know. If there's no balance patch, I don't mind if there's a game mode with it, but I hope it's not literally just hats. Okay. Happy to announce a massive Dota Monster Hunter crossover. It's got a crafting system and a new in-game hunt. So that sounds like it's going to be normal Dota with some objectives. I don't know. For everyone who thinks Dragon Knight turning into a dragon is awesome, but would be more awesome if he turned into Rathalos instead, great news. Capcom was just as excited as we were to make this happen. There are 6 Monster Hunter themed item sets to collect in all, each bringing a classic Monster Hunter armor set into the Dota world, each with 3 craftable alternate versions. There's also a new Palico Courier. For the record, guys, I've never... Actually, I played Monster Hunter, one of the PlayStation ones. I didn't really get that into it, so I don't understand any of this. I don't understand the references. It doesn't mean that much to me, like, emotionally. New Courier... Even your very own pet Poogie. Poogie sounds cute. I don't know what that is, though. Your Poogie will hand out in your base. Nice. Core version of each hero set is available to all Dota players for free. It can be crafted once you've harvested the necessary material from hero hunts. In addition, the hero atlas will help you track your progress. Is this like Wraith King Arcana, but Hunter? Explore hero lore, gather dispatches from the farthest realms penned by Axe's loyal scribe, Good Kind. Is Dota... Okay, I can launch Dota again. Let's see if there's like a... Before we keep reading. Is there like some new thing? Okay. Dota Monster Hunter. I think we were just in the middle of reading this. Let's see. Expedition Pack includes more of everything. Usable Monster Hunter, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Music Pack's kind of cool. Hunt is on and will run for the next 3 months. So this is our new Quartero. This is the new Quartero. Are you a Poogie? Craft free hero sets. Earn materials from each Dota match you play and use them to craft 6 free hero sets. Winning grants more materials than losing. Fill out your hero atlas. Unlock unique art and lore, blah, blah, blah. Join the expedition. Is this the Poogie? Purchase the expedition pack for exclusive Monster Hunter music and items, as well as new crafting stuff, blah, 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 blah. Join the hunt. So what do we got? Crafting available. We've prepared all the materials you need to craft your first item. Palico Courier. Okay. Oh, sick. Poogie! Ah, he's so cute. I love him. Okay. So what is this? This balloon is cute. The courier is cute. I like it. And then there's different stuff based on what you collect. This one might be my favorite version. What are you? In Odogaron. A Dogaron. A Dogaron? What is all this? This is my materials. Exchange. Okay, Sniper, a Dogaron. This hat is in so many different sets. This like style of hat. I think it's funny. Do you have different versions? Dreadwood, a black set. Foxfire, nifty. Green set, okay. I'm gonna hold my thoughts till I finish looking at everything. Techies as Palicos. That's kind of funny. That's cute. What are the versions? Ah, little swirly eyes. That's funny. Angry version. This one's pretty good. In terms of the way they look. Okay, what else? Another anti-mage set. It's the Persona, though, guys. The anti-mage Persona doesn't have a lot of sets. It's fine. And they just glow differently. Okay. Yeah. Another anti-mage set. Another Dragonite set. Another hero who needs a lot more sets, you know? Oh, God. I wonder if Capcom picked. They're like, these are the heroes we want. To a degree, I get it. You know, if you're going to collab with someone, you got to be like, hey, Visage sets? You guys want to be on our Visage sets? No one plays Visage. You want to be on that one? I mean, you gotta put the popular heroes forward, I guess, for a collab, but it is a little, I don't know. I guess so many sets for these guys. At least Beastmaster. Okay, Beastmaster's a good one. Beastmaster for Monster Hunter. That makes sense to me. I also, like I said, I haven't really played not Beastmaster, also Beastmaster. Monster Hunters, I don't know if it's like, oh, these are the weapons and it makes sense to like attach the hero that is closest to that. Wow, this is glance value, guys. I thought this was Drow for a moment with like a really different skin, and I was like, oh my God. It's actually Wind Ranger. I guess I can see that more than the Drow. It makes sense because it's not blue, but glance value, who is this? Who is this in Zenogre armor? I like black and purple. I think that's my favorite combo there. This is like Human Hoodwink. I think I like this one the most. Again, though, glance value. Poogie is the true champion, though. What do we got? Little Buzzy Bee Poogie. Ooh, what kind of cooking gear we got here? Stop spinning, I can't see. Got a pan. All the necessities. Okay, what else? Pumpkin Revenge. Poogie is becoming a pumpkin. Pretty in pink. It's kind of funny. What are you? A little crown. The crown's cute. I don't know. I think I like the default Poogie the most, or Apprentice Fiver Poogie. I think I'm a fan of that one. Okay, and then... Oh, this is just back around. Okay. Expedition Pack is what? I'm not going to do this because I'm not attached to Monster Hunter, but I am kind of curious. I wish you could look at other things while the music plays. I guess we'll chat while the music plays. Why is there no support love? Wind Ranger, I guess, is our best chance to play some of that stuff. Some seasonal sprays. Just make it permanent. Exclusive hero sets, blah, 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 blah. Hero Atlas. Let's take a look. Axe wasn't even, he's not even one of the sets, right? Unless my glance value is completely forgotten. No, Axe isn't even in here. Okay, anyways, what is this? Let's go back to the comic. All right, what else is in here? Advanced copies of Good Kind's books, Axe and the Red Harvest, Axe and the Crimson Kingdom, Axe and the Scarlet Skull. How does she write so many of these things? I don't remember half of this stuff. Is my camera blocking? Not too much yet. Anyone see any secret heroes in the comic art anywhere? Yay, nay? All right, let's see how Axe did against the Scarlet Skull. I hope I killed him. Wait, it's a thing Axe was supposed to find. Well, let's see if Axe found it. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I forgot I said that. That's me watching an old video, and I'm gonna come across my own joke, and I'm like, oh, Zach, hilarious. Oh shit, this is pretty tense. How is Axe gonna get out of this one? That's right, I killed everybody and took their dumb skull. It wasn't even red. Well, it was by the end. You remember that, Good Kind? When I killed all those villagers and their blood and got that skull? Good Kind. Oh, she's off in the glade again, dancing with the fairies. Figures. You can take the wood elf out of the forest, but you can't take however the rest of that goes. Sleepy. I don't see the problem. These Axe books are selling great. That is the problem. We need more. I'm already writing you 3 books a month. There's only so many adventures Axe can have. So make some up. I'll use ChatGPT to write the novels and replace the author, guys. You know the rules. I write only what I see. Otherwise, who would believe me? Fine. Just find some more heroes to write about. Which heroes? There are hundreds. Other red heroes. Any of them. All of them. Who cares? Just write more. Look, let's pretend for a second I could even write that many books a month. How would I track down that many heroes? Do you know how much research that would mean? Some of them are gods. Some of them are ghosts. Some of them might not even exist. That was Kez for quite a while. That's not our problem. You signed the contract. Remember, you owe us 10,000 novels. Oh my God. In my lifetime. That's a lot. How long do elves live? That's a lot to write. That's not what the contract says. We're calling them in. Pop. Either find us more heroes or your next bestseller will be Axe versus our army of lawyers. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Axe took a nap. Let's write about it. Not because your book was boring. It was great. I like the part where Mogul. I think we need to go home again. What? I thought you hated that place. Not exactly. Technically, they hate me. I'm the first Quillkin in Wood Elf history to write bestsellers. Everyone else was a bad author. Yeah, about me, so they're jealous about how great your books are. They wouldn't put it like that. How would they put it? Not like that. They think Axe's adventures are trash, huh? So why are we going back? Do you want to burn the place to the ground? The Quillkin are the chroniclers of the realms, Mogul. Records, histories, investigations. If they don't write it down, it doesn't happen. This doesn't sound like we're burning anything down. No. I need their help. The Inkwood. Okay, does everyone know their assignments? Everyone start plugging the script into ChatGPT. I note you're asking for 3 pigeon deliveries a week from each of us, but I only see 8 pigeons. Should I expect one to fly back? Or am I expected to purchase a third? And if so, will I be receiving a pigeon per diem to... There's 9 pigeons, Quibbins. One's in the rafter. Just so. Carrick, what are you looking for? You lost your quill already? You haven't even left the forest. My quill, I read that out of order. It was in my suitcase. Well, so look, which I also seem to have lost. Mossgrave, how about you? Anything you need? A magic carpet would be nice given how much walking it'll take to track down this many heroes. I'll look into it. Anything else? A raise. I'll look into it. All right, grab your submission pigeons and cage on your way out. Don't forget the pigeon food, Carrick. Watch your bird count. I'll expect 3 pigeons a week from each of you. How did they get new pigeons? Psst. Hey, who are you guys writing about? Goodkind says we're not supposed to talk to you. Yeah, well, Goodkind's not here. Sure, she is. I don't know why she's just over there in the... Well, I can't see her now. Oh. Right, so who you got? Someone named Batrider? Oh, I know that guy. Complete idiot. And a coward. Definitely scared of me. Are you writing that down? Write that down. Is an idiot and a coward. Scribble, scribble. Good. Also write that he's scared of me. Is he? Are you? Is scared of Mogul. Are you compromising our journalistic integrity? No? Yes. The Quillkin are documentarians, Mogul. They must only write what they see. Otherwise, who would believe them? You know the rules. All right, all right. We must go and scare Batrider, guys. Do you see me? Do you believe me? Good. Batrider's an idiot. Write that down. Who else you got? Centaur? Yeah, he's all right, I guess. Did you get Medusa? No? Well, she's definitely an idiot. I wasn't assigned. Write it down anyways. You can pass it over along to whoever get her the next time you see them. Who else? To be continued in the Hero Atlas. Dota trademark. All right. More comics is always kind of fun. I guess as we kill heroes, seen, killed. This is pretty nifty. Bunch of art for everything. Instantly unlock an entry by winning as the hero. Oh no! Play games with the hero on either team to unlock progress. Phew! All right, is that everything? Is there anything else to look at? Hunter rank. Oh, this is fancy. Okay, as the next phase of Quartero, this is cool. Waiting for a patch or a game mode? This is a little not a game mode nor a patch. But as the next phase of Quartero, which is not supposed to get in the way of updates and such, it is very cool, and I think it's quite nifty. And I'm happy to see this, even though I don't play Monster Hunter. But I hope it is a separate team working on this versus patches and stuff. Why is Quartero still there, though? I guess you can still click it and, like, see what's up, maybe. Well, I guess it's not here. It doesn't load in. Who's this big guy in the back? Monster Hunter people. Anything cool happen here? I think we're still going to keep doing our replay stream, guys. If we play Dota, it's actually still just Dota. That's Rathalos? Gotcha. The Rathalos? Is that the Monster Hunter? That's DK's ulti. Oh, okay. That's cool. I was wondering, I was like, why'd they just include this random dragon? A lot of these sets look a lot like actual armor sets from Monster Hunter. That's cool. Does it make sense, the heroes they picked then? Like, the heroes use the different weapons that you can use in Monster Hunter? I think when I tried Monster Hunter, I used a giant hammer. That's all I can remember. I don't remember the other stuff. Is there any place someone can read the remainder of Quarteros? I think it's on the wiki, or there's probably a YouTube video somewhere of all the dialogue. I also don't know all the dialogue for the later stuff. I should probably look that up. Could have gotten a Dawnbreaker set with a huge hammer. Well, maybe there'll be another one down the line. Could be good MMR if y'all don't participate. I mean, it sounds like you don't have to play different heroes. It did say it unlocks instantly if you play the hero, but it looks like progress gets made even as you... like, you win and 34% is filled up as long as the hero is in the game. Play with heroes on either team for unlock progress. So, in theory, you shouldn't need to do that much, but there's probably some unpopular heroes like Meepo. Oh, God. Here, this one, no one's ever gonna... Wait. This is it, guys. This is what Valve has needed to do to encourage pubs to do objectives. You've got to kill Tormentor and Roshan. It's gonna make pub players want to do it. It's gonna happen. Well, I will do this passively and probably not fill it out that far, just like Quarteros. I think it's cool in the end. Still not really an update, so I will continue to wait. But I'm glad it's in for all the Monster Hunter fans. And it does look cool, the comic and all this stuff. Hope there's more like that gets unlocked as things go. Of these sets, I think I would go for a techie set or the... When Wind Ranger... I think I want to play a little bit more Wind Ranger support. And I want to get to this. Do I have to build all the way through? It looks like it. Looks like I gotta build this. And then I gotta build this. And then I gotta build this. Is that how Monster Hunter works? Is this how that goes? I need to buy the pack to get the other sets. Oh, never mind then. I'm not doing it. I got the base one. Okay. So I have to pay the $15 and then I can build these? Man, I gotta pay to play to build. You could pay. If you do have to build an order, what if you don't even get enough stuff? What if you don't get enough stuff? What the hell is this? There's a Monster Hunter collab. I mean, I'm not going to do it because I don't play enough Dota to fill this out. Back when I was more of a player than a content creator, well, I'm not really a Monster Hunter fan, so I don't know if I would have done it. But I would do that kind of stuff because, like, you know, I don't mind. I don't think I'll do this one because I doubt I'll play enough to really fill it out. I think the Wind Ranger one is the coolest one I saw. Some of Techies are also cool. Oh, and then the Courier and Poogie. I love Poogie. This is the greatest thing in this update, introducing me to Poogie. Someone tell me more about Poogie, guys. Someone tell me more about Poogie. I'm interested in this. Poogie is my boy now. Literally a friendly pig you can dress up and play with in-game. Nice. Not to be dramatic, but I would die for Poogie. You know what? I don't even play Monster Hunter. I think I, too, would die for Poogie. I think it's fine to work on this. This is literally the new item, so, like, that part is fine. Unless you meant, like, items in the game, which I don't think you have to work on only one or the other, right? Like, the kind of person, well, I don't know who's on the Dota team, but I feel like the team involved, you could have different people working on cosmetics and, like, quarter row type stuff versus the team that does balancing. Like, they don't necessarily have to be the same people. I think it's fine to have both. The part that we can't see is if there's going to be both and, like, patches are delayed and stuff. Personally, I don't really mind, but I do know there's a lot of people who want, like, the new patches and stuff. I'm not going to play till probably Thursday. Tuesdays, I said we would try to stream most days, but Tuesdays with badminton and then sometimes other stuff and then videos that I occasionally try to work on. It seems like Tuesdays we don't actually stream very often, and tomorrow's going to be the same. I'm going to work on a video rather than play regular Dota and get Monster Hunter stuff. So Wednesday will be the next stream with more replays, and then Thursday, Friday we'll actually play and start filling this stuff out. We're not done today, just to be clear. I am currently looking for we're going back to this page. We're just going to keep going, guys. So, I mean, if you've got games you've already played, we can still look at them. So feel free to, like, type in the match IDs and all that stuff. Pretty random update. Hey, Ricky. Yeah, I was very unexpected. I guess, to be fair, I was expecting a new quarter row. As quarter row ended, I thought quarter row was just going to continue with a new story and then, like, 3 new sets. I didn't expect them to do, like, a whole collab, but essentially this is the new quarter row, which I think is cool. Yeah, some of us are just waiting for game mode / balance stuff, but do the match IDs from the previous patch go away? They shouldn't. They might, because you never know what breaks in an update, but this is just a cosmetic thing, so all the match IDs should still be fine. When there is a balance update, it doesn't, like, you can still download replays, but sometimes they're really buggy. Especially if there's been a map change. If there's not been a map change, sometimes it's still fine, but sometimes, like, heroes fly in the air and stuff like that. Oh, you know what? Now when I play Chen, the enemy team will thank me. They'll be like, yes, I needed Chen to fill out the slot. You're right. This is the time to play the weird shit. I was surprised to see your low quarter row level. I assumed you played a lot of Dota off of stream. I used to in the past when I cared more about gaining MMR, but lately I feel my place is I don't need to be like some super high MMR player. I try to like connect high MMR knowledge, which now I get from casting a lot more than needing to play myself, and then turn it into like educational stuff or like on stream, things like this. So I essentially do more than a full-time job worth of Dota, whether that's content creation or playing. So then in my free time, I am past the point now where I typically want to play even more Dota, unless there's a purpose to it, like I'm trying to get stuff for videos. I'll sometimes do it. But nowadays, most of the stuff I do for Dota is either on stream or casting, and it's a lot. And even more Dota would like kind of burn me out. That's why Quarteros is surprisingly low level. And actually, a lot of people who come in for the replays probably play more Dota than I do right now. Like just in terms of like the number of games. Are there any external tools to view older replays? Not really. You'd have to just like have a video of it, of the past. What are the new options? Actually, that's a good question. I kind of like zoomed over. What is this? Per ability channel. Oh, guys, this is actually so good. There's one in particular. Pucks is the one you want to stop. So any puck players out there who don't use press S to stop. Okay, actually, I mean, I'm sure there's others, but puck is the main one where you can't blink out of phase shift if you use this like hold stop to end channeling. At least the last time I tried to play puck and tested this stuff. But now with this, you could change that. So I really like this. I love having more customizable features. Visualize damage and healing in hero health bar. Set health bars to display a visual effect when hero has received damage or healing. Okay, let's take a look at what that means. Smart multi-unit casting. Enable a simplified casting mode for activating the same ability on multiple selected units of the same kind. Meepo clones. Wow, easy mode poof now? Or like I summon 4 centaurs and all 4 centaurs stomp? Smart selection groups. Wait, set units summoned by a hero. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Are considered groups for selection. Smart multi-unit. Okay, hold on. We gotta test this. We gotta see what that's about. And then where's this health bar one? Isn't this the way it always is? This white bar? So that's the same. I just have a setting for it. So I could turn that off and it just disappears. And then this is for healing. What does that mean? That like I would see it go up that amount. So they know that I'm contributing. Not getting flamed anymore because they're like, oh, I'm getting this from what's his name? Dazzle is using abilities on me. I guess we can keep that. Okay, wait, let me try. I already have hotkeys set up though, so I don't know. I don't really know what I'm testing here, actually. I think in the past, when I pressed R or tab, I think it only went to one treant, but it's now going to the whole group of treants. Is that the difference? Where's Manta? I think that's the difference. How come you guys aren't... Wait, I don't like this. I actually don't think I want this. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So it was selecting the whole group. It was preventing me from doing this, actually. I'm not going to use this setting. Because you can issue individual commands like this, and I actually use this when I play summons heroes to go like send them to different parts on the minimap. And I was unable to do that with that setting on because it was selecting both. As opposed to just this white box highlighting, it was highlighting all of them. And then I couldn't send individual commands doing this. All right, I probably won't use that setting, but it does seem like with that setting, micro is on a little bit easier mode. And then what was this in the multicasting? So if I'm Meepo is actually the original. I was trying to learn Meepo back in the day. He was the original reason I changed away from tab to use R for tab. So what is this? How do we... Interesting. So I shift, I control. Why is it bringing these guys? Hold on, wait, I'm so confused. Oh, I accidentally turned you differently, I guess. So what if I just select one? I don't understand why... It seems like this Meepo does not have poof. Why does it keep leaving? I'm so confused. What is happening here? How does this setting work? I have these 4 Meepos selected. Why did this main Meepo also do it? Oh, this alt state is different than what I thought it was. I thought this alt state was like the new setting. This is, what is this? Alt state, also cast poof to the target. Wait, is that not it? Is this just Meepo in general? Did he always have something like this? Did he always have poof easy mode? What the hell? I didn't even know about that. Okay, so how do I use this new setting then? If multiple of the same units are selected, casting an ability will automatically cast from the first unit that has the ability off cooldown. Oh my god, Meepo easy mode. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, you wouldn't use this with poof. How does shard work? W? I don't know why it doesn't work with, it doesn't seem to be working with the shard. Yeah, you don't need to... Well, for the shard, I did have to tab, but I didn't have to tab for Earthbind. You would still want to tab for poof, or maybe this alt cast. I don't know if people use this alt cast. I didn't know that was a thing. Because you wouldn't want to wait for your Meepos to... Because you have to cast it, and then it's on cooldown, and then the next Meepo would do it. So you would still tab to cast poof, but Earthbind would be easy mode with this. And I bet if you're playing Chen... that could also help. Except, I think I would still tab. Because, like, I'm trying to think what you would want to... Maybe Centaur Stomp. You could do it that way. Most other things, I think you want to cast faster than waiting. Like, I don't want to be sitting there pressing Q, waiting for things to cast and go on cooldown. I want to cast them all quickly. Like satyrs, like all Hadoukening. You know? The satyrs that steal mana. Yeah, there's stuff like that that will be a little useful. But I can't envision myself using this too much. Maybe Arc Warden could benefit from this. Yeah. It doesn't work on items. Casting an ability. Oh, I guess you're right. It's got to be the ability. Where is this setting? My game doesn't have it. Looks like it's under game unit order right here. I guess make sure your game is updated, and then I don't know. That's all I did. It was right here. I didn't do anything fancy. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna use any of these settings except maybe this one. I don't know, where do I go? Select specific abilities in the hero section of the ability and items hotkeys. Then toggle the switch to the top right. What? I don't play Puck right now, and I don't know the next time I'll play Puck, so I'm not gonna look for this right now. But, okay, I will. Ooh, yes. Turn that off. Okay, so what I think this new setting, it might literally just be for Puck. I don't know of another instance where this matters, but maybe you guys can tell me if you know one. Previously, I don't know, what is this here? I didn't know that was there. Previously, you couldn't end phase shift. Like, I have the stop command, like, must press stop. It doesn't seem to work, though. Because without the must press stop, you can usually blink out of this. Unless this changed in the way that I don't know. But usually you can blink out of this unless you use that setting, which I thought this was meant to fix, but... Is it because... It needs to be... Oh, wait. I see. I had it on the wrong thing, this cast. Ah, so now you can do it. This is the only... Yeah, now you can do this. Amazing. My Puck gameplay just improved by 10%, except that I'm still an awful Puck player, so... Witch Doctor? Can Witch Doctor blink out of that stuff? I don't think Witch Doctor can. If he can, then amazing, but yeah, I don't think you can use items in here. Yo, Tsunami! I saw you're playing Red Dead Redemption, and I actually wanted to go to your stream, and I was like, damn, I have to do my own stream. I wanted to watch you play. I think it'd be sick. I hope you're having fun with the game. Welcome, everyone. In case you missed it because you were watching Red Dead Redemption, there's a Monster Hunter collab in Dota, which is wild. If any of you like Monster Hunter. But otherwise, we're doing replay analysis. So if any of you are here for Dota, you want to submit match IDs, we're just going through and reviewing people. This is the first stream, so there's more to come. Nice. I'll be there on some of the future ones. Is it the first one? I didn't see which one you were playing. It cut off. It said Red Dead Redemption, and I was like, I'm sure whichever one, it's good. I don't know which one. You got that Palico courier locked in instant. Actually, that's true. I didn't actually add any of the stuff. Okay, I was actually about to pick an old one, but now we have all the new people tuned in. So let's do it again. If you guys already posted a match ID, feel free to do it, but we'll let everyone have a chance. We're doing replays about like 10 to 20 minutes. If you've got a match ID from the last week, post it. Let me know who you're playing, any specific questions, and we just kind of like do some feedback stuff here, like mini coaching. Played one back in the day, the Undead Nightmare a week ago, and now the first RDR2 replay. Okay, nice. I got a PlayStation 4 literally just to play Red Dead Redemption 2. I loved that game. Yeehaw, Cowboys. I had a great time with it. I hope you will too. I'll definitely tune into some of the streams to see how you're doing. I've heard RDR2 is amazing. I love it. It's probably not for everyone, because I mean everyone has different tastes in games, but you know, I just think it's a very fun game, I feel, in terms of getting immersed in the world. Depending on what you like gameplay wise, it may not fit, but I think the story's interesting, you know, the world is cool. No spoilers, guys, because he's like just playing it, but like that's why I think it's like so good. It's so easy to get like into it. Wear patch event sucks. Understandable. I think it's fine. I think the event's cool, even though I'm not really like a Monster Hunter person. I do want the patch, but I think they can be separate things. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna start with this one. A positioning question I think is always great. And we can just take a quick look at a couple... Oops, wrong one. We can take a look at a couple of your positioning moments throughout team fights, and I think that'll be like something we can knock out quickly before moving on to some other stuff. And I think positioning's a good one, because it's hard to like fix your own positioning on its own. It's easier to have it like pointed out. And for people improving, it's difficult to realize when your positioning's bad if people aren't punishing it. Nico, I don't know if we'll get to your game, hopefully, as we like make our way through different replays, we might. But we actually covered a very similar question earlier, I think before you were here. It'll be in the timestamps. I should have timestamped when we were reading this update. I'll fill that in later, I guess. I'm trying to remember which game it was. Oh, it was the Vengeful Spirit Position 4 Ancient game. It was around 1 minute and 24 seconds, 24 minutes into the stream. It'll be in the timestamps on the YouTube VOD if you want to check that out. Essentially, don't play the lane. If you are losing and you're getting wrecked, you want to do other things. If we have time to revisit that same question and go at yours, we can. But we're going to start with this one. Let me type this into the timestamp. Shadow Demon 4 Divine. Okay. Positioning question. So we're just going to hop into a couple team fights. Unless you feel you need some laning advice. But it's the way I read it, it sounded like it was more about later on in the game. All right, yeah, here. What are we positioning for this game? Save people who get charged, maybe when they get sprouted. If we can remove the silence from ourselves and then save teammates or purge them, cleanse them, I suppose I should say. Someone who gets initiated by Dragonite, or someone who gets swapped. We could potentially disrupt save them while the rest of the team initiates. There's not something as obvious as like, oh, I must save it for Necro ult. You'll kind of just use it as you see fit in these games, but being chain stunned, I think, is one of the best, looks to be one of the best uses for it. You know, Dragonite, I guess it would be more like Spirit Breaker into Dragonite into like Venge Stun. Like, there's a whole bunch of chain stun that could come out. So picking up a Dispel and then picking up possibly a Blink. Because if you get found, like, you'll be killed and you don't have people who can save you. So Greaves into Blink seems like a good default build without knowing how the game specifically goes. And that'll address, like, both things. It didn't do much laning here. It was SK offlane, he asked for big stacks. Okay, sounds good to me. Yeah, so we'll jump ahead. Yeah, this is what's going to happen to us if we get found. So we'll need, like, the Blink Dagger to help with it. Oh, my game just crashed. Monster Hunter was too powerful. Shadow Demon. Okay, actually, Shadow Demon was the monster. He got hunted. That's it, guys. The event's over. Hope you got your items. Hope you liked it. That's it. Time to go back to Cordero. back in. Event would be cool if it was free. True. Some of it is free, and I think that's fair. What can you do for free, actually, in this? Can you only craft things if you buy the pack? Oh, I guess you can. Kind of over... Oh, damn it! I thought we got a Poogie. Shit. Poogie's paywall? Damn. That sucks. Damn, how'd they know? That's what would get me. I'm not gonna do it, but yeah, I wish you could. I wish they gave like one of the item sets at least for like each one that you could craft for free. I guess you can fill out the atlas and get the story, but that's true. That does kind of suck. I kind of overlooked that. Without, if there's no point, if you can't craft anything, like what is this, right? I guess you can unlock story stuff, but. And then this is kind of cool. I think this will be kind of nifty to know that I am the anti-mage killer, but yeah. The base versions are free. Do I have to make them though? Like, I just have it, don't I? So then I don't need to, like, what am I collecting for if I can't build? Or is it the first set is what I have to make this? It says it's crafted. Or, oh no, that was the base. I guess this one. Oh, okay, so I can craft these. Okay, that's fine for free, I think. Back to this. Now I gotta fix my timestamp again. Does the event being till February mean we get nothing else for Christmas? Maybe. These Quartero and similar cosmetic events are not supposed to be... Okay, remember when I said there was no gameplay update and so it shouldn't affect replays, but sometimes it does because coding is weird? We may seem to have some replay problems crashing now. We'll test another one real quick. I have not done the math on what you need to do to unlock sets. 80 turbo games seems like a lot. Is that right? Though I'm going to be real. I couldn't get that much into Monster Hunter when I first played it. I literally thought that I must be misunderstanding the mechanic because the game seemed so slow and I wasn't I feel like I was just repeating steps to slowly whittle down a monster, but no new mechanics were happening. And I was like, I just like chase it and hit it and chase it and hit it and chase it and hit it. And like I can set up traps, but then it activates the trap and then I chase it and set up traps and then I hit it and then I chase it and I set up traps and I hit it. I literally thought I was missing something, but it was actually people were like, no, that's it. That's the monster hunt. I was like, oh. If they're bringing that into needing 80 turbo games to get the set, I don't know. That sounds about right. That sounds like Monster Hunting. It might be because it's played on previous patch. I mean, maybe. It shouldn't really affect it. I am launching Dota again. It was taking a while to crash out. Oh, but we could still have like a gameplay patch for Christmas or a game mode. This is just regular Dota and you unlock sets. And like Quartero, I assume it's like Quartero, it's supposed to be unrelated, I feel. Is it actually? I don't know who's actually working on Dota. I'm not in the team, you know, but in theory, you'd have like, oh, one team is cosmetics and collabs and stuff, and another team is doing gameplay, you know, testing, coding. It's different stuff in my head. I don't know if it actually is at Valve, but just because this is out, I don't think means we don't have a patch, don't have whatever. to me, this is like the follow-up to Cordero, which is fine. I just wish we knew when like a patch or something was coming out. And because people are expecting a big patch or a game mode, they're not going to receive this very well, I feel. But I actually think this in itself is quite good as a free thing that is just going on, and then optional pay. I think that's fine. I just wish we knew a little bit more about a game mode or a patch or something like that. But Valve has never been like that, so can't say I'm that surprised. It will be out when it is out. Okay, I'm just going to grab from a different match ID real quick and see if they all crash. If they all crash, I guess we'll practice Chen? Because I don't know. Like, I don't know if we can do a replay stream if we can't download replays. If Capcom paid for this, there's no way they stash this on the side of the client. This will be center for at least a month or two. Could be true, actually. Though I don't know if Capcom paid for it. It could just be like a... I guess I don't really know how these kind of collabs go at a big business level. Did Capcom need to, like, advertise Monster Hunter to Dota players? Oh, this one worked. All right. I guess we'll go here. I guess something about the last replay was crashing. Sorry. I guess we'll have to skip it for now. Let me fix the timestamps and everything. I think you're 5. What were you, Divine? In the works. After this, you're Divine. We'll put it as Divine. Getting some advice from famous ZQuixotix. Surely to gain MMR quickly. All right. So your... I lost it. Hold on. Oh, your question was, I felt there was nothing I could do in lane. We were getting zoned heavily. My off lane had the jungle. People were flaming. I wonder what I could have done differently. Okay. So I was mentioning, we actually covered a very similar topic earlier today. The Vengeful Spirit position 4 game at Ancient Rank. So I would recommend check that out. And anyone who's like jumping through timestamps, hello. But if you want more advice on this, whatever we cover here, you could look at that one next. All right, let's see. Oh, wait. You're probably position 4 then, because you said your offlane got zoned heavily. Is this true? This is Pudge 5, Ancient Apparition 4. It is. Okay. Let me change that real quick. I will mention, I'm not a huge believer in Ancient Apparition 4, possibly because of the reasons we're about to talk through. Ancient Apparition's not that strong of a laner, so you tend to just have to stand here and poke, and you get the safety of the tower and the small camp to work with, so it works. Position 4, Ancient Apparition has a harder time doing that, because you're in a worse position, your poke is less effective because they have the tower, and you have to work for this hard camp, which can be contested easily, more than the small camp can. So it's just harder to do stuff. Then you're slow, so if the lane doesn't go well, as we are about to talk through, it's harder for you to creep drag, and it's harder for you to gank. You can double stack really well, and there was a Chinese team, I think it was Yakult Brothers, that really liked the Ancient Apparition 4. If it wasn't them, it was another Chinese team at TI. So it's like, it's not that it can't be done, but it does have weaknesses, and you might be about to see such weaknesses. Then we pair it with the Necro. So now we definitely have weaknesses. You two are notoriously bad laners. You are supposed to struggle for the first 3 minutes, essentially. Your job is to get Necro through that, and then you're not that good at being a strong laner. So it's very awkward. If you could have body blocked the first wave, that's one trick you could have done. Shadow Demon's in the area, so I kind of get like not doing it. Blocking this small camp as you walk by would probably not be a bad idea. And then instead of double clarities and a smoke, so we didn't end up using the smoke, maybe someone else did. We kind of skipped past it. If you were playing the smoke with Pudge and then there was 2, that's fine. You won't need this clarity right away, right? You should actually start with Chilling Touch because this is like your poke ability. There's no way you ever combo Cold Feet with Necro. And most lanes without a stun or a strong slow, I don't think will be worth Cold Feet. You just take Chilling Touch. Even spamming Chilling Touch off cooldown, you won't need mana right away to start with 2 clarities. So, knowing that this lane sucks and knowing Necrophos needs a lot of help, double Sentry to both block this camp and then unblock your hard camp could be worth it. Being a long-range hero, one of the longest in the game, I think the longest range hero by default, you should buy a lot of stats. We have 1 extra damage with this Iron Branch, but all we do in lane is poke from afar. So if you bought 6 extra damage, like 2 Iron Branches, a Circlet, Fairy Fire, now all your auto attacks, when you do 10 auto attacks, the 11th one is free, you know, for the amount of damage you do. It'll also help you tank up and give you more stats to give you more small amounts of regen for your low-cost Chilling Touch. So I think that build would fit what you need here more. Because Necrophos, he should have done like a single creep block forward. Ironically, this is why in the off lane, I'm not a big fan of blocking every creep without knowing what's going on, unless you're doing it like super early. Because like, okay, the lane meets here. What's the big deal? Like the safe lane starts a little further out and like whatever, this creep wave dies and then it'll meet here. It's really not a huge deal. If you don't body block and the creep meets near the tower, by aggroing once, there's a high chance your creeps go under tower, and that's actually quite good for you. So you don't block to get a higher chance for that. You block 3 creeps, let 1 go forward, best of both worlds. You can still attempt the aggro thing we just talked about to get them under tower. If you don't, 4 creeps, focus 1 creep down quickly, and then like it's 4 versus 3, it pushes out. This is like, we play the first lane an inch further out, 2 centimeters further out, and then, like, that's it. So I'm not a huge fan of this, especially as Necro, like, does a little damage to this. You need to hit your creeps, like, instantly. Our whole goal is to just get this lane to come out. No amount of trading is going to make Necro a strong level 1 laner, especially now I'm seeing it's a Huskar carry, which actually kind of works out in your favor long-term, because Necro is good versus Huskar, but at the lanes, it will not be good. At least not in this off lane, I think. So we don't care about trading. We want to poke for free. And in this case, usually you want like a bulky melee off laner to tank for you. And because it's not, we just need to be in lane, hitting creeps and stuff. And hitting off laners, or the carry when we get a chance. Otherwise, stuff like this will happen. It needs to be a 2-on-1 trade. Huskar will beat you in a 1-on-1 trade no matter who you have. So we need to hit him every time he hits our Necro, and Necro hits back, and then it kind of balances out. Otherwise, this W harass is like too powerful. Although he's doing a little bit too much for being level 1 in the side lanes, I think. It's a bit risky. Yeah, like this Cold Feet, he'll just like back up, and then it really doesn't do much. 110 mana, and you didn't really get a lot of value. Maybe you could make him back away from the creep wave and miss a last hit because he's avoiding Cold Feet. So like that's kind of cool. But I would rather just like use Chilling Touch a bunch to actually get damage in for more meaningful harass. Okay, Shadow Demon messed up Equilibrium. So this is good. This is where off laners should balance this. Like if you bring this under the tower as a Necro off lane, you're griefing yourself. If you start hitting creeps, you're griefing yourself. You need to just run this in circles until these guys get here. Your job is to make sure pulls don't happen. If this is blocked, keep it blocked. If he's unblocked it and it hasn't spawned, block it again. If it's open and spawned, like mess with it, drag it out before the pull time is gonna happen. Same with this. Make Huskar do the right thing, which is to keep this creep wave alive and drag it out back here. Will he do that? There's a high chance he will grief himself and bring it under the tower. Things are getting messy. They're having to, like, damage things. They are trying to hold it out. He is now killing creeps. So he has griefed himself. We will now go back in time and see if our Necro has griefed himself. Necro has griefed himself. So I was working on the Smurf video, and I mentioned, like, it's super high level to drag creeps around, and it doesn't sound like it should be. And people of all brackets, like, there will be a Herald player who, like, I know to drag the creeps around, but to do it consistently is what's high level. And this is a ancient divine game, and here are both heroes griefing themselves, and it's gonna balance out because they're kind of both doing it. But, like, Necro could just be laning here because Huskar is messing himself up. Huskar is messing himself up, but not as much as Necro messed himself up. So Huskar is now going to be in a good spot. And in fact, actually, I didn't realize Necro griefed himself. So Huskar trimming the creeps now is actually not griefing himself. It's actually fine because Necro already goofed up. Is making a mistake griefing? Not actually griefing. I'm using the term just as, like, a extreme version. In a way, I'm using it in the sense that it is not just a small mistake of, like, oh, I missed the last hit. You know, that's a mistake. Oh, I didn't notice this camp. You know, so I accidentally body blocked it 20 minutes in so it didn't spawn. That's like a small mistake. This is still a mistake that Necro's making. I'm not like, you should report him, he's griefing. But I mean, like, in terms of the severity of your mistake and how much it hurts yourself, Necro just hurt himself so much. As in, like, you lose the lane at a high level. In this game, it's probably not, like, the end of the world, but, like, that's what I mean. The severity of the mistake is, like, you griefed yourself and cost yourself the game if the enemy also played well. Okay, open up the hard camp. We actually have not been punished that hard so far. We're approaching level 3 where Necro's life gets better. Huskar will also start to look to punish people a little bit more. This is the kind of harass that you will take when you're playing up here, which is why it's so important to be back here. You guys want to get the lane back here, you buy your boots quickly and then just, like, mess with them doing this stuff and then double stack. That's kind of your game plan for the next, like, 6 minutes. You don't actually have to lane much. Once you get him to level 3 and get the lane here, you're good to go, and you just stack a bunch. Pop! It doesn't stack further. Shattered him. It doesn't go further. I guess it technically does the hit damage, but 5 stacks is the max. So here we're kind of good. Unfortunately, Necro kind of always pushes things a little bit. But as the lane comes further out, this is where you can focus on stacks as we get approached to, like, 5 minutes. Except he's kind of, like, pushing it out again with a Q. I think Necro can do a little bit more creep aggro to get it in a better spot, so you can double stack at 5 minutes, though. This is why, like, the double ranged with Necro is very awkward. Like, you can't do anything about that. Like, the most you can do is cold feet and auto attack, which, as you see, is, like, you know, doesn't really stop them. Because you don't have any setup for cold feet, I actually feel these 2 skill points are wasted. I think you should go Chilling Touch. Either 0-2-1 or, like, 1-0-1-2, actually, to get more Chilling Touch value. Someone's got a TP here to help you guys. You guys are gonna lose your Wisdom Shrine. Call that out in your games if you need to. Do it for me, Pudge! Oh no. Alright, this is a disaster. Although a neutral creep just killed Huskar. We've now lost both Wisdom Shrines, and this lane's going poorly. Your team's gonna really struggle here. So this is part of the weaknesses of the Ancient Apparition 4, but then it was kind of working. Honestly, you guys were getting past the first 2 minutes okay, and then things like tilted out of control really quickly. But the game plan never changed. It was always get the lane back here and then stack. Secure runes, things like that. It's a very passive game plan because this is a game counter, not a lane counter, unless it's mid lane. But even then, I think Necro... Huskar is okay versus Necro in the lane, and then it's only throughout the game that it becomes a bigger problem. Thank goodness. What? Meteor Hammer. Lol. So yeah, I think up to this point we covered general advice for Ancient Apparition. Even if you didn't have a Necro, I would still recommend a different build. I would only do this if you have really good, combos with some double nuke, like Centaur. He can set up Cold Feet and he can go like a QW max build, and both of them would find value off of Ice Vortex. Something like that, I think, could be worth it. I think otherwise, starting with Chilling Touch is very safe for pub games. At least having 1 point. Like, you don't have to max it. You can get 1 point in this later, but I think at least 1 point in Chilling Touch and having right click for the lane stats. And then for position 4, you're going to have to do a lot of stacking. Like, if you don't have a good kill combo lane... Actually, even if you had a kill combo lane, you would get the kills and then go stack. So, like, no matter what, we're stacking. I just go this build because it can one-shot the wave at level 6. And I can push from Fog. I am fine with maxing Ice Vortex. I would do that. I would go, like, 1-3-1. Max Ice Vortex first at level 7, more than Cold Feet. I actually don't think you even need the Cold Feet. I guess with this, you're saying you can push out waves. But to me, this will, like... I'm pretty sure you will lose the lane with this build. Unless you have the combo. Something like Pudge could work with this. So, I don't know. I guess being able to push out the wave with this build maybe is cool. Because you went the... I kind of glossed over the fact that you got the AoE exposure. But this will only work once you hit level 6, like you're saying. I think I like the other one, the Bone Chill, more, personally, because it gives you value right off the bat. I'm a big fan of any facet that has value right away, as opposed to facets that are like, you will get value later. Level 6 isn't too bad, but... I feel like you need this build to delay now because we lose the lane, though. That's where I'm, like, worried about it. Anyways, this was a particularly rough one, but I think the advice is still, like, do what you can to get the lane to come back here, which is a joint effort. You either help hit creeps in the lane, or help stop pulls, and then in your free time, you stack. Like, if you're in a losing lane... That's all. That's like the game plan. If you're a roaming hero, you can roam, but long-range nukers tend to only right-click harass in the lane, and then double stack is their main go-to, because you usually can't gank very well. Actually, I won't say that for sure, because Skywrath can, like, slow and silence. Muerta can, like, deadshot back. So there are ranged heroes who can kind of gank. Ancient Apparition's not one of them. You've been seeing the AoE one a little bit more lately? Well, let's take a look. All right, let's
submit your games again, guys. We'll pick the next one, and we might have to cycle a little bit to see which ones don't crash the game. I tried setting up for ganks later, but Tinker didn't want to go. Oh, yeah, that's because your team's, like, terrible at it. You actually have a very... This game, you don't do much. You, like, wait. In theory, your team should win eventually, because Tinker pure damage is good versus Huskar, and then Necro is very good versus Huskar as the game goes on. And that's a Huskar carry. So on paper, you guys just drag this out and then counter Huskar in the late game. And then there's you. I forgot to even mention you, right? Your Ice Blast is like the counter to Huskar. So you guys just like chill and farm. Their window is the early game. They do need to snowball things. You guys just keep delaying things with Tinker. You have your like wave clear build, which to be fair, in this game, like that's pretty good, right? We're just delaying the game out. So you actually can't really force ganks. In between stuff, you just stack to get to the late game faster. And that's kind of all we can really do. Got him. Is an Aether kind of wasted on Ancient Apparition? Yeah, I don't think you really need it. Though, as part of the idea of like, I'm just gonna safely wave clear, I'm kind of open to it. To like drag out the game. I don't think you really need it, personally. Your team looks like they really lack control. Unfortunately, Atos is not very good versus Shadow Demon, and then this guy even has Cauterize, right? Yeah. So maybe an Atos, but doesn't feel amazing. Spirit Vessel might still be worth it versus Huskar, but I mean, you guys have a lot of counters, so I think it's okay. I'm okay with the Shard. Ghost Scepter to keep yourself alive is okay, though again, the Shadow Demon makes it a little problematic. Plus, you should be so far back in the fight, you actually shouldn't be the focus. You just need to like hide yourself. Your one job is to like only Ice Blast Huskar. So you just need to make sure you can do that. If you need a Blink to stay super far back, you do that. If you need the Ghost Scepter or Glimmer to keep yourself alive to make sure you can get him, like whatever you think you need to Ice Blast Huskar is number one. Then number two is like whatever else you can fill in for your team. I'm playing Puck, was playing against a Smurf and it felt impossible. How to make it possible? To be honest, if you were laning versus a Smurf, there's like not much more you can do to suddenly just improve enough to deal with a Smurf. Over time, it should go the Smurf's way. Like depending how big of a Smurf it is, the main thing you can do versus a Smurf is the same thing you would do versus any other player of your rank, which is focus on your laning stage and your early moves. This is actually going to come if I do finish this video, which now it looks like a Monster Hunter update, so now an actual gameplay update is not likely to happen, so I think we should have time to finish this video. Over time, a Smurf will make the correct decision. Like every time a decision comes up, they'll make the right one faster than you. So over 40 minutes, they will find an edge one way or the other. Small advantages, big advantages, whatever, right? That is the value of being a Smurf. Smurfing's wrong, guys, don't do it. But like that's what a Smurf will do. Over time, when it's should I fight, should I farm? Right decision. Up or down, right decision. This or that, right decision. Every time they will nail it more than you and they will build up to a lead. But at the start of the game, they have 600 net worth and they're level 1, just like you. You know, the more you can do in your lane, because you are a good laner, that is your best chance to not get wrecked by a Smurf who is looking to crush the lane and snowball. Making early moves, like, oh, I think it's a mid Smurf, so the 4 position, like, ganks mid. It doesn't matter how good you are. When people throw 3 spells at you and you have, like, 800 health, you die. You know? There's no outskilling that when you don't have a blink to react fast, when you don't have the right skill build like a BKB, a Manta dodge. Like, you can't do that stuff when you don't have that stuff. So, to beat Smurfs, you want as strong of a laning presence as possible to capitalize on their arrogance. It may or may not happen. But like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit. I'm smurfing. There's no way this guy has any skill whatsoever. Like, they have no respect for you. They try to punish you. And because your laning's actually decent, you manage to get a kill. And you completely tilt them, potentially. Supports, you gank the smurf. You find them in the jungle. And they start all chatting. They're like so mad. Like, this guy doesn't ping. This guy's a piece of shit. He doesn't deserve the win. They give up. That is how you potentially beat smurfs. Is a very strong laning early game and tilt them out. Because if you're asking me, how do I outskill a Smurf 30, 40, 50 minutes in decision making? I'll tell you, you can't. How does the middle schooler beat the like Olympic athlete, right? Like, it's not supposed to happen, right? That is the unfortunate reality of playing Smurfs. They're supposed to win, and that's why it's griefing. That's why it's bad, because there isn't supposed to be a way that you suddenly outplay a guy who is massively ahead of you, has better reaction times, knows the game better, knows the map awareness, the timing awareness. Like, they're gonna beat you at some point, unless you prey on them early or prey on their team, because you can't 1v5. At some point, like, you throw all your abilities at a guy and they die. So depending where your question is focused, that's the advice I can give you. It's either beat them early or focus on their team that is not Smurfs and build up enough lead so that when you all press your abilities on the Smurf, they die. And if you can't do that, then you're going to struggle. Unless the Smurf is not high MMR. That's true. Like, if the Smurf is also like, oh, I am an ancient player smurfing in Crusader, then they'll make mistakes and it's more doable. If you ever play against a true MMR boosting player who's like 10k whatever, like, you'll just never. They should have like a 95% win rate, and it'll mostly be their team costing them games. Okay, we talked a lot about it, so why don't we pop in anyways? Let's take a look. The end advice might still be the same of like, just focus on yourself. Oh, this is weird now. We just rambled for a while, and now that's not going to be the timestamp. Well, whatever. I guess we should see if the game crashes as well. If you're, well, actually, hold on. Let me make sure we even get into this. Okay, this is not that bad of a Smurf. If it's the Queen of Pain, she didn't go like that crazy. So it might be a Smurf, but not like a within reason potential to beat. Like, if you didn't tell me there was a Smurf, I would say like, is there a Smurf in this game, or is this just a Queen of Pain having a good game? So we can just oh, it's the Tusk? Is it Tusk mid? Ooh, early level advantage. But what I mean, okay, so what I mean when I'm like, it's not that good, is like, there's a certain amount of net worth that you cannot surpass. Like, even if you're good, even if you're like, how do we deal with this guy? If they don't exponentially explode in net worth, it's manageable. So that's what I mean by like an unbeatable Smurf versus like a beatable Smurf. It does look like he has a very strong showing in lane, so he could be a Smurf in that sense. And we can now take, I just press watch replay twice. We can take a look at that and see what we can do about that. But he didn't explode a massive net worth lead, which means this is actually like somewhat of a playable game.
goodness.
Rank 500 on a new account. Can we see it in anonymous mode? Oh yeah, this is wacky. 5-1 by the end. 17-1. Goofing around though, because he's playing Tusk, which is not really a smurfing hero. So let's see. It may be beatable then, but it'll be off of him like goofing up. Let me think about this. Where do we want to look? Because we're not going to beat a rank 500 player, even if we talk about, like, what we should work on. Trying to think how we approach this. Okay, so first let's just chuck out general advice, ignoring Smurf or not. On Puck, I'd recommend fill out stats at the beginning, a bunch of Iron Branches, Fairy Fire, your Tangos, and then because you're buying a bunch of Iron Branches, it'll fill the slots without actually using all your money. Save it for the bottle after that. Because Puck is pretty squishy, so you want the extra stats to boost you up, then get a lot of right-click harassing. Then once you get the bottle, then you can go for like whatever build you think you want to do, which I think Power Treads is fine. Some games like I've seen like Witchblade Rushes. I'm not really that much of a Puck player, so I'll leave that up to you, the exact build, but I would fill out on the stats. It got used for regen. Did I miss all that? I guess we did skip forward. Okay, we did have the branches. I don't think you usually eat all of them like that, but okay. I think you usually save like 2 for the potential wand or just to have them. But okay, anyways. So that's fine. Then I think that one trade we just saw, do be careful. I think we're going a little too far, which I think this is what the curveball is supposed to be for. The curveball is meant to like harass, but then you still connect out. So this might just be like some misclicks, but the curveball is supposed to go back this way so you can like take the aggression, then dodge attacks, and then jump back here instead of like over here. This is what's like pulling you out of the lane and then bringing you into a weird spot. So then now he's getting like a pretty good trade, even though it's ranged versus melee, right? And that's not supposed to happen. Yeah, stuff like that is good, but then yeah, just add the curveball in the other way. Your last hits are actually pretty decent here. Yeah, like this curveball. This one was good. The last hits versus a Smurf is pretty good. Tusk is not really a lane dominating Smurf type hero, so that's helpful. But this is where if you do think he's smurfing, you either want more people to help you or we play other stuff. But honestly, up to this point, I wouldn't have even, I mean, granted, we haven't really been doing a deep dive into his mechanics, but just like last hit wise, I wouldn't have even thought this was a smurf. And this is where, that's usually the most worrisome part, is that you just don't get to play the game. So outside of a couple bad trades, which is ultimately what is costing you, leading to stuff like this, Smurf or not, this is where we would have been like, this is what will start to break it, is that we overcommit a little bit. Which Puck is, he's a tough hero for that reason, right? You gotta like push the limits. and you're kind of squishy. Things like this, be careful of the... Try to, like, be careful with the angle you hit the range creep at. Because now it's forcing you to, like, go in for this. If you either harass first before throwing the orb or, like, cut the orb shorter... you can also do a path like this. Like, you want it to harass the Tusk, which is why I think you threw it out. Which is good, but also if we miss CS and it, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, win some, lose some. I don't know how I feel about that. But you could also do like a really long curve around path like this, which might hit Tusk, but also gives you time to hit the creeps to set them up for the curveball to then come through and then nuke, securing it. And because it's taking longer to go around, if it does hit Tusk, it'll actually do a little bit more damage. Once we hit 6, you can either call someone over to kill the Tusk or rotate to a side lane. I mean, we can see what happens. Get unlucky with the rune. Ooh, close. That's so sad. You almost had him. If you're worried about missing the orb, you can like walk in closer and do a more direct front. I think in hindsight, it's obvious, but yeah, this trade, just be careful of. This is already pretty good. You don't have enough mana for this is the big thing to be careful of here. You could phase shift dodge stuff, but you would be stuck under the tower. So if you don't have the illusory orb, either on cooldown or no mana, you got to be really careful about going aggressive. Especially as 8 minutes is coming up, right? I'm actually pretty content with shoving in this big of a wave because he'll have a hard time clearing it all before 8 minutes. And I think you just like chill a little bit. Pushing here and then not having the orb is what he can do, which is... These are the decisions. Earlier we were saying like the Smurfs will be more likely to make the correct decision, like whatever it is, depending, who knows how high MMR this guy is, but like... either correct decisions in like last hit timings or like, oh, Puck has no mana so I can take the fight, versus like, oh, I thought I could do it, oops, I didn't have the mana. And like, it's stuff like that will eventually tip in their way, depending on how big of a difference it is. Came top. What is this? We were looking for Tidehunter. Is this a Tidehunter carry? I just realized. I guess so. If you have trouble keeping track of the creeps, take a look at your own half of the map. They're going this way, so theirs will be the same. Or you can think about pull timings. Like if it's time to pull, then they're going to be in this area. Maybe that was intentional though, and you want to take this tower. I'm okay with that. But I feel like you came up here to gank, so I don't think you actually want to be spotted. How is he a Smurf if he's rank 500? Isn't that just a main? I guess that's kind of true. Usually when we're talking about smurfing, it's someone who's actually higher rank but playing on a lower rank account. This might just be some unranked shenanigans. I think the questionable part is that he was saying it's a high rank account on a new account. But to your point, that's true, where it's like, okay, that's a account booster, technically more than a smurf. If anything, it might be a bot account of a lower ranked player who bought a high ranked account, but... Yeah, I don't know. This is an unranked game. So I don't know the ranks of the others. I just saw the Tusk was like rank 500. But up to here, this is like a rough situation, but not too bad. So I don't think the advice changes. It's still like, try to find good fights. They have an unconventional carry. You guys have a more conventional carry who is struggling, so you need time for him to like catch up. But the plan is still similar. It's like, okay, we make space when we have abilities, either on the Tusk, whoever. I don't really care, but yeah, we just need to be like smart with the fights we take. Probably away from the Underlord so he can join in. So like 3 of us go up to a lane, take a fight, Underlord ult in. I guess later that'll be more the play. Now that the towers are all up, we just need to start with the tower. So push up to like mid, push up to this tower. Kind of like what's happening, but we actually don't have the resources to do this. We don't quite have coil. But we got a clockwork kill, so maybe we can do some damage. We do have the catapult. Got the Tusk. Let's go. Okay, that went better than expected. What happened to Ursa? Ah, well. Indeed. What happened to Ursa? I'll pull up the game again. I do think I'm going to change it from, or not really change it, but like, I think my own mindset coming into this was like, okay, this guy's a smurf, it's going to be a problem. But actually, it does look like a mostly normal game to me. The account is weird. The fact that it's a high rank, low game count, that's the part that like, okay, that sucks. But at the same time, like the game is not that deviant from a regular game. So I actually don't think the mindset changes too much of what we need to do. Yeah, I mean, mostly we need to just like, how did our own lane go better? We kind of saw some of the bad trades, like overcommitted on some of that stuff, which could have helped your lane. And then through your lane, you can then like gank side lanes a little better. Either way, it's like 10 minutes, we're down. That happens in other games. So again, still just need to focus on what fights we can take. And that's mostly, let's look at the mini-map, push things out, farm up. So you want this Witchblade. When your ultimate's down, we farm. You should send that orb into a safe direction. In case you get interrupted, you can jump to a safe location. If you got found there, you would have jumped further into their half of the map. And then you would have been, like, you're still in trouble at that point. We do have our ult. We should look for a fight, but they're making the play first. So yeah, we are trying something here. You see it's close. That's where whoever makes the first play has an advantage. They had the numbers, and now they're ultimately winning this fight. If you had the one extra hero... Are we gonna crash again? Ugh, it's okay. So as a team, whoever makes the play first, who knows? But if you guys group up and pick a target first, let's say like Queen of Pain is pretty killable with the silence and the coil. But in this case, they made the play first. So they took your Wind Ranger out, who over the course of this fight could launch like 2-3 power shots to make up the difference, especially with these like AoE abilities coming out with Fatal Bonds. For example, boom, you know, like get the Tusk. But because they make the play first, this is still like a 3-on-3, and then they bring in the Clockwork. And they also have the lead. So not only do they make the play first, they have the number advantage, have the net worth advantage, it's all kind of slighted against us, which is going to grow the problem. But to fix the problem, it still doesn't really change. Okay, we still have to be better about it. You know, like push out side lanes, be the ones to take the fight first and get pickoffs, and then back out after that most likely. But, you know, we can reevaluate as it goes. Damn, we are really crashing a lot on these replays. Are actual games crashing, or is it just because we're in this replay? Something with the update. That kind of sucks. Stream might end earlier than usual. I guess not that much earlier. We actually covered a lot of the stream before the update even came out. It was NA. So rank 500 is probably about, if we assumed it was someone actually playing on an account, rank 500 in NA would probably be about 8K, which is not unsurmountable, especially if it's someone playing, like, goofing off a little bit because they're not taking it as seriously in an unranked game. Playing a Tusk mid instead of, like, a Snowball Smurf hero. Maybe they're a support player playing a core role, so, like, you drop several thousand MMR for that. Yeah, it's still rough, and I don't know the other MMRs of your team because it's an unranked, but yeah, at the end of the day, it'll still be kind of what we talked about. Like, we just have to, like, find fights. Or, like, if it's not on the lane, you gotta find fights after that. Okay, let's try, I'm just gonna grab different match IDs from the past and see if things will show up and not crash the game on launch. Yeah, I mean, some of the NA players, the discrepancy wouldn't be as bad, but it's become a self-fulfilling prophecy now at this point, where any NA player or SA player who is serious about trying to go pro or just likes high-level games, even if they're a pub player, they go play in EU. So it's just diluting the NA pool, making it worse and worse, and then because it's worse and worse, it's like, okay, if you want to take it seriously, you got to go to EU. So it's just like I don't know if it can be fixed at this point. Outside of, like, several orgs intentionally creating a bunch of NA stuff, it would be really tough to fix, I think. This was Divine, right? Yes. Hard support. Okay, yeah. Okay, so your question on this one for the Jakiro said you thought you played okay, but you were getting killed by the Marcy a lot. So let's just jump past. Let's see. All right, yeah, some of the deaths start to ramp up around here. So let's jump to like 18 minutes and then kind of like speed through your different deaths and decide which ones are kind of unavoidable, which ones are, you know, fixable. If I had to guess, it's going to be a positioning thing. Because, Yeah, I mean, like, Ghost Scepter is a good item to buy. You can also get a Yules this game, arguably. Yules is also good to save you from these guys. And then good versus Stampede, good versus Charge. I don't mind Ghost Scepter first, though. Possibly even both could be good. I think you should do a low ground sentry because you have Ice Path to check high ground. I think you missed this observer you walked over. And then, unfortunate, not your fault though. This kind of positioning is super dangerous. You should have just like stayed here or have to like move around this way. Didn't get us this time. We do seem to be taking a bad fight here. You're winning a lot, I just realized, 11k. But yeah, still gotta be careful about going high ground too quickly. That wasn't your fault though. Here, you probably should just be backing out. Like, 10k behind, sure. They took out Axe and Earth Spirit. So they're actually like 2k up, 3k up, 5 heroes. So they should look for stuff. So you guys should actually all be backing out right now. I think you don't want to... You want to hold this area, but I don't think we can hold this area anymore. Which is why your Observer will be nice, because as they push up here and take control of this, it should be fine. Yeah, they should feel comfortable just going on Shadow Fiend. It's not all that surprising, going back to Earth Spirit and Axe dying. So you guys got to get out of there sooner. So this death is avoidable. This is a team positioning mistake. You and SF should back out. This is where it is okay to jungle on your own half of the map. Because we lost heroes. We lose positioning. We got to back up. Okay, we never actually lost this stuff. Guys, if you're ever stuck in the position Radiant is, and you get a fight like that, you gotta like clear out this stuff when you have a window to do so. Okay, you guys are looking for Lifestealer, pretty easy kill. Roche at any point is good. With some big kills, you kind of can, you know, poke the tower a little bit. Okay, so here, if a fight breaks out, you actually can't help out because Jakiro is a little awkward. If you want to place this, I'm okay with it. You know, let's do it, get out. But it does mean we have one observer here, one observer here, and then one here. So we are very condensed. So I'm a little torn on this. I don't really mind as part of, yeah, we're kind of winning, so we might be able to siege this and take it. But you've got to at least call out Roche. Because really, your team should go get Roche and then push with Aegis and not even need an observer for the push. But if you can get it, great at that point. But that would be first, more so than, like, let's force high ground. Which will lead to stuff like this. Because we are forcing high ground. All right, we go back in time. Forcing high ground, but Wind Ranger is showing in another lane. So this is not a 5v4 high ground push. This is a 4v4 high ground push, which you guys do have a gold lead, considering like the carry's out, the Wind Ranger's out. Though it does seem to show Lifestealer is the lowest value core and Wind Ranger's the highest. So this is not as much of a lead as usual. And especially someone like SF with this build is actually quite squishy. There are certain heroes who went ahead, are very powerful, but they are still killable because the builds they go for don't really tank them up. Magic Shadow Fiend is one. Templar Assassin's another. She has a bunch of no stat items, right? It's like Deso Blink. So even when she's ahead by a lot, you can still kill her when you break Refraction and then burst her. So certain heroes like that, you got to be really careful when pushing, which is why Aegis is such a big deal. And we kind of see that here where, like, one go, they all throw abilities, they get them. Going back to, like, how do we deal with Smurfs? How much outplay can the Centaur do if this one, the order was a little funny. It actually should be, like, Blink Hex to start, but if the Smurf can dodge the Hex, then, you know, more power to them. But odds are Blink Hex will catch even a Smurf, since it works at the pro level. And then once you're hexed and all the chain stun comes in, there's no amount of skill and MMR that will save you when everyone throws the abilities. So that's why even Smurfs have to be careful of like 1v5 and why you can deal with the team and then deal with the Smurf potentially as a way to deal with Smurfs. But going back to this game, it's more just like we can't be pushing this when Wind Ranger is showing bottom. And then Wind Ranger's like, oh, I'll rat, but like this is how much you're getting, right? So like for 600 tower damage, we are losing 3 heroes, and that doesn't really make much sense. That's the cost of like pushing and being apart. Should be doing this, Roche. Thanks for letting me know about the Dubu Chen video. I gotta go finish that Dubu Chen video. I am finding it's taking me some time, right? Because I'm like not used to Chen, like learning any new hero. It's a little easier than I imagined. And now that I'm like listening to Dubu talk about it, I'm like, yeah, I can see how we can simplify it even further. So it's cool. It's fun. It's a very unpopular hero. Positioning wise, we don't want to be here. So this is super obvious, right? They're going to know you did this. You can just sentry from the low ground and let your carry who's standing here give you the exact same vision with no risk to you. You are a 5,000 health Jakiro versus, you know, the SF being jumped and he has 11k net worth. Wind Ranger 12k. And then you can like Ice Path behind them. You can, sometimes you have support items. In this case, you have the Ghost Scepter. But you got to be careful of that. This is another push that really should have the Aegis. What is Axe doing, right? Like, you guys just have to watch Shadow Fiend hit things. You don't need to do anything else. Shadow Fiend or Wind Ranger, possibly both, but they should just stand on opposite ends if they're both hitting, and then we all stand back here. So you are now in a good spot. Up here, we didn't need to do this. You just need to be back here. Axe doesn't need to be up here. He should be back here. And then you can imagine, like, oh, I don't have a Sentry or Observer, but why does it matter, right? Because, like, this guy's the focal point. You would stand here somewhere, and then Axe would be here, because this is the last way they could wrap around, and Axe is the next tankiest. So you and Earth Spirit are, like, over here. Earth Spirit could also be the one breaking smoke, actually. And it's really hard to get to you. It's really hard to kill these guys, because you're going to have the AoE stun, and if they have BKB, you got a BKB piercing call. So you guys just stand behind, and don't force any of this stuff. Look, you guys are almost done. You guys are almost done breaking the high ground, and then you guys bait yourselves into a fight. Not you, them. But now you are going to get baited, as you need to be. Like, you got to go in and help, but that's going to put you now in a bad spot. So if your team throws this fight, I'd say it's a bad fight to take. Though, thankfully, we have a pretty big net worth lead, so it looks like it's fine. Sorry, bumped the mic. Okay, from here, it's just on repeat. Just like push up, do stuff. You actually don't... Okay, let's pretend it's a closer game for the sake of positioning. And because it's not a close game, you're maybe doing more risk than you need to. But since your question was about, like, you felt like you were going to kill Marcy, I'm going to point it out. So as we repeat, we're winning. We have 3 heroes killed. Do I need to show myself as support? Still not really, you know? I know Liquid Fire is one of the better support abilities to take towers. I have a Shadow Fiend. I have a Wind Ranger. I don't actually need to do any tower damage. So you would still just like stay out of sight. Stay behind this tree. You don't need to reveal yourself on these creeps because the enemy literally just got information on all 5 of you to formulate how do we approach this fight? Can we take this fight? You know, or do we need to keep waiting? We talked earlier about like showing in other lanes. Sometimes you'll bait them just because you're not showing here. Even though they don't see you, we've seen many cases where that doesn't matter, right? If what they see is bad, they won't go in. But what they see is good, they don't pay attention to what's not showing. So just by being out of sight, you might bait a better fight for yourself. And then here, we just like hit and watch, right? You guys all do this. But notice how you are too close. This is Ice Path, and you need to Ice Path Wind Ranger when they jump her, or the Shadow Fiend. So this is how much we are overlapping, right? I can be back here and still Ice Path on top of these heroes. Now we are kind of good, but the positioning of the team has changed. So these guys are the ones I need to save. Again, this is Ice Path. So I am point blank on Shadow Fiend. Wind Ranger, I'm technically good. We're at max range on Wind Ranger. But with Shadow Fiend, you can see that you can be behind this tree and help the Shadow Fiend. But here we are at risk to both be stomped, both be Earth Spiked, both be charged. And then I can't save Shadow Fiend because I need saving because I'm too close. You can Smoke Break as a support in that situation. I don't mind if you're on the front line there because that's a different place. That's high ground and we're hiding heroes. Though Earth Spirit should actually be the one to do it. Though now that you build the blink, you can do it and then just face away. This is where your team is making mistakes. They know these guys are back here. Still trying to take fights. I'm worried about this now that we're missing heroes. They don't seem to be... They scanned it, and they're not doing anything about it, so I guess... Okay, we'll get it. The enemy team should definitely do something. In fact, the enemy team's #1 objective after they get that double kill is to go get Roche. So... Our team will make mistakes, but their team will make mistakes. Balance in all things. Would you buy Blink on Jakiro in this case? I don't mind it, but I would say probably Yule's Force Staff or Solar Crest are all also acceptable. We have a 13k lead if we all push together, but we are not. So, gotta be a little careful. God, I wanted to break down that fight for you because that was the main question. We may stop after this. The crashing is so annoying. And I'm sure it'll be fixed by Wednesday as well. Famous last words. We'll see. Boop, 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 boop. I guess we're close to the end. Let's do... we can try one more, and then we'll end. So if you guys want to submit your match IDs while Dota relaunches, I will be right back. Got an ET sticker after winning. Nice. Mortal Oracle already working on the Monster Hunter book. Okay, let's break down that last fight and then we'll move on to another one. I'm gonna go find it again. But essentially you're too close. Uh-oh. Please don't crash. Okay, I think it's this fight coming up. Okay, so again, the game plan has never changed. Wind Ranger and Shadow Fiend hits the building, especially now that she has Aegis. It could just be Wind Ranger. These two stand behind. So as I'm approaching this, I am asking my team not to go forward because we're not ready. These guys are not here. We don't have a 13k lead with Aegis. We are... We are playing 5v3 10k down over here, and we're playing 5v2 like 20k down over here. Neither of these are good situations. In fact, they're one of the few ways we throw. Like a 13k lead at 25 minutes is really good. So these are one of the few ways we throw is by doing stuff like this. Now, I recognize you are with the correct people, so it's not really on you, but it's still important to call out for your team, because I doubt any of these players are trying to grief. They are just overestimating their abilities a lot and overestimating the lead. Now, you don't know it's a 13k lead, but I still think you should recognize, no matter, you could bump this up to a 20k lead, and when you take a 5-on-3, it is still not a net worth lead. A 5-on-2 is still not a net worth lead, right? It's like the few ways you could possibly lose, no matter how far ahead you are. So having one person called out and be like, hey guys, are we aware that we're being stupid right now? All right, can kind of like pull people back down to earth and be like, oh, okay, let's just like get together and win, you know? So anyways, here's how close we need to be. Ice Path onto Wind Ranger. So right now, I'm still pretty happy with where you are, except you bought this Blink Dagger. So you actually don't even need to walk up until the very last second, and you won't even walk. You won't even fly being a dragon. You'll literally blink in and then use the abilities. So right now, you can be standing behind this tree, on this high ground, behind this tree, on this high ground, behind the tree, like wherever. You can be really far back, and then at the last moment, blink Ice Path. So actually, because you have the blink, you're actually too close. You got a little closer than necessary to use that Ice Path, but still kind of kept your distance. And then notice we are still close. But what are we doing here? Because Ice Path is down, and you didn't build like Force Staff, Solar, stuff like that. These are self-defense items and positioning items. So once you cast Ice Path, we leave. And we wait for Ice Path to be back up again, and then we come up in Ice Path. But right now, Ice Path is down, and we are in the danger zone, and we don't need to be here. Now, I know you have other abilities, but actually it's easier to cast these abilities when you're a little bit further away, because it's easier to line things up than when you're too close. If you're going to use the other abilities, that's fine, but these are also very long-range abilities that don't need to be this close. And then now we see here, death, right? If we were further back, she can't get to you, because this is her rebound range, right? We are within that range because we are too close after using Ice Path, and even as we're interested in this stuff, we are too close, which is why it gets to us. Technically, you could have blinked out in time, but once done, and then you're dead, right? So on one hand, we can say, damn, if I reacted faster, I would have lived, and that's true. On the other hand, if we position better, which is much easier and more passive, easy to execute, the mental game of recognizing where it is the hard part. But the easier to execute positioning back here, there's no real reaction time. She literally just cannot reach me. So it doesn't depend on me blinking fast. I am just in a good spot, which is much easier to do. And if you do need to react, you have more time because you're further back. So it's literally more travel time, more reaction time. Okay, let's move on. Let's see if we can do Mendoza's before ending and without crashing. I'm eating food. It's close to dinner. I shouldn't be snacking, but I'm hungry. I'm being judged. Oh, you want to go work on dinner? Thanks. I don't know. No, thank you. Flame Immortal. We tried making donuts this weekend. They turned out kind of tough. They're kind of funny. They're not the worst thing. Learning experience. They're not stale yet. They're tough, not tough. They are not soft donuts, you know. They're like more like a bread texture, I guess, in a way. But it's not like stale bad, so I'm still eating them, trying to get through them. Okay, let's look at this one. Immortal Batrider. See, we need to advise. What if you end up in our games? I need you to be a good offlaner in case you get into my game. So game was really weird. We were winning early but stalled hard. Could only win it very late. Was wondering if you could help. Oh yeah, I can definitely flame you guys. Do you know who at Valve decides which content creators gets invited to TI? No, and in fact, I don't even know if it's Valve that Mendoza, I can't. Yeah, we'll try. We'll load again. Hopefully it'll work. No, I don't even know if Valve goes out of their way to say at this point. I think whichever TO they decide to work with for TI, which lately has been PGL, I think PGL just chooses on their own talents. I think they run that list by Valve, but I don't know who that person is. I'm not that deep into the scene. All right, let's try again. Dota is relaunching. Hopefully by Wednesday, this will be fixed. So for all you guys out going grinding out the new Monster Hunter update, getting your hats and such, have your match IDs ready for Wednesday. We'll be doing this again then, hopefully with less crashes. Tomorrow, I will probably just work on the Smurf video. Okay, I'm not going to skip ahead or anything in case that causes the crash. Let's just let it play out. Though I do need to look at the graph.
You can't cheat death. You have my respect.
Okay. Looking at your draft, you do have a pretty good draft to end the game quickly. I don't play that much core Batrider, so I'm not 100% sure on the build. So feel free to trust your own research on what you think is a good build. I thought we crashed there for a second because like Centaur was just like standing there. I think you four are just making space for Ursa. You're putting the first Aegis. I'd probably put it on Death Prophet, but I actually don't mind if it goes to Ursa. You guys could do it really early. I think you can already do it, like with Exorcism. And if Ursa joins, I think you can do Roach whenever. But anyways, like, we don't want to go too late versus Arc Warden, Visage. Any of these early deaths are going to be very painful when you guys are starting to build a lead and you're giving kills to like Visage or to this Arc Warden who's going to be this late game menace. I don't think that was strictly your fault, and I'm scared to rewind to like deep dive further into it, but essentially we are waiting for various item timings to come out. So like for Ursa, it's let him get his Battle Fury, which looks to be delivered. He needs his Blink, BKB, and around there he's good to go. And at that point, you can start thinking about ending the game. Maybe get Aghanims, and then you could think about Roche. Okay, you are thinking about getting a Blink. I was going to say, because you're the only real initiator for your team, I think you do want the Blink. I don't know you actually need to lasso there, but I don't mind. It might have been close. Ursa being kind of risky here, no vision, and the whole team, 3 people showed top, and then Death Prophet pushed mid, so they should actually look for Ursa. I'm glad you guys actually came down here, or like the support. You have the bot, so you're fine. And you better not push too far up because they're still missing. So you can deal with this and then leave. That was pretty close. If you had pushed literally any further, you'd be dead right now. Which is exactly why I always tell you guys, like, when you push the lane, you just got to deal with the wave safely and get out. Fortunately, Batrider is super fast with Force Staff, so even up to here and they all run out, he can get away. But if it had been a different hero, no bling, stuff like that, right? This is the kill. Which is why I was scared for Ursa earlier, and I was kind of scared for the Batrider. Okay, and here's where Ursa should rush out from here and, like, return this way. I think you leave. I don't know if you should still be here. I guess Death Prophet was coming. Maybe it's okay. That was scary. It was scary, but you knew. I trust you. You knew your limits. You're like, this is all the health I need. Okay, your new timing is Blink. We have Lasso, so I kind of want to use it, but also we just use Exorcism, so I think if you just sit on it for a little bit, it's no big deal. Go get your Blink, jungle along your way, right? Like, the supports are starting fights, but, like, with what power, right? Batrider TP'd out, doesn't have it yet. Ursa is still farming up to their timings and isn't here. Death Prophet doesn't have Exorcism. So pushing aggressively like this is strange. And then warding on a cliff that we can't defend because we don't have abilities is also very likely to lose this, especially with the supports who can check high ground. He's literally killing it right now. So, not your mistake, but if you want to communicate to just like, hey guys, just chill and farm right now. It's actually, okay, as much as you need someone to push the team to do stuff, I think it's also good to have someone to say that you don't need to do stuff. It's the guilt, you know, of everyone, oh, I don't want to get flamed. I need to be doing things. Oh, it's bad. Like, oh, they're going to look at me and I'm just AFK farming. It's okay to have someone be like, hey guys, I want you to farm, right? It's like, oh, I can be, ooh, I get to be bad, you know, like I get to AFK farm. You need someone to give you that reassurance sometimes and say like, we don't have our abilities. Hey guys, it's okay. Let's just sit in our base and chill. You know, go eat your donuts before dinner. And you're like, oh, I can, like, I get to do this. And you're like, yeah, that's okay. Right? I think it's okay to say that, especially as a core. Because the supports are the one that feel the most pressure to be like, oh, we got to do stuff. The cores are going to be angry, you know? But the core player is like, hey guys, I'm just farming over here. It's cool. And you're like, oh, it is cool. It's okay. And then you whip them into shape when you're like, okay, it's time to go. It's blink time, right? But you actually said it. You're like, tell them it's okay, but give them a deadline, right? We are AFK farming until Exorcism's up. AFK farm till I have my blink dagger. AFK farm till Basher is done. You know, like, give them the deadline so they know it's okay to sit still, but that at some point they're going to do stuff and they'll self-monitor. You get to do this because you're Immortal. There needs to be more micromanaging for a lower ranked game. But for Immortal, it should work more often than not. AFK farm till tier 5 neutrals. Yeah. Maybe make that call around like 58 minutes, you know, but you could potentially make that call. At this point, you guys are just looking for pickoffs into Roche. This is where it's not your fault. Your supports are making some mistakes. I saw like the cliff wards earlier, now a cliff ward here. And then the non-cliff wards are actually pretty far back. So as soon as you guys lose the cliff wards, you're not going to be able to find the fights you want to close out the game. So to adapt to this, you need to play around these areas a little bit more. Unfortunately, you're going this boot to travel, so you don't really want to be the one like hanging around an area. But like, we'll see if it happens. Your plan, choke them out, find pickoffs, push with that. Find big team fights, push with that. See them split up, push with that, right? Like, it all comes down to seeing them spread out, and this is too late. Like, all these wards are too late. So we'll see if it comes up here. I think it will, because you mentioned this game feels like it stalled out. Ogre? You check it out? No? No? Roche at any point, by the way, is good. Death Prophet push a little too far on her own. You guys have cores like randomly getting picked off. It was almost you, but we'll say you knew what you were doing. Seems the others are the ones getting picked off right now. Though you now. Where are they? Where are they? I don't think you should be here. I think you should be jungling this stuff while you wait for this creep wave to move up, and then you see what happens. My cat is standing on my computer, so if he accidentally presses the reset button and I disappear, that's the end of the stream. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you on Wednesday. Yeah, Jupiter, you trying to end the stream early? The game's already crashing. Don't crash the PC as well. So see how you're like pushing too far, but like look what your team is doing. So why are you doing that? You know? If you want to use the bots to avoid to like play the map, you should be playing over here. Super safe areas as your team is doing this stuff. You are taking a risk while your team is doing stuff, and that's really, this is what's gonna cost you guys, because you guys should be good to push right now, and it looks like you're about to die, and you're gonna waste the first minute of Aegis because you got picked off. Unless it's a next level bait. All right, looks like we got away. Though, I would say they kind of messed that up. I think they should have killed you right there. They went a little early. This is okay now because they did, you know? So now I'm not worried about the numbers advantages, stuff like that. But let's say they were all alive and they were missing and your team is doing this. You can't be showing in this wave. You know, you gotta just like do it safely, out of sight, or just be jungling and waiting while your team is looking for something to do. Because you either need to TP here instantly, or you need to not be the one being killed and forcing everyone to come back to defend you. So if you don't have vision of this area, you just like can't do this stuff. You have to be like back here. But because they're dead, it's okay. I'm bad at making predictions where the enemy is. That is a great skill to work on in Immortal now. Like, a lot of times to climb up to here, just like laning basics is good, overarching ideas are good. But yeah, this is where thinking about what the enemy wants to do, where they're gonna go, helps a lot. So right now, I paused too late. Right now, should you be involved in risk? Not that much. Because your team is pushing aggressively, you just need to make sure I can TP in to help and make use of a 5-on-5 Aegis plus net worth advantage, which you guys actually don't really have. I'd actually say you guys are pushing high ground too soon without more information. It's actually fortunately working out because this is happening at the same time. But how quickly will a Basher Ursa kill this tower? He kills heroes easily. He doesn't kill towers very easily. Fortunately, you have a Death Prophet, so it's kind of okay. But it would have been nicer to get another pickoff and then push this. Instead, we're taking a risky high ground push with 3.5 minutes of Aegis. So easily, you guys could push this, have a minute left on Aegis. In 2.5 minutes, it is possible for Ursa to farm the rest of the BKB and then push high ground with that BKB. So as a team, I'd say this is a little too aggressive, but if they are doing this, you can't also be risking yourself. You can hang around to maybe interrupt, like, oh, Centaur's trying to TP home, I'll interrupt that. But why split it into like 4-on-4, 1-on-1? If you think you're truly the team ahead, just take the proper 5-on-5. And if you're not, then like find the pick off, you know? But don't risk getting picked off. Fortunately, this is kind of working in that they're chasing you, and that's creating the numbers advantage down here to a degree. Though I don't know if that's really the team's game plan. I suspect it's not. I suspect we're all a little bit on different pages. Going back to our idea of the game plan, this is not on you, this is the supports. Thinking about warding support players. I want to start closing out the map. I want to choke out the map. This is why you can't only have these cliff wards. How do I know? How do I know Arc Warden snuck out this way? Let's go pick them off. Smoke through the Twin Gate, get them. How do I know one guy's here and one guy's here so we can like rush in and see who's in the triangle and get any kills? Right? We need deep wards that are going to live. And things on the cliff are... You can't protect them forever.
That is too good.
So I see one just got placed here. This is in a weird... I mean, the spot is okay, but it's going to be killed by a sentry for sure if they check this area. And then also, again, kind of late. I'm not really seeing the people leave the base, so I know where to head to get them. He's done farming at this point and going back home. It's a little too shallow. I have. He doesn't have space because I have the donuts here. Okay. We are winning. About to attempt a 5-on-5 high ground. The high ground covers a lot of the net worth difference. So this is going to be tough, especially because Exorcism is over. So I actually don't favor your team on this high ground push because a lot of your power has come from Exorcism. You guys should be backing out. This is, again, make the call. Hey, guys, it's okay to AFK farm here until BKB plus Exorcism, right? Call out the timing to your team and let them know it is okay to AFK right now. We shouldn't feel pressured to force this. Decent lasso, but you get controlled because you don't have, like, your BKB. And in fact, it looks like your Ags was might have been on the way. Ags was on the way. So we could have lined up a different Ags BKB Exorcism timing. Instead, we go too soon, shoot ourselves on the foot. So they control us. Maybe you're the only one that dies if everyone else gets out. We're going back in. All right, so the new next timing, right? Now we have to come up with a new power spike timing. Technically, once you're all up and you get a pick off, you can still do this. If you don't find anything for a while, whatever your next items are, could be it. Could be the new Roche respawn with Banner. But definitely that was a little bit of a throw. When you all respawn, if you have your ults, you can go actually, because it looks like Ags will be ready. So Ags plus all abilities plus whatever lead we still have is pretty good. If we had any ward vision still alive, your team keeps losing it all. So this is where the supports, it's a combo effort. Because the team, whoever you want to blame for it, takes a bad fight, that gives space to the enemy team supports to look for wards. And then especially when the wards aren't in sneaky spots, then we lose all our vision. Okay, we stop eating them now. All the cats are playing. You might see a fight in the background. I don't blame you. I think Ags is more fun, so if you want to do it, I get it. And I think the biggest issue is the way your team is playing. I think because you could have ended the game, BKB is the correct decision. But BKB versus Ags, compared to how we've been playing, the itemization is less the issue and more the bigger risks that our team takes. Your decisions to, like, when you push aggressively and people are missing, Doesn't really matter if you have a BKB, but you're forced to use it here and then you can't use it here, right? So playing the map and thinking about that, I think is the bigger challenge for you, rather than, oh, should I have done the proper BKB choice versus like the fun ags? You can do the fun ags if you play the smart way. So think about playing the map. What are we even doing here? I mean, Mort is dead, so we can kind of like be up here with our, again, Cliff Ward. But like, we're just waiting for Aegis, right? If you guys throw high ground on trying to force this because Mort is dead for a little bit, and then they kill you all, and then they get Aegis, the lead is completely thrown, which may be about to be what happened because you said this game went really late. If they get the second Roche, this game for sure goes late. Okay, anytime you're winning, guys, and I recognize this doesn't matter for a lot of pub games because Roche is like very out there, but especially for Immortal, like Divine Immortal players and higher, and then this will be true for other lower ranks if it happens. If you're winning in the early game and the enemy steals the first Aegis, that sucks. They bought themselves a lot of time, but you can still maintain a really strong lead, recover, get the second Roche, and still end the game at a pretty reasonable early time. If the second Roche is stolen from the winning team, the game is for sure going into late game. And whatever lead you have no longer matters. It's all about the late game. Because there's a couple of different reasons for this. Like, a 10k lead at 10 minutes is great. 10k lead at 20 minutes is great. 10k lead at 30 minutes is still pretty good. A 10k lead at 40 minutes is like whatever. It's not really a lead. And in fact, at 30 minutes, it's also like, it's not the best. But it's like, it still kind of means something. So you can maintain like the gold lead through the first Aegis, losing that. But having to wait through the second Aegis is what pushes you into that 40-minute window where whatever gold leads you have kind of don't matter anymore unless you're really high. Like, it has to be 20k or higher. But even then, it will really come down to like what fight you take. So you never want to take a massive risk when the second Roche is coming up, in my opinion, at a theoretical level. And I never want to let my supports buy the wards if they only ever put cliff wards. Who is doing this? Time to shame. Grimstroke? Grimstroke. Naughty, naughty Grimstroke. These are not good wards. You can't defend both cliffs. Your team should be careful right now. A lot of heroes are missing. Now, they're probably along the edges, as they should be. Centaur, Helmdom, Visage Birds, whatever, right? Avoiding you guys, pushing things out. Especially because I don't see them in this jungle, and then we don't have lane control, which is why you want to see the lanes with, like, one of the deep wards. Protect your cliff wards! Oh my god, they just de-warded in front of 4 of you guys. We must kill the birds. Protect the wards. Use abilities. Okay, they got the next Roche. I feel like we have the vision of a losing team, but either way, we have the next Roche. If he fell back, gotta be careful. I don't know what item he just picked up and finished, but it looks like he wanted to finish something. I think maybe it was his Ags. And then Death Prophet's actually pretty close to Shiva's, except I forgot it's super expensive on the recipe. So maybe you don't want to wait that long, but you could. She could farm up the full Shivas, and you still have Aegis time. And in that window, you look for the pickoffs. And if you get it, you don't need the Shivas, you go in the game. If you don't find a pickoff, she gets the Shivas, you get the power spike, and then you force it. Right now, our 2 power heroes are way back. but 3 of us are playing as if we're not in that situation. So that's pretty dangerous. Okay, we're just gonna try to force it. Shitload. You have to go in, like, right now. You guys have to go in. Your Death Prophet's about to be killed. And she doesn't have the Aegis, and Exorcism doesn't come back up anyways. So you need to make space right now. If they can just continue attacking when she drops, you're good. They're good. So you got to get close and grab this Arc Warden right now and pull him back when she drops down. All right, now I look silly. You guys do need to back up, though. What is this? This ain't backing up. Holy multicast. Got him. Death Prophet shouldn't Exorcism push for the reason we just saw. It should just be Ursa hitting the buildings with all his survivability and Aegis, and then when you find a good target, you can jump in. But Death Prophet actually doesn't want to be the one going up front anymore. Oh, you got ignited? I missed that. Sure feels like we should have the BKB now, huh? Has the danger of playing for fun. Okay, I think you get the idea. A lot of it just comes down to finding pickoffs, which we're not doing, and we're forcing fights which aren't in the best formation. But like, even if you guys had good formation, I would still tell you it's not, like, that's not the proper game plan. So why does he have boots of travel, guys? What is Grimstroke doing? Why don't we have any wars? How have we been winning the game for the last 20 minutes and there's not a ward on the map, guys? That's when you know your supports, like, they don't watch ZQuixotix. They don't know what's going on. I don't trust those support players with those kind of wards. Bad team play and bad supports. I would put bad team play above everything. These are bad wards, but that's like one element of being a support. I wouldn't call them like bad supports just off of that. Just in the same way, like, there will be some core mistakes, but I wouldn't strictly say they're bad cores just for that. You know, it's like, oh, this guy's bad at farming, bad at fighting, whatever. I don't know, that's a semantics thing. To put it another way, the enemy team can buy a gem, and even if your supports are doing the right thing and putting like sneaky observers, you can still end up with a very dark map as the winning team, and then you will still need team play to like close it out through a dark map. So even if these guys are playing better, these guys could be playing better to address it, and then we're going to need team play to deal with it. So like, whatever you want to point your finger at doesn't really matter, but thank you for asking. I actually am gonna stop after this because we're having issues. Ever since this Monster Hunter update came out, the game has been crashing when we try to go back and forth. It's a little bit random. So we will probably stop for today after this one, but Wednesday we'll be back. So we can do it then. And if you want to leave a comment on this YouTube VOD, you can leave a comment with your match ID, who you're playing, like the same usual information. And when I start the next stream, I will start with it. Well, if there's multiple, I'll have to pick one. But if you're usually here at like the tail end of streams or aren't able to show up live, then you or anyone watching VOD, stuff like that, you can post it that way. And I'll try to always do like one of those. I mean, we win now, right? Like, go. Where's the... We get in here, right? You bots and sprint this way, or Grimstroke pushes in mid, you come bottom, you guys do this through the low ground. right? Oh no, we go for the Ursa at the fountain. Or I mean the ogre. So like, you know, is this guy all right, we can say like, oh, bad supports for wards, but I mean like shit like that should have been a free tower. You're coming top, but like, why do you need to push out lanes? You know, your back door is down. You should help. You have the arsonist. You should come help tank this for your team. Take this. You guys have a chance to take barracks right now off of this many deaths. Instead, Ursa just dove here and you're like farming this tier 2. So we got mistakes all over. Ursa's is a little bit more egregious, but but it's also like, you know, why do we push out lanes, right? We got to remember the ultimate question is like, why do I get farm? Why do I push out lanes? Why do I need to do things? Because it's all to build a lead to be able to like ultimately take barracks and take the throne. So at some point you will get that opportunity and then this stuff doesn't matter anymore. You know, the fact that you might lose a tier 2 to creeps, but you could take the barracks, like who cares? Like I don't need to farm. I don't need to push out lanes because like the opportunity to take this is here and you got to like jump at that. Farm for gold noise. Maybe that's the problem. They need to make the Tormentor noise better. They need to make the Roche noise. That one's pretty good though. They need to make the building noise dropping better. Getting megas is pretty good, but that's far down the line, you know? They need one for like each barracks. Then we'd be tempted like, oh, I gotta hear the barracks breaking noise. I need the announcer shout. Batrider is the best player in the game. He got the last hit on the barracks. You know, it needs something like that. And everyone's gonna be so tempted to go get buildings. All right, I'm gonna close this one out. Let's find someone to raid. There's got to be people playing Dota now that Monster Hunter's freaking out. Let's see. When playing Dawnbreaker with 4 ranged heroes, is Blink worth it? Like to initiate? Maybe. It might depend on the game, 'cause I don't think you strictly need to. Initiating is generally good to have and will typically help you close stuff out. But technically, it's not necessary. You know, like you can also force people to come to you in a different way. For example, a sniper lineup, right? Like sniper pushes up to the tower and just attacks. You don't have to initiate on the enemy because sniper will take the tower. They need to come to you and stop the sniper. So I think Dawnbreaker doesn't have to immediately think like I've got to initiate just because I have 4 ranged heroes. If your ranged heroes can still force objectives without you and require the enemy team to come to you, at which point you can then ult in, then at that point it's the same as if you had a melee hero, right? Just the option of like your ranged hero jumping in and you ulting in, like that part's gone. But like you can still create a scenario that you ult in while the like after the heroes are near each other. I don't hate it though. The idea of like, I do think we need initiation to be able to do this, then I'm fine with that. So I think that's where like it depends on the draft. No problem, Mendoza. Let's go here. Twitch people. This is Mr. Rip. He's sometimes here. I used to coach him a little bit. So let's go over there. He has a little bit of streaming himself. I'll send you guys over. If we didn't get to your games today, apologies. But Wednesday we'll be back, and like every Monday, Wednesday we do this. So drop by any of those days. Like I said, you can leave a comment on the YouTube VODs with the match IDs. I always start, or I'm gonna make a habit of starting with one of those, anyways. Going forward. So yeah, Wednesday we'll be back, and then I guess Thursday, Friday we'll do some monster hunting in Dota. I guess. See what we can build and unlock. All right, everybody have a good rest of your day. I'll see you later. Twitch people, I'll send you out. Bye-bye. YouTube gang, hopefully. I recorded an entire video, and then I'm going to redo it all because I wasn't happy with it. So that's what I'll do tomorrow. Okay, bye.